excuse me, before that, we're going to have the singing about Canada, led by an honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. Carton bras et porter le paix, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Et maintenant que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be opened. Order. Alors. Honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, in order to privatize Air Canada, the Mulroney government made a solemn commitment to the people of Quebec, including providing legal guarantees for maintenance activities. Like as the Liberals and Conservatives chose not to enforce the Act, Air Canada had free rein to contravene it. Thanks to aeronautics, Quebec is a more advanced technological society than Canada, but I'm very worried when I see the lack of concern shown by the federal government. Maintaining an aircraft is more than just changing the oil, Mr. Speaker. It's about taking it apart and putting it back together with new parts. The entire industry and suppliers are suffering. By refusing to enforce its own act, Canada has betrayed these employees. We know that. But it's also reneged on the solemn commitment it made to the people of Quebec. We have chosen our side, Mr. Speaker. The workers of Avios.
The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to an idea that will assist in our fight to end discrimination and attain real equality in our country. According to research in the US, UK, and Canada, people with English-sounding names are nearly twice as likely to get job callbacks than people with ethnic-sounding names. Name-blind recruitment is a tool adopted by the British government that removes names from resumes, prevents unconscious bias, and ensures that everyone can develop and succeed based on their potential, talent, and discrimination. I urge this House to look into embracing name-blind recruitment right here in Canada. We must ensure our public service adopts name-blind recruitment, as this important step will build a public service that is even more talented, diverse, and effective. It is crucial that Canadians who've got the grades, the skills, and the determination succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I want to take this opportunity today to underscore the work done by the people who contributed to making the 350th anniversary of Charlebourg so successful. Located in the heart of my riding, Charlebourg is now one of the 6 districts of Quebec City. However, this merger dates back to 2002, but the people of Charlebourg have always felt a sense of belonging. In 2015, they began 12 months of celebrations. This was all organized around historical reminders, large-scale events, and festive meals. I'd like to congratulate the organizing committee. Under the aegis of the chair, Mr. René Cloutier, the team put together excellent, exceptional programs. My thoughts go out to the many volunteers who rolled up their sleeves and helped the people of Charlebourg celebrate their roots with dignity. It goes to show that regardless of the name a municipality is given, it always reflects its roots. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, on February 19th, I slept in a car. Brampton's mayor, local city partners, and many others took part in the United Way's longest night. It was cold, it was uncomfortable, and my neck was sore. But this was only one night, Mr. Speaker. And sadly, too many Canadians do this night after night, some for years at a time. This experience gave me a small glimpse into the challenges of homelessness in Canada. I'm glad we could bring a bit of awareness to this vital issue in many of our communities. I hope to work more with all my colleagues in this House to get people into affordable shelter. How we treat our most in need is a reflection of ourselves. If we work together, we can solve this issue for the people of Brampton South and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, New Democrats from across the country will proudly wear pink in solidarity with victims of bullying in Canada. The Pink Shirt movement was established in 2007 by two Nova Scotia teens who bought pink T-shirts to show their support for a boy who was bullied for simply wearing a pink T-shirt. Like them, we want anyone who feels lonely or desperate because they are a victim of bullying to know we support them. Out Saskatoon is an organization in my riding on the front lines of helping those impacted by bullying. Their vision to live in a community that values and supports people of all gender identities, expressions and sexualities provides us a way forward. New Democrats believe the federal government has a leadership role to play in eliminating all forms of bullying. That is why we are calling on the government to take immediate steps to adopt a national anti-bullying strategy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we continue to celebrate Black History Month, I wish to draw attention to two Canadian civil rights icons from my riding that help promote equality across this great country. The first of these two civil rights champions is Miss Viola Desmond, who was arrested in 1946 in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia, for sitting in and refusing to leave the whites-only section of the Roseland Theatre. Miss Desmond was jailed but challenged the criminal charges against her and won. Her courage and conviction paved the way for the province to strike down its segregation laws, and her story is now featured in the newest Canada Heritage Minute. I also wish to pay homage to the members of the No. 2 Construction, Canada's only predominantly black battalion, which formed 100 years ago in Pictou, Nova Scotia. This battalion has recently been honoured by the issuance of a commemorative stamp by Canada Post that recognizes the role that it played in breaking down racial barriers in the Canadian military so black citizens could freely enlist in service of our country. I commend these initiatives that recognize the importance of these heroes and their contributions for a fairer, more equal, and better Canada.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to thank the men and women who work in Canada's nuclear energy industry and to welcome the scientists, researchers, workers and companies here to Ottawa for their annual meetings. Many Canadians don't know that $7 billion in economic activity comes from this industry, and there's over 70,000 jobs from coast to coast. In my riding of Durham, the Darlington Generating Station produces clean, reliable and affordable electricity, and combined with Pickering and with the Bruce, gives Ontario over half of its electricity greenhouse gas emission-free, Mr. Speaker. Exactly. And while the new government talks about greenhouse gas reductions a lot, Mr. Speaker, it never mentions the nuclear energy industry and its contribution. Canada was the second country to have controlled nuclear fission, Mr. Speaker. We have high-tech and important jobs. It's time for this government to stand up and all Canadians to recognize the role nuclear energy plays in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we recently celebrated Family Day in Ontario, and I rise to welcome two new families from Syria to our Canadian family and to my riding of Scarborough Centre. The Al Jabra family are sponsored by the Jame Abu Bakr Siddiq Mosque, and I was pleased to meet Lua, Hiba and their children at the North American Muslim Foundation's Family Day event. They are settling in well, and their children, Jody, Talan and Jawad, really enjoyed the bouncy castle. Also new to Scarborough is the Samudi family, who took to the ice for the first time at my Family Day skating party. They are sponsored by the Rosedale United Church, and their daughter Salam is looking forward to polishing her English skills through the Toronto District School Board's LEAP program. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in welcoming the Al-Johbra and Samoudi families to Canada. Welcome home.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Monsieur le Président, je prends la...
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about hockey. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to acknowledge my community. There are many organizers and volunteers, and we are preparing for the World Hockey Championship that will take place on the weekend. If hockey is our national sport, the most popular sport, it is something that is very important. Thanks to community funding, this 4-day event will bring together more than 8,000 viewers and many teams from the world, from across the world.
Live bands, fireworks, frigid temperatures, tailgate parties, barrel fires, double-wide Zambonis. The World Pond Hockey Championships take hometown hockey to a whole new level. The World Pond Hockey...
Sorry. The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, if you launch a startup in Canada, your competitors may be south of the border, where they get paid in U.S. dollars, have more access to risk capital, and pay lower marginal income tax rates. How can you compensate and sign up the best and brightest here at home when you have little money to spare? The answer is often stock options, where your workers accept lower pay in exchange for a piece of future gains. Doubling taxes on stock options may smother them right out of existence. And when in fact we should do the opposite, Mr. Speaker. The goal of social justice should not be to turn workers against business owners, but to turn workers into business owners, as Thatcher put it, to free all people to lift themselves up through work, risk, and smarts. That is the Canadian way.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand in support of the people of La Saskatchewan. In the past month, this community has shown unity and bravery in the face of great tragedy. The heartbreak and loss accompanied by such hardship is not one that can easily be forgotten. However, the community has demonstrated great resilience as they move forward together. Today, I ask Canadians to keep the people of La Loche in their thoughts as educators and students return to school. Healing takes time. Let us stand together to show that the entire country supports La Loche as they continue on this healing journey. Merci, thank you, miigwech.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. In addition to the elected officials in this House and in the other place, there are people who work very hard to ensure that our presence in Ottawa is pleasant. In this spirit, it's my great pleasure to underscore the work and dedication of Marguerite Charlebois, who has been working for 35 years in the parliamentary restaurant.
Marguerite took care of all members of Parliament. She first served with our Prime Minister when our Prime Minister was running and playing around these walls. Merci, Marguerite.
Thank you, Marguerite. You are a remarkable example of dedication, a source of smiles, and above all, you've always made us feel at home. Thank you very much, and bravo, Margaret.
Je note que l'honorable député n'a pas noté.
I noted that the honourable member did not identify her presence in the House, but I'm sure that if he had sought unanimous consent to do so, he would have received it.
The Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 18th in Calgary, the All Respect campaign began with the goal of telling the story of hardworking members of Canada's critically important energy sector. They are our neighbours, our fellow Canadians, and I think the Oil Respect campaign has started at the right time. With extremely low oil prices, it's important to remind all Canadians that our energy sector is a key part of the Canadian economy. Absolutely. We are lucky to have one of the strongest, most respected regulatory systems in the world, and we also have one of the best trained workforces in the energy sector. Hear, hear. We need to encourage and support their families that struggle through these tough times. I encourage parliamentarians to support Oil Respect campaign, which will be coming to a community near you. So, on this party, we continue to stand up for our energy sector, for Canadian workers. Please support Oil Respect campaign.
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, on January 25, 2016, the honourable member from Vancouver Granville was named one of the 8 women to watch by the Nobel Women's Initiative. This venerable group of Nobel Prize-winning women praised the honourable member of the Kwakwaka'wakw people for being the first Indigenous woman in Canada to become Minister of Justice and Attorney General. As a former provincial Crown prosecutor, BC Treaty Commissioner and Regional Chief of the BC Assembly of First Nations, the honourable member is truly a woman of great accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, these achievements were not born of ambition. They were cast in the fire of a profound love for country and a desire to serve and improve the lives of her fellow citizens. Her achievements were made real through the honourable member's hard work, dedication, compassion, and strong values. She is an example to all women who seek to make a difference. I ask this House to join me in congratulating the honourable member for Vancouver Granville for her recent recognition, her leadership, and her heart.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Was the 26th Annual Missing and Murdered Women's Memorial March. Just like in the last 25 years, I marched with family members, elders, women and Aboriginal leaders, activists, as a public expression of our sorrow and to demand justice. Hundreds joined the march, and the NDP leader was among them. We marched because far too many Aboriginal women face physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual violence. They suffer from the legacy of colonization. They live in poverty. Access to safe, secure, affordable housing is just a dream. A national inquiry done right can be the catalyst for historical change and healing. We need to hear the haunting cries of family members and value the knowledge of women and Aboriginal organizations that work with Indigenous women and girls. The Missing and Murdered Women Coalition has made a thoughtful submission regarding the design of the national inquiry to the minister. I ask the government to honour these recommendations.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud and honoured to rise in the House to support Pink Shirt Day, a national anti-bullying campaign to help youth in need. Bullying can take more forms, many forms, including name-calling, pushing, and more common, cyberbullying. It is important that victims of bullying know that they are not alone and their help and support is available. That is why wearing a pink shirt sends a strong message that we all care. It may seem simple, but the act of wearing a shirt can start conversations, and conversations can be a big step towards healing and helping. As the official opposition critic for families, children, and social development, I urge everyone to post on your social media feeds the hashtag #PinkShirtPromise. Support Pink Shirt Day, help end bullying, and vow to help spread kindness. Thank you.
Hear, hear. The
honourable member for Miramichi-Grand Lake. Mr. Speaker, today Canadians across the country are wearing pink as part of a Pink Shirt Day to support the anti-bullying campaign. Words have an impact, and when they are designed to tease, devalue, or belittle, they can be devastating, and that impact can last a lifetime. Research has shown clearly that bullying can lead to anxiety, depression, physical problems, and also to suicide.
Bullying should not be part of growing up for anyone, and school should be a place to learn, not a place to fear. The time to say no to bullying and cyberbullying is now. Let us use our voice for those who may be too afraid to use theirs. We are stronger because of our differences, not in spite of them. Everyone deserves a chance to show the world who they really are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable Leader de la...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, first the Prime Minister promised that he would only borrow $10 billion. Then he broke that promise and said it would have to be more than $10 billion. Now he's saying he's going to have to borrow $18 billion, but that's not counting the first $10 billion. So maybe it's $28 billion, but definitely not $30 billion. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have thrown around so many numbers over there, no one knows what's going on with them. Can the Prime Minister just admit that him and the Finance Minister are just making it up as they go along?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For 10 years, Canadians struggled with lower growth and the kind of government that did not create the opportunities that Canadians knew we need to build a stronger future for ourselves, for our families, for our communities, for our children. That's why the Liberals campaign on a promise and a commitment to invest in our communities once again, to offer Canadians and the middle class and those working hard to join it the opportunity to succeed and to create once again the kind of economy that everyone can be proud of participating in. That's what we're committed to doing. That's what Canadians elected us to do. That's exactly what we're going to do.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, the Liberals promised Canadians that they weren't going to borrow more than $10 billion. Now, we've learned that they've brought that up to $30 billion. And we don't know where these numbers are coming from. Why is the Prime Minister borrowing money that we don't have when there's no recession and there's no plan to pay it back? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, this is very interesting, Mr. Speaker, to see my Conservative colleagues continue to repeat the same arguments that Canadians rejected in the last election. We know that we need to invest in the Canadian economy. We know that the middle class needs help, and we need to create good jobs and facilitate the creation of good jobs. That's exactly what we committed to do, and that's exactly what we are going to do in the years to come. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister couldn't point to a single solitary country that actually asked us to pull our CF-18s out of the fight against ISIS, an American general in charge of the airstrike said he was sad to see our pilots come home. He also said he hopes that the Canadians will come back. Why did the Prime Minister mislead Canadians so badly when he suggested that our American allies were just fine with us pulling out our CF-18s?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our allies were pleased to know that Canada continues to be a strong member of the coalition and indeed has stepped up our involvement in the fight against ISIS. The way we're doing it is by doing what Canada has done a very good job of. We are doing more training, we are helping on intelligence, we are doing more humanitarian and refugee support. Indeed, as the Brent McGurk, the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for the Global Coalition to counter ISIL said, we welcome the significant enhancements our key partner Canada will bring to coming phases of the campaign to defeat ISIL. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, only the Prime Minister thinks that we're stepping up our fight by ending our combat mission. It makes no sense, and neither did it make sense when this Prime Minister said that the budgets balance themselves. Now, we've broken through a $10 billion budget, a deficit commitment, Mr. Speaker. Now we're hot on a trail of a $30 billion deficit, a completely wrecked campaign commitment. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know, does the Prime Minister not understand that deficits now mean higher taxes in the future, and does he still believe that budgets balance themselves?
Honourable Prime Minister.
What the member opposite seems to continue to fail to understand is that Canadians know that we need to invest in our economy. We need to invest in the kind of infrastructure that our communities have been asking for. We need to invest in the kind of jobs and support for the middle class that Canadians right across the country demanded in the last election. That member and his party failed to offer Canadians the kind of vision for the future they needed, and that's why they're sitting on the other side of the House today.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
But the problem here, Mr. Speaker, is that the Prime Minister made a commitment, a clear, specific promise of not more than $10 billion deficits. And this week, they admitted that there was going to be a deficit of maybe $30 billion. That's tripled in 3 months, Mr. Speaker. So it's a clear question for the Prime Minister. How are they going to reduce these huge deficits that are going up every day without increasing taxes? And what taxes will they increase? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Conservatives don't understand how to create growth in the Canadian economy. We need to invest to create that growth. And the 10 years of cuts and service reductions and tax cuts for the wealthiest instead of those who need it most have led us to a situation where the Canadian economy isn't firing on all cylinders. And that's why we're making investments. And frankly, Canadians asked us to make those investments in the election campaign. Honourable Member for Outremont.
Another First Nations community in Northern Ontario has just declared a state of emergency, not because of a weather disaster or because of any accident, but because of the everyday reality there that is simply unacceptable in our country. One woman died as her husband held her hand, and the community's nursing station ran out of the oxygen that could have saved her life. 2 4-year-olds died of fever because of strep throat, and an epidemic of suicides has hit children as young as 10 years old. The regional chief talks of discrimination and institutional racism in the healthcare system. He's right. What's the government doing about it?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the honourable member for bringing forward this tragedy that we all know far too well. It goes on not just in Northern Ontario but across the country. We need to fix a relationship that has broken over the past decades and indeed centuries between Canada and Indigenous peoples. That is why this government is pledged to renew a new relationship, putting real money forward to build support on infrastructure, on health, on a broad range of things, and creating a true nation-to-nation relationship. This is something I know all members in this House can agree on. We need to begin to be true partners to First Nations.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 days, the Prime Minister and his Minister of Transport have claimed that Air Canada has committed to establishing a maintenance centre for C-Series jets here. Now, that's false. There is no concrete commitment to build such a centre. At most, there's a vague intention from Air Canada to farm out maintenance. The Prime Minister is clearly improperly informed. Can he tell us why he went back on his promise to help the 2,600 Avios workers by letting Air Canada out of its legal obligations, which yet are very clear in the law? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. We are helping the workers in the manufacturing sector across the country, particularly in the airspace sector, by investing in high-quality manufacturing, including in looking at how we can help Bombardier. We are working to note the great news that Air Canada is going to buy C-Series jets, and that Bombardier, Air Canada, and Quebec are going to work together to ensure that the C-Series is dealt with in Quebec for 20 years. This is good news for our industry and our workers. The Honourable Member for Outremont. So, the Prime Minister now admits that there is no clear guarantee that such a centre will be built. Instead of applying the Act, as he has the obligation to do, that's the very foundation of a democratic society where the law applies equally to all, the Liberals are changing the Air Canada Act to prevent future problems. Who is the pilot here, Air Canada or the Prime Minister? Will the Prime Minister commit to not changing the law for Air Canada and finally defend the 2,600 Avios workers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are very concerned by the loss of jobs at Bombardier and of workers who have lost their jobs over the last few years. We want to work to restore the strength of the aerospace industry across Canada, not just in Quebec. That is exactly what we are doing, working with industry, with Bombardier, with Air Canada, with Quebec and the other provinces to ensure that we have a strong future for Canada's economy and for our exceptional workers. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
As Kevin Page so eloquently put it, the fudge factor is overwhelming. The Liberals promised to close the stock option tax loophole. Their platform notes that about 8,000 high-income Canadians take home more than $500 million each year from this one loophole alone. But now it seems the Liberals are secretly telling businesses they're going to break that promise as well. Can the Prime Minister finally give a straight answer? Will the upcoming budget close the stock option tax loophole for wealthy CEOs? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The honourable member has been around this House long enough to know that all will be answered on March 22nd when we put forward our budget, which is focused on creating growth for the middle class, creating prosperity in Canada where we have struggled in the past, and ensuring that middle class and those who are working hard to join the middle class will have the kinds of opportunities and future for themselves and their children that we know Canadians deserve.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that this Liberal finance minister has no money. That's because he's already blown through the surplus left by the Conservative government. He's spending money that Canadians do not have. That's right. The billions of dollars that he is recklessly spending will come from our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. Canadians get it. Why doesn't this finance minister? Good question.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives left a deficit, Mr. Speaker. They left public finances in a lamentable state, but thankfully, Mr. Speaker, on October 19th, Canadians chose growth, Mr. Speaker. We started with our economic plan in December by reducing taxes for the middle class. We will continue in the budget with the Canada Child Benefit. We have a plan to invest in innovation and in productivity, and we have a historic plan to invest in infrastructure. That, Mr. Speaker, is what it means to invest in growth in this country.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans know that the handout from the Liberal government is symbolic at best. It comes only hours after Encana cuts 20% of its workforce. Alberta doesn't want welfare or photo ops. This Prime Minister talks to the Alberta Premier about a transfer from the Liberal federal government to the provincial NDP government, and they get excited. But they don't talk about shipping our natural resources. When will this Prime Minister help Alberta sell its resources instead of handing the provincial government borrowed money?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know the global decline in oil prices is producing hardship for Alberta and other energy-producing provinces. The global downturn in commodity prices has affected many sectors in the Canadian economy, and we are monitoring the situation closely. However, with our large and diverse natural resource endowment, Canada remains favourably positioned to respond to the projected long-term growth in global demand for natural resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good job.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this government is letting Canadians down. We left the fiscal house in order. In November, there was a surplus of $1 billion. That's a fact. The Liberals promised in the election campaign that they would have a modest deficit. So apparently for them, $18 billion, that's modest. And yet the numbers keep going up. Where will we be in a month when the budget is tabled? If they can't master spending, as they've talked about in their plan, will they be able to control spending? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, only the Conservatives think that you can look at 2 months to see if there was a surplus or not in a fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we have a plan for growth. We started in December. We will continue with our plan for growth. Mr. Speaker, the time has come to invest in Canada's economy. That's what Canadians asked for on October 19th, and that's exactly what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, where is this government going to get the money for its out-of-control spending. The Liberal Party has clearly begun. Taxpayers and small businesses across the country are concerned about this government's irresponsible spending. Canadian businesses have lost trust. And let's be honest, this money is going to come out of the pockets of Canadian taxpayers to pay back these astronomical deficits. What is this government going to do to stop the hemorrhaging and get things in order? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, all economists agree that this is the time to invest in the economy. The only ones who don't understand that are our colleagues from across the way, Mr. Speaker. At a moment like this, we need to invest in the economy. We need to generate economic growth, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what the Liberal plan will do. And in the next budget, Mr. Speaker, we will invest in innovation. We will invest in productivity. We will make the investments that the Conservatives did not make in 10 years in infrastructure. In green infrastructure in our communities. That, Mr. Speaker, is what's going to bring growth back to this country.
The member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Transport Minister's first act was to kill the Toronto Island Airport expansion. He unilaterally ended consultations on expanding the Toronto Island Airport to accommodate what he called the best aircraft in its class, the Bombardier C-Series. Expanding the airport would create jobs that don't require taxpayers to pick up the tab. Why is the minister letting internal Liberal Party politics limit economic development in Toronto and block new jobs at Bombardier?
Good question. Honourable Minister of Transport.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and she's right. I said it. The C-Series is the finest aircraft in the world in its class, and I'm just delighted that Air Canada has decided that it's going to buy 45 of them from Bombardier and possibly another 30. Not only that, it's going to support the putting into place a centre where the maintenance of this aircraft can be done for the next 20 years. This is going to create jobs. This is good for Bombardier. This is good for the aerospace sector. She should be very happy about it.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberals like to hide behind pseudo-transparency, but we have learned that in December a secret committee was formed to deal with military procurement and fighter jets. Why is this happening behind closed doors? Mr. Speaker, have the Liberals already decided to abandon Canada's shipbuilding workers and have ships built outside of Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Public Services and Public Services and Procurement.
The government is determined to apply the national procurement strategy in terms of shipbuilding and build its ships in Canada in an open, transparent manner. No decision has yet been taken concerning the tugboat project.
Our goal is to leverage economic benefits for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
The arts and culture sector employs 150,000 Canadians and contributes $8 billion to our economy. Conservative cuts damage the sector and threaten good jobs. After pledging $150 million for the CBC and $25 million for Telefilm and the National Film Board, the Liberal Heritage Minister is now waffling. Mr. Speaker, Canadian artists deserve a straight answer. Will the Liberals keep their specific promises on funding for the CBC and film granting agencies, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We will reinvest in CBC Radio-Canada and we will help the arts and culture industries in this country. Why? Because we believe in it and there hasn't been a lot of funding over the past 10 years regarding arts and culture in Canada. So of course, we pledge to do it and we will continue to invest because we believe that this is part of a true innovation policy in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Did they believe their own promises during the election, the Liberals? The television sector is undergoing major changes, and new CRTC rules that come into effect next week have many workers concerned. Thousands of jobs are at risk. The minister needs to act to protect workers in the cultural sector. During the campaign, the Liberals committed to injecting $150 million into CBC Radio-Canada, $25 million for Telefilm and the NFB, and to double the budget for the Canada Council of the Arts. Will the minister finally keep her word? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. You know, the media sector is indeed facing major challenges when it comes to technology because consumers are choosing different content in different ways. And that's why not only are we going to reinvest in CBC Radio-Canada, but also in different cultural institutions, but also we are going to launch public consultations which will allow different industries, including the media, to know how we can really seize this opportunity in the digital era. Thank you.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the American general in charge of the coalition's air combat task force against ISIS was surprised to learn that Canada was withdrawing our CF-18 jets when he saw the story on CNN. So much for consulting our allies. Since the government failed to properly advise our allies, and since Parliament has yet to vote on the Liberals' non-combat mission against ISIS, will the Defence Minister stand with our allies and put our CF-18s back in the fight?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member, one, we are in the fight with our coalition partner. Also like to remind the member that Secretary of Defence, his comments, the coalition commander, I've spoken with him directly as well. He said his plan was forward-looking. Spoke to the ground force commander on the ground, who actually was the former commander of the 10th Mountain Division, who I also got to serve with. So I can assure the member our coalition wanted our plan, and this is the exact plan that's needed. Because this fight against ISIL can only happen on the ground.
Exactly. Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Speaker, no one actually talked to the combat mission for the Air Task Force. Mr. Speaker, Lieutenant General Brown said that our aircraft has been, I quote, pounding the guy so hard that ISIS has been unable to launch any major offensives and is losing territory. He said Canada was one of a handful of countries that had flexibility to act on specific targets and in specific areas. He went on to say, we welcome the CF-18s back if the opportunity presents itself and the political leadership changes its mind. Why is the Liberal government opting out of the combat mission against ISIS? This isn't a fight anymore.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member spent time as the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence in the previous years, I forget the time frame, commended for their service. So you should also understand the meaning of chain of command. So I talked to the coalition commander, the ground force commander, Secretary of Defence. So when I talk to them, they speak for all their the people that work for them, and this is why they like our plan. And I can remind the members that this fight against ISIL can only happen on the ground, not from the air.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for a third time now, U.S. General Charles Brown, in charge of coalition airstrikes, has said that he is disappointed to see the CF-18s leave. He says it's a little sad to see them leave. I realize that the CF-18 pilots are a little bit disappointed, and I would be too, but they're welcome if they want to come back. That's the general in charge of coalition airstrikes, who says that. When will you bring our CF-18s back to combat? I would like to remind all members to address their comments to the Speaker, the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to commend our pilots for their great work. As I stated, our plan that we took a very thorough analysis on this. And moving forward, when I spoke with the ground force commander, the first question asked is, what do you need? He said, intelligence. Because when you go over time, and I'm happy to sit with my critics and explain the reasons why. Because when an enemy, over 1 year, you have to deal with them, they get much smarter. So to target them, the only way to do this is on the ground. And this is the reasons why we have tripled our training mission and doubled our intelligence capacity.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, when you're a soldier in the Canadian Armed Forces, the basis of your involvement is that once you've had the necessary training, you participate in combat. It's important for soldiers to know if they're going to participate in ground combat operations. The United States have declared that they are at war against ISIL. France has done the same. This is a fundamental question for our soldiers. Can the minister tell us if Canada is at war with ISIL, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I fully don't understand the member's question. You know, it is very simple. If it means we're defining fighting against ISIL and defeating them, we are committed to it. We've done it in the past. We will assess the situation, and this is what's needed on the ground right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the economic downturn has hit Alberta workers hard. Despite losing their jobs through no fault of their own, laid-off Albertans are at a disadvantage to other Canadians. They work longer to qualify for EI and then receive fewer benefits. Alberta's Premier Notley and Edmonton's Mayor Iveson are asking this government to address EI. Albertans appreciate the stabilization grant, but they also deserve fair access to worker benefits. Will the government act now, today, to assist Alberta families?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are very aware of the serious situation that has faced those workers in Alberta, Newfoundland, Labrador, Saskatchewan, and different parts of the country. We're working hard to reform EI, which has been neglected and doesn't serve any Canadian, basically. But more importantly, we want to ensure that Albertans and those that have been hit by the commodity crisis are dealt with fairly and honourably as soon as possible. And that's what we're working on at this time.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, my region also needs help. I have workers from car dealerships who are having trouble making ends meet after 3 years of being in a lockout. I have seasonal workers who no longer know how to even survive between seasons. The Liberals strongly condemned EI reforms when they were in opposition. Now that they're in power, we get an endless stream of meaningless answers. Will the minister commit to no longer dipping into the EI fund and finally help our workers in need now? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can say is that, yes, we are interested in hearing from Canadians on the best way to approach changes in EI. We're going from coast to coast to coast, listening to our own House of Commons committee, women, Indigenous people, working Canadians to find a solution that meets our needs as Canadians that are on the job. Thank you for the question.
Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian healthcare system is relied upon by all Canadians for access to universal, high-quality and comprehensive healthcare, helped by collaboration between federal, provincial and territorial jurisdictions. The previous health accord negotiated in 2004 has lapsed. There remain many shared priorities before us, including home care, health innovation, access to prescription drugs and mental health. Can the Minister of Health assure this House that a new health accord will be negotiated with the provinces and territories?
Minister of Health.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his excellent question. We agree to say that the healthcare system needs to be modernized, and in that regard, I've already met with my colleagues from the provinces and territories to put in place a new accord that would allow us to deal with some shared priorities, such as access to home care and mental health care, to better meet the needs of Canadians. I will keep my colleagues informed of developments in the coming weeks.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Putin is playing the long game in Russia's illegal occupation of Ukraine. Putin's trying to convince the world that the crisis in Ukraine is over. No. But as Andrei Parubiy, the deputy first chair of the Ukrainian parliament, reminded MPs here yesterday, Ukrainian soldiers and Ukrainian civilians are still dying every day. Mr. Speaker, sanctions are keeping pressure on the Russian leadership. Why are the Liberals so desperate to normalize relations with Putin?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada stands steadfast with Ukraine. We always have, and we always will, and we will continue our unwavering support for the Ukrainian people. This is well beyond partisanship for all of us. Engaging in dialogue with Russia is not the same as agreeing with Russia. We will speak clearly, bluntly, and directly, and we have been explicit in our condemnation of Russia's unlawful annexation of Crimea. As the government of Ukraine stated last month, we believe Canada will be strong and firm in its pressure on Russia.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I remind my honourable colleague that 10,000 Ukrainians have been killed. 1.5 million Ukrainians are still displaced. While the military aggression, the illegal occupation continues, Putin is now trying to destabilize Ukraine politically with proxy candidates in local elections. Ukraine is asking Canada to maintain sanctions. Is the minister aware just how concerned Ukraine is about Canada's support? Is the government's commitment to Ukraine quietly fading?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Russian interference and invasion of Ukrainian territory is completely unacceptable. The question now is how to communicate this in the most effective and strongest way to Russia. Canada is always interested in constructive engagement with a range of countries. Engagement is not about agreement, it is about holding countries to account. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Amnesty International released a report today which highlights the disastrous human rights situation facing Muslim Tatars in Russian-occupied Crimea. Enforced disappearances, abduction, killing, and torturing of activists, cultural vandalism leave many wondering if the 1944 mass deportations will be repeated. We hear of engagement, dialogue, and reset, but things in Russia and Russian-occupied territories just keep getting worse. So why is this government still cozying up to the Putin regime?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We welcome the Amnesty report. It highlights a significant positive change that this government is taking in the area of human rights. Amnesty praises our leadership in resettling 25,000 refugees and applauds our commitment to launch an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, something the last government refused to do. We've also abandoned the arbitrary process of the last government by committing to seek clemency for all Canadians facing capital punishment. It's no wonder Amnesty International applauds this government.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Month, I urged the Prime Minister to stand up for Canadian families who have been waiting too long to bring adopted children home from the DRC by calling President Kabila and asking for 16 exit visas. No phone call has been made and no progress has been made, despite the fact that this past week the DRC issued exit visas to American and European adopted children. So to the Prime Minister, will you pick up the phone and call President Kabila?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Consular Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Our government is concerns about this file. We are aware about the visas that have been granted to American adoptees. We have a plan to speak with the Foreign Minister of the Congo Republic. Our minister have spoken with him in the past. We will continue to be engaged on this file. We know this file involves many Canadians and they're interested in seeing their adopted children at home, and we're going to make sure that happens very quickly, Mr. Speaker.
I once again remind members to direct their questions to the chair. You don't use the word you around here unless you're talking about me. The honourable member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, Wollaston Lake, a northern Saskatchewan community of 1,800 people, is running out of fuel and food. Mild weather has made the ice road across Wollaston Lake unsafe, so there is no way to get supplies. The Chief and Council of Hatchet Lake First Nation warn they may have to close their school and health center thanks to the shortage. Mr. Speaker, what will this government do to help school children, sick people, elders, and the rest of the community get the supplies they so badly need?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question and for her ongoing vigilance in the files. It is the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of winter roads in being able to get supplies to these remote communities, and we know that reliable network is essential. Because of climate change and because of this short season, we are really in trouble in terms of this kind of access that's no longer there. We are monitoring this, and we're going to find out how and work with the communities to find out how we can get their vital equipment there as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiewatanook-Askew.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Manitobans and people in Northern Saskatchewan need action now from the federal government. And thanks to an unusually mild winter as a result of climate change, ice roads to all isolated communities in Northern Manitoba open late, and some aren't even open at all. It is increasingly impossible for communities to get all the vital supplies they need, like housing, materials, food, and fuel. In Manitoba, the Prime Minister campaigned on partnering to support the East Side Road, which would provide a long-term solution. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise and work with isolated First Nations so that they can meet their needs this winter?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her question as well. It demonstrates really how widespread this problem is from Saskatchewan to Manitoba to Northern Ontario. The short season because of the mild winter is really crippling communities because they can't get essential supplies in there, and we are going to work together to do that, but then we know we need long-term solutions.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Immigration Minister told Canadians that less than half of the Syrian refugees are now in homes. In December, he told the House that we should look to the private sector for solutions for the Liberals' lack of planning to meet their election quotas. For us, Mr. Speaker, these are people, not numbers or photo ops. When will the minister come clean and admit the Liberals didn't have a plan in December and they don't have a plan now? How long will he continue to treat refugees as numbers rather than people?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the member should check his facts. Yesterday I said more than half had been gone to permanent housing, not less than half. So I think he should get his facts right. And it's a bit much saying from the Conservative side that Liberals do not treat refugees as people. I am the Minister of Immigration and Refugees, thanks to our Prime Minister's concern, and we are committed to bring 25,000 people who are refugees to live and thrive in this country by the end of the month.
The Richmond-Arthabaska.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention that I have faith in the various security organizations responsible for the Syrian files. It's been explained to me several times that if there is any doubt whatsoever regarding Canadian security, the file is immediately withdrawn. But to this day, no one can tell me how many cases have been rejected for national security reasons. Can the Minister of Public Safety give me a figure? Can he tell me if it was 1, 5, 10, or 200, or even more? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
The system that is in place to protect security in relation to the Syrian refugee project has been designed by the Department of Immigration and Refugees with the expert advice of the CBSA, the RCMP, and CSIS. They have done their job exceptionally well, and at the end of the project, when we have all of the information about how successful it has been, we'll be happy to share that with the House.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the security of Canadians should be the #1 priority for any government. Now, we all know as well that the Liberals have been putting Canadians at risk by fast-tracking refugees into the country in order to meet their election quota. So I have a simple question for the minister, Mr. Speaker. Of the total number of refugees accepted, what percentage were given extra security screening?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the system we have put in place was designed with the best expertise in Canada, and I'm very pleased to say that the Commissioner of the RCMP, the Director of CSIS, and the President of the CBSA have all said, on their own volition, that they believe that this system is thorough and satisfactory, and it's accomplishing the Canadian objective to get this humanitarian project done and to get it done properly and safely, and that is in fact the case.
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Mr. Speaker, having 23 years of experience with the Kodiak Regional Service of the RCMP, I have always been proud to work with my colleagues in a respectful atmosphere. All employees of the RCMP deserve to work in a healthy workplace free of harassment. What is the minister doing to ensure that there is a respectful workplace that is healthy and free of harassment for all police officers as well as civilian employees within the RCMP? The Honourable Minister.
A clear mandate to ensure that the RCMP is indeed a healthy workplace. Sexual harassment is never acceptable. On February the 4th, I asked the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission to undertake a comprehensive review of RCMP policies and procedures to evaluate the implementation of recommendations against harassment which were made by that commission in 2013. Instances of harassment must be met with comprehensive, transparent investigations, strong discipline, support for victims, and action to ensure a safe and respectful environment going forward.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is quite shameful. Earlier this week, we learned that the Employment Minister doesn't believe that private members' bills are an important piece of legislation. In the last Parliament, many private members' bills were brought forward on important issues on both sides of the floor. On this side of the House, I'm proud to say that we encourage our members to bring forward important issues from their constituents and bring forward private members' bills on issues important to all Canadians. The Employment Minister is muzzling union members by taking away their democratic right to a secret ballot. Why is the Liberal government muzzling their own members by discrediting private members' bills?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want to clarify that Bill C-4 is here to reset a stage which is fair and balanced. Each individual collective bargaining unit can decide on their own system that they choose to use, whether it is the card system or the voting system. The point of C-4 is to bring fairness and balance, something that was missing because of the other side.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, 6 months ago, my constituent, Alison Auser, experienced one of the worst nightmares a parent can ever face. Her 4 children, were taken by her ex-husband. Alison has reason to believe her children are now in Kurdistan, in northern Iraq. Today, she is here in Ottawa, urging the government to do everything it can to help bring her children safely home. Can the minister please inform the House and Alison what actions the government is taking to ensure the safe and immediate return of her children?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Consular Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question and for his tireless work on this important file. Our government remains committed and deeply concerned about the safety and the well-being of the Auser children. We have been in constant and regular contact with Ms. Auser. In fact, I met with her yesterday and I spoke to her again today before question period. I want to assure the House that our officials are working closely with government authorities here and abroad, and including law enforcement agencies. And I want to take a moment to recognize Ms. Auser's strength and commitment. I want to assure her and this House that we are very committed to the return of her children safely at home.
Honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St. Catharines is home to the Port Dalhousie Piers, which served as the terminus for the first Welland Canal, on which St. Catharines' very existence was at one time reliant. Under the previous government, this important landmark and popular tourist destination was abruptly closed due to safety concerns. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Ocean please update the House on the Port Dalhousie Pier review and his department's work with the City of St. Catharines to revitalise and maintain the piers for future generations to enjoy?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from St. Catharines for his fine question. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure the member and the people in his riding that the department understands the significance of these piers to the community and that they are an important local tourist attraction. Access to the piers has been restricted in order to protect public safety. We have recently received follow-up engineering reports and will work with the city on assessing short and long-term repair options. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal chair of the Heritage Committee was awfully concerned that nobody was regulating the content of the Internet. As we speak, there's just a whole lot of Internet going on out there with the emails and the Google and the kids twittering. Now, she's worried that, and I quote, anyone can publish anything. You know, when Al Gore invented the Internet, he did it in a way that protected free speech. We know that the Prime Minister has great admiration for dictatorships like China. Is this government going to take a page from the original Red Book and start stifling free speech?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question.
Go ahead.
We understand the importance of technological changes and the culture that is in line with these technological changes, and that is why our government is committed to really look into the opportunity of...
Order. Let's settle down, folks. We want to hear the answer to that question. The Honourable Minister of... I know members are anxious to hear the answer. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage has the floor. Will have order.
Clearly, Mr. Speaker, there's no issue with free speech in this House. Thank you. And Thank you. So, we will launch public consultation on the digital shift in order to really seize the opportunity, but not only that, to really understand the impact the Internet may have on users and creators in general. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so unfortunate that we have to protest to ask a law and order government to respect the law. It's ridiculous. We are in the process of losing exactly the kinds of jobs we need in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, these exactly are the words, these are the precise words, rather, that our current Prime Minister said at the sides of Avios workers in 2012. I couldn't have said it better myself. The law is clear and guarantees jobs in Quebec, at home, in Canada. The two decisions against Air Canada are clear, and it's just as clear that Air Canada is not complying with either.
And I have Ministre des Transports.
Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am, of course, very pleased to hear that Air Canada will be investing in Bombardier C-Series jets. It's good news. And they will support the setting up establishment of a Centre of Excellence for the next 20 years. That's also good news. And I'd want to say that when I answered the member's question from Carleton Eagle Creek earlier, I heard the member from the Beauce say that no one wants to buy C-Series jets. I'd like him to explain himself on that.
This brings a question period to an end. Tabling of a point of order. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and yesterday the House refused its consent to table the November fiscal monitor, which showed that Conservatives left the Liberals with a surplus. Of course, the December fiscal monitor showed that we left them with an even bigger surplus than the November one.
Well,
Can I
let's
say?
It sounded like debate there for a while, but the member did ask for unanimous consent to table the December document. Is there unanimous consent? No, there is not. Order. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on air transport done at Port of Spain on June 29, 2015, and Agreement for the Promotion and Reciprocal Protection of Investments between Canada and the Republic of Guinea done at Conakry on May 27, 2015. An explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Members' bills. Mr. Hussain, seconded by Minister Ananda Sangari, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Community Benefit. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today with the support of the member from Scarborough Rouge Park to introduce my first private member's bill on community benefit agreements, CBAs, and federal spending on infrastructure. CBAs are a new approach to development and growth in neighbourhoods all across Canada. CBAs create community wealth, quality jobs, training, responsible growth, and a healthier environment. CBAs empower communities to make development work for them. CBAs are about fairness and broad community participation in the development process, resulting in everyone getting a slice of the development pie. My riding of York South Weston, Mr. Speaker, has a section of the Eglinton Crosstown LRT project, a project that has embraced a community benefits approach and is a great example of a community that would benefit from CBAs being a component of federal spending on infrastructure projects. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fang, seconded by Mr. Ananda Sangari, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Fisheries Act, Closed Containment Aquaculture. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce a bill seconded by my good friend, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, which strengthens the Fisheries Act by requiring British Columbia fish farms to move from harmful open net pens to safe closed containment systems. My bill directs the Fisheries and Oceans Minister to develop, table, and implement a transition plan to move to closed containment while ensuring protection for those who are currently working in the industry. The science is clear. BC's wild salmon is in a vulnerable state. Transitioning to closed containment will help protect our wild salmon from sea lice, pollutants, and other harmful substances that come from open net farms. Canada has the potential to be leaders in closed containment technology. This important piece of legislation is a step toward ensuring our wild salmon will remain healthy for generations to come. I hope all members of the House will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Donnelly, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Leipert, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, life sentences. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the Act today. This particular bill will ensure that judges and juries have the option in sentencing to ensure that those who are convicted of heinous crimes will not walk the streets of our country again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Leipert, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Firearm Definition of Variant. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me today to be able to table this important legislation in the House for first reading. The term variant, Mr. Speaker, is used 99 times in the regulations, Firearms Act, that are used to classify firearms, but it is not actually defined anywhere in legislation. This vagueness has resulted in a number of inconsistent and confusing classifications over the years that were based on an interpretation of what variant was meant to mean. This legislation will provide a definition for variant to ensure that we have a very clear, consistent, and fair firearms classification system. It's not a controversial bill, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to working with all my colleagues in the House on both sides, including the government, on this very important legislation. Thank you very much.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen sounds, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Brasseau.
Ms. Brasseau, seconded by Mr. Rankin, asks the leave of this House to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish National Food Waste Awareness Day and to provide for the development of a national strategy to reduce food waste in Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud to table this bill today with the support of my colleague and my friend from Victoria. This is a very important bill. I'm not sure if you're aware, but in Canada we waste a lot of food and we're a very rich country. There's a report that came out in 2014 that says that we lose about $31 billion in food every year in Canada. In a context where food insecurity is on the rise and food prices are going up, I think that it's very important that Canada take a leadership role on this file. So this bill calls for a national strategy. It asks that the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food work with his provincial and territorial counterparts and calls for the creation of, on October 16th, a National Awareness Day for food waste. And so I hope that I will get the support of all my colleagues in this place and that we will work to ensure that we make progress and eliminate food waste in Canada. Thank you.
Madame Brasseau.
Ms. Brasseau, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Premier of Saskatchewan made disrespectful comments about Quebec, called Quebec bashing, and that's why I'm seeking consent to table the following motion, that this House regrets the disrespectful comments made by the Premier of Saskatchewan about Quebec. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to table the motion? There's no unanimous consent.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
Hear from some 50 of my constituents who are calling upon the House of Commons to undertake public consultations to amend the Canada Elections Act in respect of electoral reform.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to rise in the House to present 3 petitions. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, the first, and perhaps appropriately on Pink Shirt Day for anti-bullying, but in extreme form, these petitioners call on this House to help stop torture, and particularly calling on Canada to ratify the optional protocol on to the Convention Against Torture. It's been ratified by many countries, Germany, the United Kingdom, Norway, Denmark. Canada has yet to ratify. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, from constituents in my own riding calls on this Parliament to work towards a national pharmacare plan to reduce drug costs through bulk buying of pharmaceuticals and to reduce the costs through evidence-based research to ensure that drugs are also effective. The third, Mr. Speaker, is also from constituents of my riding as well as the Edmonton area calling for the labeling of genetically modified foods.
Presenting petitions. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Notice of motions for production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the productions of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government business. Resuming debate on motion number 2, standing in the name of the Prime Minister, Canada's contribution to the effort to combat ISIL.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, as always, it's a great honour to stand in this House and represent the people of Timmins, James Bay, and I never take this honour lightly in the task that they have given me to do. I also say, Mr. Speaker, there is no role that we as parliamentarians can take that is more important than the decisions that have to be made in putting men and women of our armed forces into harm's way in a foreign theatre. Mr. Speaker, since I've been here, I've been through many of these debates and many of these motions. And over my time here, I've been fed a heavy diet of jingoism and rah-rah and two-dimensional claims that, if you look back in the light of day, did not stand up. And whenever we have these debates, we need to think about what it is that we're being called upon to do. I would like to say that what concerns me here is that we have, once again, a reactive policy about a region that is the most explosive in the world. This has been the unfortunate response over the last dozen or so years of not having a proactive, clear direction, and it has put our soldiers in harm's way, and it's added to the destabilization of an already crisis-ridden region. Nobody, Mr. Speaker, is arguing against the monstrosity of the group called ISIL. We don't need to compare the torture porn stories of what that awful group has done. What we need to do is say, what is the best way that we as a nation, with a proud military history, but also a proud nation-building legacy, can do in this fight. What really disturbs me about the present Liberal government is that they're not being truthful to Canadians. When they talk about pulling the planes out, but now the fight's going to be, as the Minister said today in the House, the fight will be won on the ground. The targets will be found on the ground. This is an expansion of a combat mission. And it is important, if you are going to have a combat mission, to say it is a combat mission. That's the first part of being honest with Canadian people. And once you've identified what that mission is, then you can start to talk about the parameters of the mission and the goals of the mission. But to be completely vague and misrepresent what our soldiers will be doing on the ground is to do a disservice to this House, and it will lead to long-term consequences. You know, Mr. Speaker, I remember back in 2006 when we had the first debates on the mission into Kandahar. And what drove the Paul Martin government at that time was the pressure from the United States for having made the wise decision not to go into Desert Storm that was widely supported by the Conservative caucus, the Alliance Party, and their wild acclaim about how we had to go save civilization by getting ourselves involved in this illegal war in Iraq. We commend the previous government for not going in there, because it was that wrong-headed invasion that created so much of the instability and horrific death levels, and created the grounds that we see for groups like ISIS today. But as a result of having offended the Bush administration at the time, the previous Liberal government was under pressure to show that we could be good allies, and that was the sense. And we heard that, you know, to be playing with the big boys, we had to do our part. And so we voted in this House to send our soldiers into Kandahar without a clear understanding of what was on the ground in Kandahar. And our soldiers went in to the toughest parts of that firefight. And we, in this House, again, had all kinds of language that this was nation building, but we didn't even know what was happening on the ground. We had no forward-looking vision, and the New Democratic Party at the time said, what are the targets in terms of the goals to show that we've actually succeeded here? And we asked another important question at the time: who are our allies on the ground? Where are our allies? Because we went into Kandahar alone. And at that time, I remember being fed lines like, oh, it's about putting boots on the ground, you know, and they threw the Neville Chamberlain thing around. Oh, the NDP, they're being like the 21st century Neville Chamberlain. And what the job of Parliament should have been is to say, yes, where were our allies going into Kandahar? So we now see today Major General David Fraser, who commanded the military's alliance into mission in 2006, has said that the West made a serious mistake in going in to fight the Taliban. I was actually very surprised at his statements, and he said we didn't learn the wrong-headed lessons of Iraq. So this was the general charge by Canada to go in there. And this is not to denigrate in any way our efforts to fight what was a brutal and awful regime, or the incredible work that our men and women did under really difficult conditions and made us all very proud. But this Parliament failed those soldiers because we didn't have a sense of the clear objectives. So to have Major General tell us today, well, we didn't do what we were supposed to have done, and now we have more instability. I fast forward, Mr. Speaker, to Libya and the vote we had in the House on the bombing mission in Libya. And at the time we were going to stand as a House united because there was such deep concern about what was happening on the ground in Libya in terms of potential killing and atrocities by the Gaddafi regime. But nobody in the West had any real clue what was really happening on the ground in Libya. So we thought, well, we'll bomb them. And then suddenly things will be okay. And then we turned our attention away. The mission was over, mission accomplished. And now we have a completely destabilized situation in Libya, which is very close to the southern belly of our European allies. We completely failed. You cannot go and bomb another country without a plan on the ground. What is it going to look like in the long term? And this is where I plead with my Liberal colleagues for the incredible vision that was set forward in the 20th century with Mike Pearson, that Canada was going to play a role, that we were going to be the nation builder. We weren't just going to be the little brother went along with the gang. That Canada established a reputation that was very, very unique at the time. And unfortunately, I feel we've been failing in this mission because it's like we've developed this attention deficit disorder on international affairs. An issue will come up for a little bit. We think we've dealt with it. We'll bomb them. We'll send in the planes, and then we'll move on. And so now we have an extremely destabilized situation in Libya. And so then when the ISIS onslaught happened in Mosul and the horrific slaughter started, we went there. We sent members from each party to go to Iraq, in northern Iraq, to find out what role Canada should play. And at that time, the allies on the ground in Iraq said they didn't need Canada in a bombing mission. They needed Canada to help with the humanitarian crisis they were dealing with. That was what they asked for. But we went in and started the bombing mission in Iraq without any clear idea, again, who our allies were on the ground. And then we extended it to Syria, where we have even less knowledge. And so the present Prime Minister said, no, we're going to pull the planes. And I think that was a wise move. But now we're going to be expanding the mission in Iraq. And, you know, in the last Parliament when we were debating this, I asked my honourable colleagues in the Conservative government at the time, what's the plan? Simple question. What's the plan? What are our objectives and who are our allies on the ground? And they shouted to me and they said, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to kill bad guys. That's not a foreign policy. There's no shortage of bad guys over there. My question is, who are the good guys? So let's look at our allies. We could say, well, we have Saudi Arabia. Those are our allies. Saudi Arabia, which has completely destabilized the region in terms of creating the conflict of this Sunni-Shia proxy war in Yemen, in northern Iraq. Canada is sending billions of dollars in military aid to Saudi Arabia that's already being used on the ground. Our weapons are being used in the Yemeni war on both sides. The Saudis, who their human rights record is horrific and have also caused untold economic damage to Canada, but trying to beat us in this oil war they've declared. But those are our allies on the ground. So now we're getting ourselves into a Sunni-Shia conflict in Iraq, where we have no clue of what the outcome is at. Now let's look at our friends the Kurds and Turkey. Turkey is a NATO ally. I refer you to The Guardian, November 18, 2015, that talked about the key groups on the ground who can fight ISIS, the PPK, the Kurdish Democratic Union. They're the ones who can take ISIS out. But it says, quote, in the wake of the murderous attacks in Paris, we can expect Western heads of state to do what they've always done, declare total and unremitting war on those who brought it about, but they actually don't mean it. They've had the means to uproot and destroy Islamic State within their hands for a year now. They're simply refusing to make use of it. In fact, as the world watched leaders making statements of implacable resolve at the G20 summit, these same leaders are hobnobbing with Turkey's President Recep Erdogan, a man whose tacit political, economic, and even military support has contributed to ISIS's ability to perpetuate the atrocities in Paris, not to mention an endless stream of atrocities in the Middle East. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve better than the mishmash of excuses we're getting from this government. We're sending our men and women to war. We have to do better, and we owe it to them. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my friend from Timmins, James Bay, for his contribution to the debate. And I take to heart much of what he said. In particular, in my address in this place a few days ago, I raised many of the same issues that my friend from Timmins, James Bay, raised. In particular, I raised concerns with respect to a post-conflict scenario or post-conflict era in which, for example, bombing in Libya has now led to a profoundly difficult situation on the ground. But I want to ask my friend, does he believe that we should go back to a Pearsonian view, to one in which we have that type of mission that took place when it was brought forth by this side of the House, by the government at the time, by Mike Pearson, back in the 50s and 60s? Or are we in a different era? And does he support, for example, some of the other initiatives that the government has brought in this motion, which talk about investment in diplomatic initiatives in the region and investing in humanitarian aid and other initiatives that can provide the basis for a more stable region in the long run?
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that excellent question. And I think the issue of how do we make the Mike Pearson vision in the 21st century is what we really need to be looking at. Part of that is having a long-term vision. And it's simply, you cannot do it by misrepresenting an extension of a combat mission. That's why we're there first and foremost. We are there as part, not under a UN mandate. That's first off. If we were under a UN mandate, there's a huge role Canada can play. There's a huge role. But given our recent track record and our lack of ability to actually look beyond the short-term goals, we are leaving ourselves in a situation for long-term war without having the credibility that we're going to be going in there afterwards as the nation builder. Nobody's going to believe it. So I'd ask my honourable colleague, this is a good discussion, but we need to be honest about the parameters of how we're engaging there.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. He has highlighted, and of course we all agree, that it's a complex region. Really, there's a lot of complexity in terms of different interests and factions. But I wonder what he thinks about the idea of collective security in particular. Now, Canada has been attacked by Daesh. Our ally France has been attacked in a significant way by Daesh, and I would argue that we have an obligation to respond because of our collective security commitments. Yes, it's complicated. Yes, we have to do our best to think about where we go from here, but the reality is that we have been attacked, and it is appropriate that we respond and support our allies as well. What are his thoughts on the principle of collective security?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
For his excellent question. The issue of collective security and our role on the international stage is a fundamental question for Parliament. I would take exception to say that ISIS came to our shores, as the former Prime Minister claimed, and attacked us. I was here when that gunman came. That was a man suffering from severe mental illness who tried to get himself arrested in a McDonald's with a stick. And to claim that this was a foreign force that landed on our shores and attacked our nation, I think diminishes the tragedy of what happened and the loss of such a powerful young man as Corporal Cirillo. And it also means that we can't just jump every time someone with a gun stands up and is crazy. That's not collective security. That's using these tragedies as an excuse to further other aims. And I believe that Canada as a nation is bigger than that, and we will only be bigger than that if we do not give in to that kind of misrepresentation.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. A brief question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke a bit about the history of our country in this matter, and I'm wondering if he thinks, like I do, that a mission without a definite end is problematic, and if this is one of the errors we've committed in the past. Is it one that we are committing here again because there isn't a defined end? A brief answer from the member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I was raised by my grandmother. She never got over the horrors of what happened in her neighborhood when every young man on her street were killed. And she said to me all growing up, she says, Charlie, never fall for politicians who send young boys to be killed. That's the issue here. We have to be honest with Canadians. We're sending them into a combat mission. We can't say anything else because we are sending young men and women into harm's way. And I hear my grandmother's voice every time I hear the jingoism that sometimes runs around this house. We have a responsibility to be truthful. We have a responsibility to have a long-term plan. And we have a responsibility to come to Parliament with a clear plan of getting in and getting out and building a long-term sense of stability and peace in that region. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to open by expressing my gratitude and the gratitude of the constituents of the Canadian Armed Forces personnel who have served and continue to serve for the cause of peace and humanity in Operation Impact. We must never forget our men and women in uniform, our fellow Canadians who stand at the ready to go to the heart of danger to confront the threats for our nation. We must never forget the families of the Canadian Forces personnel who endure the separation and the stress of having loved ones deployed to confront danger on behalf of all Canadians. Madam Speaker, as this government undertakes its so-called refocus of Canada's contribution to the Middle East Stabilization Force Coalition, I find myself amongst many Canadians questioning the logic of the refocus. We have all seen the brutal and barbaric atrocities that follows the ISIS anywhere they go. Their beliefs and ideologies are a scourge in the regions where they exist and proliferate. ISIS wields an ideology that must be confronted like an infectious, lethal disease. ISIS, as such, cannot be remedied by partial measures and half-steps. ISIS cannot be allowed to evolve and gain the ability to adapt and become more resistant to the current methods we have of treatment. ISIS has declared war on Canada and our allies and has proliferated beyond the region of its birth, killing innocent civilians in terror attacks in areas previously thought immune, much like a mutating disease that spreads and kills those that do not expect it. Despite these self-evident realities, Madam Speaker, this government is not willing to stand with our allies and provide one of the strongest remedies that we have to fight the spread of this blight. We know our jets made a significant contributions to the battle so far and could continue to make a difference in containing the spread of infectious ISIS. When we look back to the incident in this past December, when Canadian personnel on the ground came under fire, what might have been the result had our CF-18s not been in the region and been able to perform the precision airstrikes to destroy the attackers? If the government had pulled our fighter bombers from the fray with one hand, now they've deployed an exponential number of boots on the ground with the other. Can the government explain the logic in expanding Canada's presence on the ground while eliminating our air support at the same step? What assurance do our personnel have that the elimination of air support will not affect the security on the ground? Madam Speaker, I failed to mention when I first stood that I would like to share my time with a member from Regina Qu'Appelle. So even as the government's own members have stated that defeating ISIS will require multiple tools and methods of attack, when you have the proper tools to wage a battle, why would you leave the most effective tool stored in the toolbox and look at others to achieve their success without it? Why not use all of the tools, Madam Speaker? This includes the CF-18s, along with the ground training and humanitarian support, where Canada is already one of the leading donors, as approved by this House in 2014. Is it because this government has come up short on dollars? Is it because they see our economy struggling under their management? Or is it simply because this government does not support our Air Force and our pilots? I listened just the other day to a radio interview with the mayor from Cold Lake, Alberta, where our military pilots are trained for missions such as this fight against ISIS. I could hear the pent-up feelings in the mayor's responses. He stated that our Canadian pilots are always happy to return home to their families, especially after a mission, and their whole community supports their mission and the reason they are there. He stated how the pilots are proud of their contribution and how that pride spreads throughout the entire community and their families. They have trained for years to fly these types of missions, and now they are being told they're not needed. If this government is not willing to have our pilots fight an enemy when this fight is there, and when can we expect them to fight? What incentive is there for new pilots to enlist and train if they know they will be held back from doing the job they're training for? We as Canadians train some of the best pilots in the world, and now they are sitting on the sidelines when they are needed the most. Our CF-18s flew 251 airstrikes, 246 in Iraq and 5 in Syria, successfully delivering over 600 munitions and a significant contribution, and one we should continue. It is our role and duty as parliamentarians to provide the men and women of our Canadian forces with the best tools available to protect our personnel and our mission allies. Pulling our F-18s out of this mission is an abandonment of this duty, something that I as a parliamentarian will not support. Last week, a member of this House stated here that ISIS stands against everything that we value as Canadians and poses a direct threat to our people and our friends. The member who stated this was none other than our Prime Minister. The Prime Minister went on to state that ISIS threatens peace and democracy with terror and barbarism. The images are horrific, the stories appalling, and the victims are many. This is a statement that I agree with, but the question that begs to be asked is why would you remove our fighter bombers from the fight against such an enemy? If the Prime Minister truly believes that ISIS stands against everything that we value as Canadians and poses a direct threat to our people and our friends, then why would he order the removal of the most lethal contribution we have against the fight?
Yes, exactly.
The statements of the Prime Minister and his actions do not add up, and Canadians know this. I have received messages from constituents, phone calls, emails, people stopping me on the street and asking about their safety. These people are concerned because they have seen how lethal and radical ideology of ISIS has inspired violence beyond Syria and Iraq. These Canadians are concerned for their safety here in Canada, far and away from the source of the danger, but still concerned. Unless we step up and not step back and eliminate the risk to our safety at its source, then we all take the responsibility for allowing the spread of this ISIS just like a mutant disease. If this government is truly interested in what Canadians think about ISIS, then they should be taking every action possible to eliminate the root causes and the madness and violence that has ravaged Syria and Iraq and has spread its shadow now across the Middle East, North Africa, Europe, and more. ISIS must be defeated, and the Canadian Forces personnel deployed on this mission deserve every tool they need to strike ISIS and defend themselves as needed. If this government is sincere about helping the people of Syria and Iraq who have suffered the most under ISIS, then the government must look beyond the symptoms of the disease and act decisively and eliminate that disease. Does this government really believe that Canada's contribution to the fight against ISIS will be more effective without our fighter bombers? Perhaps the Prime Minister and his government believe that the 267 ISIS fighting positions bombed by our jets were of no consequence. Perhaps the Prime Minister and his government believe that the 102 ISIS vehicles and equipment pieces bombed by our jets were of no consequence. Perhaps the Minister and his government believe that the 30 ISIS improvised explosive device factories and ISIS storage facilities bombed by our jets were of no consequence. Madam Speaker, the matter of the fact is that our fighter bombers were effective tools in this fight against ISIS. There seems to be consensus in this House regarding the barbaric nature of ISIS and necessity to fight it. Madam Speaker, I sincerely hope that this government will reverse its campaign promise to withdraw our fighter bombers and redeploy them in the fight against ISIS to protect our men and women on the ground. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, and I think that for some time there's been a fixation on the CF-18s. I'd like to ask him if there's only a single solution. The answer to that is no. On the 19th of October, Canadians clearly stated their choice. And more recently in the papers, we've seen in the polls that more than 50% of Canada's population agrees with the current government's positions. And I'd like to inform my colleague that I have Syrian origins. I was born in Aleppo, a city that has been razed. What does he think of the collateral damage of bombing campaigns, whether it's friendly fire, as it were, or maybe we didn't contribute to that, but what do you think of collateral damage?
Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member up across the way for his questions. Our fighter bombers in Iraq and Syria have been very precise with their strikes. There has been no collateral damage caused by our fighters and their bombs, and they are well trained. We can be proud of the missions they have served. They have done well, and we would like to see that continue. Yeah.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed listening to the speech from my colleague. And the question I have for him is quite simple. The concerns that have been raised around the group of thugs, that is ISIL, a group of brutal thugs, is that it is money and arms and foreign fighters that is actually fueling their ability to continue to conduct what is a very series of murderous acts in the areas where they have managed to make some progress. Now, the government announced and brought forward a motion to us. They seem to be expanding the mission, which I think the Conservatives would agree with. But what they have not chosen to do is do anything to crack down on the flow of money to ISIS, which is a major issue, crack down on the flow of arms that go into to those areas, and put in place the de-radicalization programs that have worked in other countries that actually cut off the supply of foreign fighters. So I'm wondering how my colleague reacts to the fact that the Liberal government has not taken action in the three areas that would actually make a difference and seems to be stepping down from their campaign commitments to scale back the mission and to put the emphasis on cutting off the funds, cutting off arms, and cutting off foreign fighters.
The honourable member from North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. we have the mission to this point had been effective in cutting off the flow of money to the ISIS fighters. We all know that they were selling their oil or stolen oil on the black market. Our fighters and the coalition fighters were very effective in taking out those oil trucks, those supply depots that were supplying that oil that was funding this process. And we are supportive of increasing the effort against ISIS, but we are simply opposed to them withdrawing the F-18s as the most effective, one of the most effective parts of that fight.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridge, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too served in Cold Lake, and my husband was a CF-18 pilot. And I would like to say that he, like all pilots of the Canadian Forces, are well trained and very proud of the job that they do. They are, in fact, helping the war, and they have done something that they wanted to serve to do. And so I feel that I would like to ask the honourable member opposite, is the job that people who are not fighter pilots somehow less valuable than those who are fighter pilots? We need to understand that the men and women who are going to go and do this change in mission are no less valuable than the fighter pilots. And I would like to put that to the honourable member.
A very brief answer from the minister, from the member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like that promotion eventually. No, I'd like to respond to the member's question that, no, certainly every last member of our coalition forces is of high value. It's like a team. When you take a team into a championship game, you don't leave your best players locked out of the locker room. You make sure that they're involved in the game. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Regina Capel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity to address this issue in the House. And before I start my main remarks, I just wanted to pick up on something that my NDP counterpart talked about with the importance of cutting off the funds for ISIS. And I certainly do agree with him that that's a big part of the fight against ISIS. I think one of the best ways of doing that is taking Canada out of the market for Middle Eastern oil. And if we had a pipeline that ran from Western Canada to Eastern Canada, we wouldn't have to be going on the market for oil from that region. So I hope we'll see him support the various pipeline projects that are being proposed to do just that, to make it easier to isolate any oil that could be coming from ISIS-controlled areas, because we'd just be having oil from Alberta and Saskatchewan, clean, ethical oil, exploited in an environmentally sensitive way. Now, back to the main motion, I understand that there are a lot of complex issues in the Middle East. There are many, many different conflicts over vast periods of time, and it's difficult for us in the West, in the safety of our secure and established democracies where we live under the benefit of the rule of law and an independent judiciary and all the benefits that we have. It's difficult sometimes to understand all the issues that are going on over there, and sometimes some of us, various political stripes at various times, make pronouncements or decisions about what the West should do or what NATO should do and how we should fight the various things. Sometimes that works well, and sometimes there have been problems and extra problems created because of various interventions in the Middle East. But on this issue, there is no one on our side in the West and among our NATO allies that disagree. This is easy to understand. It's easy to build consensus on this issue that ISIS must be stopped, that ISIS poses a very real threat, not only to the region, but around the world as they export their terrorist activities. And what is that threat, Madam Speaker? It's not just some other types of conflicts where there's a civil war because someone wants a regime change, because one faction wants to control a state or a government, or one ethnic group wants to liberate themselves from a country where a different ethnic group is more dominant. This is a genocidal organization. These are people that subscribe to a radical form of jihadi Islam, that are not satisfied with having a different kind of system. They're not satisfied with exerting control or gathering riches. They will not be satisfied until any anyone or anything that does not fit in with their radical worldview is not just conquered, but actually killed. And that's what we're dealing with. So we look at what Canada's role is in this fight. Canada has such a proud tradition of doing our part. In fact, often doing more than our fair share, punching above our weight. When we look at the brave men and women who sacrifice themselves against other kinds of genocidal evils throughout Canadian history, Canada's there. Canada's there, eager and willing. We joined the fight against the Nazi forces and fascism before even our American neighbors. We were right there from the beginning because we recognize that every country around the world that believes in these fundamental ideals of democracy and the rule of law and human rights has an important obligation to take part in it. And what we've heard from the Liberal government is that Canada can't be effective, that our Air Force is too small, the number of airstrikes are so minimal, it's only, I've heard numbers thrown around that because it's only 3% of the airstrike mission, what's the point? What's the point of continuing on if our contribution is so small? But NATO is made up of many, many different sizes of country, and many of those countries have similar sized air forces or are making similar contributions. What if all of them backed out and withdrew from the fight the same way that the Liberals are doing here? Then our 3% plus a few other 3% and 4% and 5% would all be withdrawn. And what is the end result of that? The end result of that is we once again have to turn to our neighbors and say, you pick up the fight. You pick up the slack. We'd like to have a say in what goes on there, and we like Canada to be a presence on the world, and we like you to listen to us when it comes to various issues at the UN or in other forums, but we're not willing to do the heavy lifting. And they're withdrawing from the combat role. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, they are withdrawing from the combat role. In question period today, we saw the Prime Minister, he almost said combat. It kind of half came out of his mouth, and he quickly stopped himself and just went back to training mission. But I think that's telling, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister doesn't even want to say the word combat. I don't think I've heard any one of my Liberal counterparts. In fact, I invite them to stand up during questions and comments and say, is Canada still part of the combat mission against ISIS? Are we still trying to fight terrorism? Are we still trying to kill terrorists before they kill innocent human beings? I'd like them also, if they could, Madam Speaker, to name one ally who asked us to withdraw our CF-18s. We've heard from various ministers and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Defense say that, no, this is all good. You know, we're optimizing our contribution, and many different coalition partners do different types of the job, and we all contribute in different ways. And I can buy that for sure. You know, when you've got many different people contributing what they're good at or what tools they might have, for sure it makes sense that that where one could do something better than another, that country does that. But on the airstrikes, our country is proud of our tradition in the Air Force. We have the best pilots flying excellent equipment, actually making a difference, actually destroying targets, actually destroying military-type installations that have been used and would have been used again to persecute innocent religious minorities, innocent men and women, and our pilots helped the fight against those terrible terrorist entities and can look back at the contribution they made and say, we saved lives. Our men and women in the Air Force absolutely saved lives. There are innocent human beings, Yazidis, Christians, different types of Muslim minorities who are alive today because of the contributions of the RCAF. And that's something I think all members can agree that we should be proud of. So I asked them, can they name one ally, one coalition partner who said, geez, Canada, your CF-18s are really getting in the way. You know, you're really kind of messing things up here. We'd have a much more optimal mission if you would just withdraw your CF-18s. The fight against ISIS, Madam Speaker, would be so much better if you would just stop bombing the terrorists. Please take your jets home, and our mission against ISIS would be much more optimal, would be much more effective. I don't think they can, Madam Speaker, because not a single ally would say that because it's ridiculous. In fact, the actual men and women in the militaries around the world that are fighting the fight against ISIS, of course, say something different than their political masters. The Prime Minister is very proud. You know, he can trot out a quote from President Obama or secretaries of state, and those quotes say nice things about Canada. Well, of course, Madam Speaker, we know that in international diplomacy, the position holders, the title holders, rarely say anything that would condemn an ally. We know there's a whole bunch of diplomatic things going on, but it's very telling when the actual generals on the ground or the generals involved in the fight tell a different story. And that's what we have from Lieutenant General Charles Brown, who said, quote, "It was kind of sad to see Canada pull the CF-18s out, and that he hoped that Canada would have a change of heart." And that's very telling, that the types of people who are actually on the ground, who actually know what the mission is about and the logistics of it all, not the politicians that have to make the 30,000-foot level decision, but the actual people who know what kind of hardware we need, what types of contributions we need from our allies. When they say that it's sad that Canada is pulling out the CF-18s, that's very telling. That's the real story here. And I am sure that our American neighbors, the pilots in the American Air Force, and the British Air Force, the French Air Force, I'm sure they miss us. I'm sure they wish they had our 6 CF-18s and that we could be part of the rotation. And I think it's ridiculous to suggest that somehow the mission against ISIS is better because there are 6 fewer jets doing bombing runs in the area. I want to talk about one other thing, Madam Speaker, before my time expires. And I remember the debate when the previous government, when the Conservative government consulted Parliament on the mission against ISIS. And I remember during question period, there would be Liberals who were warning that on-the-ground personnel, training troops painting targets, all the things that the Liberals are now saying our troops will be doing, that was the equivalent of a ground combat role. And they were criticizing the fact that the previous government had anybody on the ground doing any kind of training, doing any kind of painting. And now we're being told that not only is that better than the airstrikes, but it's still not combat. So it was combat roles when we were doing it, but not when they do it, because, I don't know, they'll be painting less targets, or they'll be training a little bit less harder, or maybe a little bit farther away from the front line. It doesn't make any sense, Madam Speaker. They're saying one thing in one parliament and a different thing in another part. But one thing Canadians can be sure of is that if there is consistency on this issue, it is to be found in the Conservative Party, who has always stood in defense of ethnic and religious minorities around the world and is not afraid to call radical jihadi terrorism what it is and fight the fight with our allies against ISIS.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Well, I listened to the member opposite, and I agree that his comments were aptly described as ridiculous. We don't take foreign policy advice from generals on the ground. They're negotiated with our partners in NATO. We don't take a bombing mission and simply say that's the only way to deal with the situation. In concert with our allies, we have constructed a way to solidify and to make permanent the ground gains that the bombing has provided us an opportunity to do so. And we are now moving forward with a training exercise. Why does the member opposite, through you, Chair, why would the members opposite not understand that a change in tactics is not walking away from the fight, and a change in tactics and a reinvestment, even more resources, is not lessening our impact in the region, but in fact simply changing our mission, investing more into that mission, and trying to accomplish more than just simply bombing targets, trying to actually set up a stable and livable environment so that ISIS doesn't have the ability to recruit or, in fact, sell its oil.
Honourable member for Regina Capel.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think the honourable member must not have been listening, because I think he completely misunderstands the point. There was no negotiating with our NATO partners on this. It was a Liberal campaign promise that they made to pull our jets out. Is the member suggesting that Gerald Butts and his team sat down with our NATO allies before they made a campaign promise? No, they made the campaign promise that no matter what happened, if they were elected, they were pulling the jets out. That was a unilateral decision that was not made in concert with NATO partners or allies. They just, to the world, we're pulling our jets out. Now, how can we mitigate that? So when it comes to solidifying our mission, we're solidifying our mission with doing less. Our jets, up until the other day, were bombing targets. We're destroying military-type installation. We're killing terrorists who are intent on killing innocent human beings and ethnic minorities. And our jets were putting a stop to that, and they have stopped our jets being a part of that. That is lessening our mission. There's nothing to say that we can't do training and bombing mission, and the Liberal government has decided to stop our combat role against ISIS.
That's right.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Regina, Louvain.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, the honourable member for Regina Capel and I both ran for the first time in the 2004 federal election. He was elected that time. I took a somewhat more roundabout route to this House. Now, the member for Regina Coppell began his speech by talking about how some previous interventions in the Middle East had caused more problems. And I assume that the member for Regina Coppell is acknowledging that the Conservatives were wrong and mistaken to have called for Canada to participate in the 2003 invasion of Iraq. One of the problems with that intervention, Madam Speaker, is that it had no clear endpoint or exit strategy. So I'm wondering if the member for Regina Coppell could explain to us what he sees as being the endpoint and the exit strategy from the campaign that he's calling for in Iraq and Syria. Thank you.
The honourable member from Regina Coppell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do acknowledge that my colleague and I did have some shared memories together in 2004, and although, of course, Regina Louvan being right beside my riding, I was hoping for a different result in the election. It is good to see him make the contribution that he's doing, and I wish him a little bit of luck in his parliamentary career here. But I do want to warn him about assuming anything. We all know what happens when someone assumes. But he asked a very specific question. What's the end game on this mission? Well, there can be no, in my view, there can be no safety or security or peace in the area as long as there are people like ISIS out to destroy innocent human beings every day. I mean, their worldview is something completely incompatible with any peace-loving nation, Islamic, secular, or otherwise. You cannot count on an area to be stable if there are elements like ISIS in it. So I think the end game for NATO, for the UN, is ultimately to destroy ISIS. It starts with limiting their capability, and it starts with degrading their ability to launch attacks and to invade areas. And hopefully, with the assistance of our allies there in Iraq and the Kurds and Turkey and Syria, not Syria, but other countries around the area, that they can build up their own forces to do that. But the point here is that our jets are making a meaningful impact in all of those aspects, whether it's currently degrading ISIS, whether it's in the short term limiting the ability for ISIS to launch these kinds of attacks, or in the long term to provide that peace and stability after eliminating ISIS. Our jets are a big part of that. Our air mission was important and it was meaningful.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, it is with great honour for me to rise in this place to add to this very important discussion. It is extremely important that we view this mission through two distinct lenses. One, defeating ISIL, and two, restoring stability to the region. Without both of these conditions being met, there is I repeat, no chance of long-term success. Madam Speaker, there are those who would suggest that we are stepping back from this mission. This is simply not true. Madam Speaker, this government is choosing to re-engage with this mission in an unprecedented manner. We want to take actions that are meaningful and that will make a difference in the long run. It is misleading to think that bombing campaigns alone will be able to defeat ISIL. We are not suggesting, Madam Speaker, that bombing campaigns are not useful or that they should be stopped. Rather, we are saying that we have different skills to offer and that we can best serve our coalition allies by shouldering other burdens. Given the contributions of the United States and others to the mission, it is important to ensure that other aspects of the mission are not ignored. Madam Speaker, it is important to understand why bombing alone will not lead to the defeat of ISIL. ISIL is not a state and does not have any defined territory. Yes, it has gained control of territory, and yes, it is essential that Allied forces regain control of that territory, but ISIL was a threat before it held territory, and it will continue to be a threat after it loses its territorial holdings. Madam Speaker, humanitarian assistance is not simply about providing aid to people in need. Humanitarian assistance is essential to ensure that ISIL does not get a foothold by taking advantage of those most desperately in need of help. Madam Speaker, those displaced by this conflict have lost everything. We have seen in other conflicts that those in the most desperate of circumstances are vulnerable to being radicalized. It is understandable that a group who is willing to provide food, clothes, and shelter to your family might cause you to become sympathetic to that group. Even those that disagree with the goals and methods of ISIL can be tempted to join them if it means that their family's most basic needs are going to be taken care of. Il est encore plus essentiel.
It is even more necessary to provide assistance to young people in the region. For those people who've had to flee their homes, they've lost all sense of what is normal. Their lives have been turned upside down. It will be extremely difficult for them to get an education. And this, added to their desperate circumstances, make up conditions which are perfect for radicalization.
When it comes to propaganda and disinformation, and it is not difficult to imagine circumstances where a whole generation of displaced youth are drawn into ISIL or another of its surrogate organizations across the region. But while ensuring food, water, and medicine get to where they need to go, it is not enough. When the coalition regains ISIL-controlled territory, those who have been displaced are not simply going to be able to go home and resume their lives. Attacks from both sides have left infrastructure in shambles. Schools, hospitals, and government buildings have been destroyed or damaged beyond repair. This is why our government is pleased to invest $270 million towards building local capacity to deliver services. The value of these contributions cannot be overstated. In order for these societies to rebuild themselves, we need to ensure that basic infrastructure is in place so that their journey towards rebuilding is as smooth as possible. In addition to this, Madam Speaker, we are going to be significantly increasing our training and advisory mission. It is extremely important that we understand the necessity behind a robust and all-encompassing training mission. Madam Speaker, despite what some on the other side would claim, our allies are pleased that we are stepping up the training aspects of this mission. It is extremely disingenuous to state that the United States government believes anything other than what they have said publicly on this issue. Pentagon spokesperson Peter Cook had this to say, and I quote, "The Canadian announcement is the kind of response the Secretary has been looking for from coalition members as the United States and our coalition partners push to accelerate the campaign against ISIL," end quote. When pressed on specifics, he had this to say about our new role, and I quote, "We consider those very significant contributions, and we welcome those contributions from the Canadians, and that this is a critically important part of the campaign," end quote. Madam Speaker, this does not sound like an ally that is disappointed in the direction our mission is taking. Rather, it sounds like a partner that understands and appreciates that Canada is stepping up its contribution to the coalition. Madam Speaker, according to Kurdish sources, over 70% of Peshmerga casualties to date are caused by IEDs. That is over 1,200 casualties. Madam Speaker, airstrikes will not help local forces identify and disarm IEDs. It is extremely crucial that local forces are properly trained to locate, disarm, and dispose of IEDs and other weapons in a safe manner. This is why the training mission is so critical to the long-term success of the mission. En terminant, Madame la Présidente.
In closing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak a bit about our regional allies. We're very proud of our commitment to welcome tens of thousands of refugees. However, this is comparatively little compared with the number of refugees and displaced persons who have been welcomed by Jordan and Lebanon. The numbers suggest that more than a third of the people living in Lebanon today are refugees or displaced persons. Now let's put that into perspective. The equivalent would be for Canada to welcome 12 million refugees. 12 million, Madam Speaker. Even with the best of intentions and our will to act, that would affect our systems here in Canada in an unimaginable way. And that's why it's essential that we help our allies manage this conflict, manage this challenge. It would be an incredible lack of vision if we were to concentrate our efforts only in Syria and Iraq and not help out our allies at the same time.
Policy has always been underscored by the desire to play a role that has the greatest effect and the most meaningful impact. This is what we are doing today. ISIL represents a grave threat to international security and regional stability. It is not enough to regain territory and defeat ISIL. It requires the ability to hold and defend territory. Once ISIL is pushed back, they must never again be able to achieve the foothold they now have. Without providing adequate training to local forces, we're simply telling ISIL to bide their time until we are gone. Madam Speaker, we will not allow this to happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I was listening attentively to the member's speech, and he talked about allies. So let's talk about our allies, the courageous Kurdish Peshmergas from the Kurdish regional government fighting ISIS, fighting these terrorist organizations. Let's talk about Falam Mustafa Bakir, who is the foreign minister for them. He said, on the air missions continuing, we would like to tell them that the airstrikes have been effective. They have helped us a great deal. They have helped save lives. They have helped to destroy the enemy. And if it were to us to decide, we request that to continue. What does he say to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Kurdish regional government, who's asking for these to continue?
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that we understand, and it's well documented, that the majority of Peshmerga casualties that are happening right now are happening because of IEDs. IEDs will not be located by airstrikes. We want to be effective, we want to have a meaningful impact, and we want to save lives, Madam Speaker. And what we understand in that situation is the only way we can do that is to have trainers on the ground and people who can help the Peshmerga find the ideas and cut their casualties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this gives me an opportunity to ask a question, and I'd ask the member to clarify his position and his party's position on this mission, which he says is not a combat mission, or at least they have never confirmed that it's a combat mission, but which is removing the airstrikes. So apparently they don't believe in the efficiency, the efficacy of the airstrikes. So when he says that we're going to target areas, we're going to paint targets for bombing, and we're going to refuel planes that are going to be bombing, how does he reconcile that with what he's said, that he is not in favor or that he does not recognize the efficacy of airstrikes when they are going to help our allies continue the bombing? How does he reconcile those 2 points of view? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, on the contrary, our government has been very clear during the debate and during our process that we will take a whole government approach to this. We will involve more than one minister. We will involve the Minister of International Development, the Minister of International Defense, the Minister of Defense, and the Minister of Global Affairs. What we are saying is that we need to provide regional stability to the area. We need to make sure that our men and women who put themselves in harm's way have the right equipment, and we are trying to bring regional stability to that area. That is a whole approach that we need to take. That's an approach that our allies have asked us to take, and that's the approach that the Canadian government has decided to take. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate his effort to bring in the opinions of others. And I just want to get his comment on an opinion expressed by Colonel Steve Warren, spokesman, Operation Internet Inherent Resolve. everybody likes to focus on the airstrikes because we get good videos out of it and interesting things to blow up. But don't forget, a pillar of this operation is to train local ground forces. This is a key and critical part. Does he think that this mission, as proposed to this House, responds to the concern of Colonel Wherry?
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Absolutely, it responds. It responds to the needs of the mission, Madam Speaker. We are trying our best as a government to respond to that mission, to align our needs and the needs of the coalition, to make sure that we bring regional stability to that area, but more importantly, that we have a meaningful impact on this mission. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
I would like to start, honourable members, I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to take part in this important discussion regarding Canada's refocused approach to the situation in Iraq and Syria. As we debate our future involvement, I'd like to take a step back for the moment from the military operation itself and thank the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces for all they do. Madam Speaker, these courageous individuals put their lives on hold, leave their families behind, and risk everything. Madam Speaker, they make these sacrifices so we can enjoy the peace, security, and freedom we too often take for granted. And they do all of this with honor, professionalism, and humility. There are countless examples of individuals who have defended Canadian values at home and abroad throughout our proud history. In fact, as we stand here today discussing Canada's future involvement in Iraq, we should remember that for our Canadian Armed Forces members, this debate is about so much more than words. They are out there now helping to keep us safe, protecting our way of life, and promoting a Canadian vision of a more peaceful world, a more tolerant world. They are serving in Iraq and on many other international missions. Madam Speaker, they are serving here at home and on daily operations protecting our airspace and maritime approaches with NORAD. These people deserve our thanks and support. They deserve to know that we stand behind them always. They deserve to know that we recognize their sacrifice. And there are many ways in which to do this. I realize that some of these may not seem like much, but as you know, it is often the little things which mean the most. Quite possibly the easiest way to show gratitude to our troops is by taking a moment to post a message on the online message board, which can be found on the forces.gc.ca webpage. Not only is this easy to do, it's free. And it's something that can be done as a group project, whether together as a family or in the classroom. You can also buy a variety of official Support Our Troops merchandise from a mechanic store in your community or from their online site. All proceeds from the sales of Support Our Troops items are in turn reinvested directly into morale and welfare programs for members and their families. This is a very important initiative, Madam Speaker. You can also donate directly to military family resource centres. These centres, which are located on bases across the country, provide support to the families of CAF members who are dealing with the challenges of military life. For those of us who are looking for other ways to contribute financially, there are many programs available under the Support Our Troops banner. I'll mention just a few. Firstly, the Military Families Fund provides support to military families who are experiencing urgent and extraordinary financial demands. They also offer rehabilitation, education, and financial assistance to families of military members who have experienced injuries or death due to their service. The Soldier On Fund supports ill and injured military personnel with a permanent or chronic disability. This fund helps both still serving and retired members and their families maintain an active and healthy lifestyle. Furthermore, the Hospital Comforts Fund provides for the care and comfort of Canadian Armed Forces members confined to a hospital from injury, illness, accident, or surgery. Madam Speaker, and then there is Boomer's Legacy. This program was created in honor of Corporal Andrew Boomer Alkaboom, a dedicated soldier and a Canadian Forces medic who was killed in Afghanistan in 2006. The mission of Boomer's Legacy is helping our soldiers help others. The program honors Boomer's humanitarian spirit resources so that members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are serving on deployments around the world can help those most affected by war and poverty. It places a particular emphasis on providing healthcare and education services for women and children and the most vulnerable. As Canadians, we are known for our generosity and strong social programs, and it should be no different when it comes to supporting our military members and their families. The men and women who work for these programs would be grateful for any contribution. Madam Speaker, we owe a lot to our military members, and I think it's only fitting as we look at the way forward that we remember that they are the essential piece in all of this. The success of the Canadian contribution to this military mission ultimately depends on the people who carry it out, and we ought to take the time to recognize this in whichever way we can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been asking government members throughout this debate if they'd be willing to use the word genocide to describe the violence against religious minorities committed by Daesh. Simple question. Of course, we agree that it's terrible what's happening, but is the government willing to identify that what's happening, what's being done by Daesh, is genocide? Are they willing to use that word?
The Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge encompasses a very large Iraqi Christian community and Kurdish community. I'm all too familiar with the ongoings and what has occurred in that region over the last several years. And I've spoken and I've reached out to many members of the community and recognize what has gone on there. And it's very important that we as a government maintain our presence in the region, which we are doing. And we are putting excellent and heavy emphasis on humanitarian aid for the region. It's over $1 billion over 3 years to help those most impacted by what is going on there and what Daesh or ISIS is doing. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to be able to ask a question to my colleague and to thank him for his speech. But something that's missing from this debate that that has continued today and in previous days is de-radicalization efforts and work that we can do here in Canada. And the United Nations General Secretary saluted the work being done in Montreal to fight to help youths de-radicalize. So it's unfortunate that in this debate and in the government's plan, there's no emphasis on de-radicalization. It's not mentioned, and there's no mention of a strategy or funding for fighting radicalization in our country. One of the problems that we have is foreign fighters who go and help ISIS. So de-radicalization programs across Canada and local efforts must be saluted, but a national effort, a national strategy is needed to limit radicalization to the greatest extent possible. And we need to prevent foreign fighters from being able to leave Canada to go and fight with ISIS today. Can the member say today that his government will commit to more funding to fight radicalization, which, in my opinion, is a very effective way to fight Islamic State? The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my Honourable Member for his question. Our government policy is very, very clear. Our policy is to refocus our efforts in Iraq and Syria and bring a whole-of-government approach to enhance security and stability for the region. We've laid this out, initiatives out, including contributing $800 million in humanitarian assistance over 3 years and a further $300 million to help and begin rebuilding the infrastructure within the region. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome the comments of my colleague, especially talking about how members and the public that may be listening to this debate can support the men and women in uniform and veterans who no longer are wearing the uniform. And I want to ask about the internal defense programs for supporting injured men and women in uniform. That's the JPSCs, the Joint Personnel Support Unit, JPSU, and the IPSCs, the Integrated Personnel Support Centers. Over the years, the then opposition Liberals have been saying those units are not doing a good enough job. But there was no real improvement. Now it's clear they certainly weren't doing a good enough job. And what does the member think about the idea of reviewing and improving the support provided internally to injured forces members?
A brief answer from the member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for that question. Our platform has laid out a robust policy to help returning soldiers that are coming back from missions from all over the world. We laid it out during the election, and over the coming weeks we will see that, and it will help soldiers reintegrate back into society, whether it's through education, and if they're injured, they'll receive the appropriate funds and needs to make contributions back into Canadian society when they return. Thank you.
Conformément à l'ordre, conformément.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows.
Chair, on Canada Post. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to split my time with the honourable member for Banff, André. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address the Liberal government's motion to cease air operations in Iraq and Syria. The Liberals state they want to redefine our contribution to the effort to defeat ISIL, in part with the addition of additional members of the Canadian Armed Forces, but removing air support. At the same time, well, Madam Speaker, removing air support only serves to put our men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces at greater risk. I agree with the assertion of the Defence Minister when he says that we have to win the war on the ground. But doing so without the overhead protection from our CF-18 fighter jets makes no sense, Madam Speaker. How can we send Canadian Armed Forces into the line of fire without adequate air guard? As Minister of National Defence and Foreign Affairs, I traveled to the Middle East on a number of occasions, and time again, my counterparts in Kuwait, Iraq, and the United Arab Emirates reiterated just how important Canada's contribution was with our CF-18s. Our fighter jets have been very effective in taking out ISIL and other targets, as well as depleting ISIS resources. Canadian Armed Forces, by all accounts, have severely disabled ISIS's infrastructure and senior personnel. They have truncated its ability to maneuver in large numbers, shattered morale, and allowed Iraqi forces to retake towns like Ramadi. They have effectively taken out oil resources and thus curtailed their means of funding their so-called caliphate. And following up on the comment that I reiterated from the Minister of National Defense about winning the war on the ground, this was exactly what Iraqi officials told me when I met with them. They said it has to be won on the ground, but it has to be won by us. And they said, you are making it possible with their airstrikes for us to hold onto the territory within Iraq that we have, and it is allowing us to retake the land that was taken from us here. But we need that support in the air. They made that very, very clear. Now, the Speaker, the deployment of the RCAF Griffin helicopters for close combat aerial support, in fact, is inherently more dangerous than bombing ISIS fighting positions with our CF-18s. What the new government has accomplished in forging ahead with their plan is to highlight just how incoherent it is. The Conservative Party of Canada supports providing our troops with whatever equipment they need, whether it's helicopters or fighter jets. The Liberal government has no justification whatsoever for withdrawing the CF-18s, and I have to tell you I'm disappointed, Madam Speaker. Before this debate even began, they ceased the airstrike operations. We owe it to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces to offer them the confidence that we have their backs and are defending them from above while they are engaging with the Iraqis and the Syrians on the ground. The parents, sons, daughters, husbands and wives of Canadian Armed Forces deserve to know that their government is doing everything possible to ensure the safety of their loved ones while they defend the rights of freedom and democracy on the ground. What they don't want to hear, Mr. Speaker, is that their government is incoherent in terms of what it is that it's trying to do. And they are offside, I have to point out, with Canadians. Not surprisingly, Madam Speaker, 63% of Canadians say they would like to see Canada continuing bombing ISIS at its current rate or go further and increasing the number of bombing missions it conducts. Canada understands that ISIS has declared war on Canada and our allies. The Liberals should understand that. Canadian forces involved in advise and assist have already been drawn into firefights. We have to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we don't put them at greater risk, and I believe that's exactly what's taking place if we get out of the business of airstrikes. I emphasize that the men and women of the Canadian forces warrant the assurance to know that they are protected at all times, and in particular by our CF-18 fighter jets. The Iraqis understand that, and very clearly, as do our other coalition allies. They know, and we know, Madam Speaker, that ISIS seeks to destroy the very fabric of our nation. The Prime Minister himself has stated that people terrorized by ISIS every day don't need our vengeance, they need our help. Canada continues in the fight against ISIS, and the work we do is an important part of the coalition. Well, how is it that our Prime Minister doesn't understand that we cannot begin to help the people of Syria and Iraq unless we confront ISIS? It is only in their defeat that the people of that region will be able to regain their sovereignty and rebuild their lives. I admire our allies. They are not sitting on the sidelines and watching while others do the heavy lifting. As I stated before, my role as Defense Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister, all our coalition partners thanked Canada profusely for the effective role that our CF-18s play in preventing ISIS from overtaking their respective countries. This is what we are talking about, Madam Speaker, preventing ISIS in Iraq and ISIS in Syria from forcing their ideology on not just those countries, but on the rest of the free world, and of course that includes Canada. And standing on the sidelines has never been our way. I remember, Madam Speaker, in the early 1990s, after Iraq invaded Kuwait, I remember Prime Minister Mulroney calling us into the government lobby and telling us what had happened and talking to us about his conversation with the President of the United States. And Prime Minister Mulroney made it clear that it's not Canada's role to stand on the sidelines when people are being abused. And there was unanimous support for the idea of standing with Kuwait at that particular time. And I have to tell you, on the occasions when I have visited Kuwait, they make that clearly again and again that they are appreciative of what Canada did when they were in desperate need. And, Madam Speaker, that's exactly what I hear from our allies in Iraq at this present time and throughout the Middle East. They're thankful, they're grateful for what Canada is doing, and what Canada is doing and has been doing is part of those CF-18 airstrikes. Our coalition partners, I was actually chaired a meeting in Quebec City here about 6 months ago, a little over 6 months ago, with our coalition partners. I asked the Liberals, are we still part of that coalition in the sense that we have now withdrawn from that? Are we being ignored? Are we being forgotten about? Nobody wants that. We want to be a part of that. And so, again, I'm very disappointed that they are not doing what Canadians want or what Canadians have always done, which is not to stand on the sidelines, but to be a part of this, Madam Speaker. I hope that the Liberals will reconsider this and do what is right for the men and women of our armed forces and do what is right in the fight against ISIS.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. In October of 2015, the United States pulled out the Theodore Roosevelt aircraft carrier. which had on it 65 aircraft. It was the first time since 2007 that there was no American carrier presence in the Gulf. Part of the reason for the removal of the carrier was budget cuts. The American military at the time said, there's no need to worry about losing the 65 aircraft because they only do about 20% of the work, and the rest of it will be easily picked up by the larger Air Force on the flying off the ground in the theater. Our contribution apparently seemed to be about 2%. So I'd ask my colleague across the way whether he honestly believes that without the 6 CF-18s, that our allies would not provide the cover for the troops that are on the ground, in view of all of the aircraft that are available.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, Madam Speaker, this is exactly what I've been saying, and the point that I've made in this House for the second time since we have touched on these debates. It's not the Canadian way to stand on the sidelines and tell everybody else they should be doing that. Throughout Canadian history, we didn't say we won't be sending Canadian soldiers. The British, everybody else can do the work over there. They can stand up for freedom and for those who are oppressed. That has never been the Canadian way. And so I indicated the story of what's happened in Kuwait. Yes, there were other parts of people in the coalition, Madam Speaker, other parts of the coalition, but Canada always does its share. We always do more than our share. That's what I have said on a number of occasions to our allies. We do more than our share, and that is what we should do. And so to say that it'll be picked up by somebody else, Madam Speaker, I completely reject that.
I just want to make it very clear that if other members want to participate in the debate, all they have to do is stand up to be recognized for the question. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Suits.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've listened with interest to the member from Niagara Falls, as with the other Conservatives, and it's certainly quite clear on this motion that they object to withdrawing the Canadian fighters, although one could argue we're still very much involved in bombing because we are using the Aurora surveillance aircraft, we're refueling, we're painting targets on the ground. So the Conservatives seem to have hooked their whole argument in this around the withdrawal of the CF-18s. So my question really is another part of the military mission is do the Conservatives support what is proposed here, and that's the expansion of the so-called training mission, which is in fact an advise and assist mission that will put Canadian forces on the front lines and in danger of direct combat confrontations with ISIS. So do the Conservatives support that part of the Liberal motion?
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, it is one complete package. I support the mission that we undertook, that we had approved by Parliament, and which was an advise and assist role with respect to the soldiers on the ground, and at the same time, and the honourable member made mention of that, the air refueling and surveillance aircraft. These were an important component of it, but the key part of our contribution to the coalition against ISIS was the members of the Royal Canadian Air Force, the CF-18s that were a part of that. And I can tell you that I didn't run into any of our allies, whether they be at NATO conferences, the conference that we held here in Quebec City with the coalition members, none of them said to me, oh, you can forget, you don't have to worry about sending your CF-18s on the ground. It was just the exact opposite. When I have spoke with everybody from the Prime Minister of Iraq to the Foreign Affairs Minister and the Defense Minister, they were all very clear that they said that what we were doing in the air was helping them hold onto the territory that they had and moving forward against ISIS. They told me it was absolutely vital, and they couldn't have been more appreciative of Canada's efforts. And again, Madam Speaker, what I say to you, this is consistent with what we always do as a country. This is Canada's role, not standing on the sidelines and not, as was suggested to me here, hoping that other people will, pick up the slack, that they will get the job done. That's not what Canada's all about, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So one thing that we're simply not hearing from the government benches is the important and key role that the Royal Canadian Air Force has played in the global fight against ISIS. I must underscore how our men and women in uniform have had a tremendously successful air combat role in Iraq and Syria. This includes eliminating many ISIS fighting positions, equipment, and vehicles, as well as factories used for the construction of improvised explosive devices and their storage facilities. And I'm happy to stand here today and say what the Liberals will not, that I am proud of our men and women in uniform in the Air Force for the tremendous work that they have done with our allies against ISIS. However, since the government unceremoniously removed them, we have not heard so much as a thank you for the Air Force's successful mission. And I will add that this removal happened before debate on this motion had barely even begun. As of February 3rd, Canada's CF-18s had successfully taken out 249 ISIS fighting positions, 83 ISIS equipment and vehicles, and 24 ISIS improvised explosive device factories and storage facilities. Unfortunately, instead of recognizing the work of our men and women in uniform, the government is instead inaccurately characterizing Canada's contributions to the Air Task Force. In fact, the Prime Minister recently stated that 600 members of the Royal Canadian Air Force are supporting only 6 CF-18 jets. This is simply not accurate, Madam Speaker. The Royal Canadian Air Force personnel and aircraft are supporting the entire Air Task Force coalition, including through providing fuel from our Polaris refuelers to our allies' planes, intelligence sharing that's been collected by our reconnaissance aircraft with the coalition, and also in assisting in targeting ISIS positions for our allies. So now, without any kind of a clear explanation whatsoever, the Liberal government is putting an end to our contribution to the coalition bombing. Now, Madam Speaker, the decision to abandon our air mission comes at a time when most Canadians want to continue our combat mission against ISIS. In fact, the majority of Canadians believe that pulling out of our fighter jets will damage Canada's global reputation. An Angus Reid poll found that nearly half of Canadians, 47% in fact, think that this will have a negative effect on our international reputation. And further to that, only 27% told the Angus Reid Institute that they were on the same page as the Liberals with their plan to stop Canada's airborne mission and focus only on training local troops in Iraq and Syria. 27%. Now, that same poll showed that a majority of Canadians, 64% in fact, believe that the global threat of ISIS is growing. So why are the Liberals ignoring the good work of our Air Force and thumbing their nose at the will of the Canadian people? And indeed thumbing their nose at our allies. Madam Speaker, the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces have a history of always being proud to do the heavy lifting on the world stage, to protect the freedoms that we hold dear. This now includes degrading and defeating ISIS, a terrorist group that is committing mass atrocities, inspiring terror attacks around the world, and who have declared war on Canada and our allies. And I've heard from my constituents how disappointed they are that the Liberals have decided to have Canada take a step back and that they are withdrawing from the airborne combat mission against ISIS. My constituents ask me, why are we abandoning our allies when they need us the most? So let me be clear, Madam Speaker. Withdrawing from the combat mission against ISIS is a step backward for Canada. Our country has a long history of fighting for human rights and for international security. In fact, Madam Speaker, a short time ago, I was reminded of this very poignantly when I had the opportunity to deliver the eulogy for Ray Hoffman, who was a true Canadian hero who fought for the Calgary Highlanders in the Second World War. Ray's story, having served as an infantry machine gunner in Oldenburg on VE Day in 1945, and then returning home to build his life in the town of Cochrane, Alberta, in my constituency, is but one of many that have helped to shape our country's record of defending innocent and vulnerable populations by taking on those who commit mass atrocities. Madam Speaker, standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies to stop ISIS, its enslavement of women and children, its barbaric treatment of gays and lesbians, and its mass atrocities against religious minorities. It's more critical than ever that we stand against this with our allies to keep people safe. And let me be very clear. The acts of ISIS are barbarism. Families, villages, and cities are being systematically exterminated. This is barbarism. People are being burned alive. This is barbarism. People are being beheaded and their heads put on display. And that includes, Madam Speaker, children who are facing this horrific fate. This is barbarism. Gay men and women are being thrown off buildings to their death. This is barbarism. Women and children are being sold and sexually enslaved. This is barbarism. Those of the Yazidi faith have been marched to their death and shot in mass executions. This is also barbarism. And what is the Prime Minister's response to this barbarism? Well, the Prime Minister recently stated that, and I quote, "The lethal enemy of barbarism isn't hatred, it's reason." Well, firstly, Madam Speaker, I'm surprised the Prime Minister managed to actually use the term barbarism, considering that just a few short years ago he refused to call the description of honor killings as barbaric, and instead stated that the previous Conservative government should make attempts at responsible neutrality. So I will say, Madam Speaker, that on this side of the House, we are not afraid to call these heinous acts for what they are. They are barbarism, and we will stand resolutely against them. But let me also say this to the Prime Minister. No, the lethal enemy of barbarism isn't hatred. The lethal enemy of barbarism is the resolute defense of democracy and freedom. It's standing up for the innocent. It's standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies. It's standing up for the minority Yazidis, Christians, and other religious and ethnic minorities. It's standing up for human rights. ISIS is a terrorist group, and they inspire fear, and they've declared war on Canada and our allies. This is a just fight, and we cannot step back now and expect our allies to do the work of defending freedom and human rights for us. So make no mistake, Madam Speaker, Canada has been a key ally in the air combat effort. Our jets are a top 5 contributor to anti-ISIS airstrikes. And on this side of the House, we strongly believe that Canada has the capacity to continue to contribute to airstrikes alongside training and humanitarian support. Canadian Armed Forces personnel have been doing so effectively for nearly a year. So I ask the government benches this: how can they claim that they continue to stand with our allies and to be a major partner in the fight against ISIS, standing shoulder to shoulder, when they have eliminated the very contribution that most directly protects the innocent civilians that are suffering mass atrocities on the ground? Madam Speaker, if the Prime Minister truly believes that the enemy of barbarism is reason, then maybe he will use reason to recognize that our men and women in the Canadian Air Force have successfully been fighting this barbarism, and he will rescind his motion to withdraw from the airborne combat mission against ISIS. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, is it Canada Carleton? Oh, it's not. It's, we'll do the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member, but just so that we're perfectly clear on this, you know, in the last election, when the issue was raised about Canada's role, I was fairly clear in terms of where the party's position was, what the leader of the party was saying. It should come as no surprise that there was a commitment to refocus the campaign in the Middle East. We indicated very clearly to Canadians, and the Global Coalition would have been aware of that, that Canada would in fact be withdrawing its F-18s in favor of doing other things. And there are significant other things that are being done, Madam Speaker. Things such as tripling the size of our training force, increasing the amount of humanitarian and development. We're increasing the diplomatic role. We'll expand our capacity to build efforts. There's a lot that's there. would the member not, at the very least, respect what took place in the election, respect the fact that the coalition itself does have many other means? There's no one from the coalition saying bring back the F-18s. In terms of the governments, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member would just respect the reality in terms of what the voters wanted to see happen.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Madam Speaker, I wonder if the honourable member would respect what the will of the Canadian people, if he would respect the needs for our men and women in uniform to be there, to be part of the fight, standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies. Would he respect the duty and the job that they have done, that they have undertaken? I wished he would. I wished his government would. I wish they would show some respect for the fact that there is 64% of Canadians that say they believe the global threat of ISIS is growing. There is absolutely no reason why our country can't be there in a training role, providing humanitarian assistance, and still being a part of the airstrike as part with our coalition partners. Why does this government believe that Canada is not capable, why our men and women aren't capable of being able to do all of those things? We can, and we should, and we must. And it's a shame that this government doesn't understand and respect the will of the Canadian people and respect the men and women in uniform who are doing that job and doing it well.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I always enjoy the members speaking. But there's one question that I'm left with, and that is, despite the commitments by the Liberal government during the election campaign to actually scale back on the combat mission, what we're seeing is actually an expanded combat mission. There's no doubt about that. And we have asked the Conservative members a number of times whether they support that expanded combat mission. We don't on this side. We're going to be opposing this motion because we believe that where Canada should be putting its efforts is to cutting off funds that are flowing into ISIS, cut off the arms that are flowing into ISIS, and as well cutting off the foreign fighters. And that includes de-radicalization programs that we have yet to see from this government, despite the fact that many in the communities across the country have been calling for it. So there's an expanded combat mission, and it is unclear to me where the Conservatives are going with this. Does the member support what is an expanded combat mission, which actually flies in the face of what Liberals committed to during the election campaign?
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, what I support and what our party supports is the idea of us standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies and being a part of the coalition in the fight against ISIS. That can entail a number of things, but one thing that's been very clear, that's been very effective and a very key part of the role has been the bombing campaign, and we've been a significant part of that. In fact, one of the top countries in the world in terms of our contribution in those efforts. And for us to be pulling back at a time when Canadians see this as a growing threat, at a time when our allies need us the most, is a shame, and it's something that I think the government should be condemned for. We need to be there. We need to be there as part of the mission, part of the bombing campaign, to ensure that we're doing everything that we can as a country to stand with our allies and to stop this terrible threat, this terrorist threat that is ISIS.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll split my time with my colleague from the beautiful riding of Sherbrooke. I welcome the opportunity to have discussion in this House about how best to engage and defeat ISIS. So I thank the House and the government for this opportunity. New Democrats are very glad to see three things in this plan. One, the renewed emphasis on diplomacy. Two, the renewed commitment to aid the conflict-afflicted populations in the riding. And then third, the ongoing commitment for refugee welcoming and settlement in our country. Those are things we can all be proud of. And the NDP has always stood up for peace, and I'm proud to be part of that heritage. I'm thinking today of my grandfather, John Osler, who was a pacifist. He stayed out of the conflict as long as he could. The Second World War, he was finally compelled to serve in the Navy and was proud to be part of that national commitment. He then ran for the CCF, worked in the labor movement. I'm honored to be his granddaughter and to be carrying on that discussion and dialogue and debate today. So the NDP has always been clear. Canada should focus on stopping the flow of arms, funds, and fighters. And we should do that work right here at home before anywhere else. So we would have liked to have seen the government step up efforts in these areas. So the first one, stemming the flow of weapons to the region. Although the UN Security Council has passed 3 resolutions dealing with Iraq, none of them authorized a military mission. And it did specifically, the Security Council did specifically require action on part of all the member countries to prevent the flow of foreign fighters and suppress the financing of terrorist organizations. Now, as my colleague from Esquimalt, Suk Saanich said, there has only ever been one terrorism financing conviction in Canada, ever, and that was in 2010. So we have got work to do at home right here. ISIL is earning between $1 million and $3 million every day in income from black market oil sales. And we are never going to stop ISIL if we don't cut off that flow of money. So we must seal those borders in the region against oil exports. Now, the Arms Trade Treaty would regulate the flow of weapons across international borders. And if implemented on a global scale, it has the potential to starve the world's most brutal regimes of the money that they need to carry on their atrocious actions. But Canada, to its shame, although the Arms Trade Treaty came into effect more than a year ago, Canada stands alone among all NATO member countries who have failed to have signed this treaty. Now, the NDP has been pushing this issue for a very long time, inside this House and outside the House. And we were very glad to see the government campaign and make a commitment to sign that Arms Trade Treaty. But for the last couple of weeks, it feels like we've been asking in this House, when will the government sign the Arms Trade Treaty? And the word yesterday or the day before, I think, was the minister is seized with the issue. And none of us know what that means. What is it to be seized? I mean, maybe seized up and indecisive, or I don't know, but we need to do this. It's embarrassing that Canada's not honored that commitment, and it would make a big difference. This is a decision we can make here at home that would affect the war against ISIS. And again, there are other benefits of signing the Arms Trade Treaty as well. It would help us untangle the government's response to the Saudi arms trade deal. And just last week, or actually this week, it was reported that weapons being used by terrorists in Yemen, in fact, originate in Canada, in Manitoba, of all places. We've got work to do at home. Signing the Arms Trade Treaty would be something that would make us proud internationally, and we could make a difference in the affected region. A second major area, we would love to have seen this mission, as articulated by the government, including a commitment to stemming the flow of fighters by supporting de-radicalization efforts here at home. And we know that communities across this country have reached out to the federal government, both the Conservative government previously, the Liberal government now, imploring for help protecting youth from ISIS's very sophisticated recruitment techniques. And yet the February 8 announcement did not include any domestic action against ISIS. Now, I asked this question all day Monday. Does the Liberal Party have a plan to address de-radicalization to help prevent Canadians from going overseas to fight with ISIS? And I couldn't get any Liberal MP to tell me where that sits in the plan. I'd still love to hear that it does. I'd love to be surprised on this. And I'll quote Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who said, over the long term, the biggest threat to terrorists is not the power of missiles, it is in the politics of inclusion. I would be proud if Canada honored that work. Now, there are sections of both the Liberal and Conservative motions that we can support wholeheartedly, and that is that, yes, we express our appreciation for and our pride in members of the Canadian Forces who serve now and who have served in the past. So absolutely, we must do everything we can as a country to look after our veterans and to look after our men and women in service as well as we possibly can. Now, the Liberals got us into Afghanistan in 2004 with no endgame plan. And just like in Afghanistan, this mission feels like an open-ended military mission with no end in sight. It feels like the Liberals are placing Canadian forces deeper into a conflict zone, a mission with no end date and no definition of what success looks like. Now, while the Prime Minister's announcement left many unanswered questions, the Chief of Defence Staff, General Vance, was very clear. He said, I quote, "There will be more risk to Canadian soldiers under this mission. You put more people on the ground in a dangerous place, and it is riskier overall," end quote. Now, Canadian troops are going to be in a conflict zone with a high threat, in a high-threat environment. And if they do come under attack, they will have to fight back. Here at home, again, keeping it here, the high number of veterans receiving disability benefits for post-traumatic stress disorder is a reminder of the need for support services for our military. And just on Sunday this past week, 4 provinces honored soldiers and veterans who came home from Afghanistan, veterans who came home and committed suicide. And we all have these stories in our communities. I've got one right at home, a family that I love very much in Ladysmith. And the Globe and Mail reports in their own survey that there are at least 62 soldiers who have taken their lives following the mission in the Canadian mission in Afghanistan. 62 veterans who took their lives. That is a national tragedy. Now, the government has promised, I'm delighted that it has, to reopen the 9 veteran service offices that were closed by the Conservatives. It should also commit to increasing mental health services. Now, no matter what happens with the debate in this House and no matter what happens with the mission, this government must honour its commitments to veterans. And it must honour its commitment to those in service. These people are working to keep us safe, and we must keep them safe as well. Canadians voted for change. The new government will need to deliver that change. And so I believe Canada would have more credibility if it was looking after affairs in its own backyard, signing the Arms Trade Treaty, supporting de-radicalization efforts at home, and looking after our veterans as well as we possibly can. I look forward to Canada cleaning up its act at home and restoring our reputation as a nation of peace and ethics. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's speech. The NDP's position strikes me as passingly strange. They agree with the humanitarian mission that the government is proposing. They agree with the enhanced diplomatic mission that the government is proposing. They certainly agree with the welcoming of now close to 23 or 24,000 refugees into our country, which I think has been an amazing story and certainly a nation-building exercise. But they want somehow or another some interception of the funds and the firearms that are going into ISIS, but they want that to be done without involving the military. They want a military mission without the military. Whether it's combat or whether it's not combat, they just simply want those interceptions to take place with respect to the oil, which is the funds, or the firearms, which is obviously what they are. So, Madam Speaker, I am perplexed as to how the government could conduct interceptions of funding or firearms with no military presence.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
All of the suggestions that I have made, that my fellow New Democrats have made, all go towards the aim of decreasing the intensity of the fighting in the region, hopefully shortening the fighting in the region, and reducing the exposure of our men and women in service to danger when they are there. And this is one of these examples of a stitch in time saves 9. We will never have enough weapons, enough fighters to force peace. But if we choke off the flow of weapons and finances, that has more to do with our banking system than it does with soldiers on the front line. So the fact that the United Nations Security Council has not invited us in our soldiers into the region, it has instead asked Canada with its other NATO countries to sign the Arms Trade Treaty. I think that's a very strong message about what the international community believes we should be doing to stop the intensity of fighting in the first place.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate the member on her speech. I thought she spoke very well and certainly spoke about some things that we all agree are important. Humanitarian assistance, addressing terrorist financing. Of course, we might disagree on some of the details, but what we're talking about here is the question of the military mission. And I think I see things perhaps differently from the member. She talked about her grandfather who was a pacifist during the war. I've mentioned that I had family members who were victims of Nazi oppression. So I'm very glad that we got involved and we fought that. I'd like to ask the member, does she believe that genocide is happening? And does she believe in the principle of responsibility to protect, that it is legitimate to fight, to use our military in cases where there is in fact a genocide going on? Good question. Good question.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I believe Canada has a reputation to look after its complicity in some of these struggles and fights before anything else, and I believe we would have more credibility on the international stage if we were able to give our partners around the world the assurance that we are committing to humanitarian efforts, that we are supporting efforts for peace in arising from the countries where they sit. We certainly have a strong tradition of standing up against genocide in many parts of the world, many historic battles. I'm glad we've done that, and I hope we will continue to. But we've got to get the money and the weapons out of the fight, and we have to look after our veterans. And I think if we did those three things first, we would have more credibility, and we would arguably bring peace faster in this region.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very happy to have this opportunity to address the House on such an important issue. One of the most important things we can debate, if not the most important thing that we are called upon to debate. And I would like to thank the government for having submitted this question to the House and for having consulted this House and for asking this House to vote on the motion. So I thank them for that consideration. As I've said, this is just about the most important issue that faces us as members here in the House of Commons. When we send our soldiers, our fellow Canadians, into foreign states and conflict situations, as we are called upon today to do. So this is a decision that cannot be taken lightly. And it's important to look at all the points for and against before making this decision. And this is also the best and most constructive way that we can contribute to the fight against ISIL or in other situations. So this is a very important situation. And in looking at both the main motion and the Conservative amendment, we have decided, as several of my colleagues have already said, to oppose the motion and the amendment. That's a decision that we took in weighing the points for and against this contribution to the mission against ISIL. However, it's important to understand that we are taking the threat. It's important to understand that we don't believe, or rather, it's important to understand that we here are not taking this threat from the Islamic State lightly. And we don't want to diminish the importance of this question. But it's important that we look at the best ways that we and our allies can fight to eradicate the Islamic State and the barbarism that is committed by ISIL. And so, as I've said, Canada has a very important role to play. And we have a difference of opinion in this House between the different parties on what is the best way for Canada to contribute. We think that first we need to block the flow of weapons and funding to Islamic State. That's one of the most important things that we can do. And we also need to block foreign fighters from going to join Islamic State. And Canada has a very important role to play in that. And in our own communities, we need to fight radicalization. Radicalization which ends with Canadians leaving the country to fight alongside the Islamic State. So this is something that needs to be fixed. And if all countries took efforts in that area, we could make major progress, because there are many foreign fighters who are helping ISIL, as you know, Madam Speaker. So that's something that we could do that would be more constructive. Also, there's the aspect of humanitarian aid. Yes, this motion does contain certain efforts that go in that direction, but I think that we need to put even greater emphasis on humanitarian aid in our strategy to fight Islamic State. Particularly, we need to help the civilians who are caught up in this situation. And so, obviously, there has been an effort undertaken here in Canada to welcome refugees so that they can have a safe haven to continue their lives. That's an effort that's very important in the eyes of the NDP. The Prime Minister in the campaign, the election campaign, said many things. He talked about the refugee issue and suggested an extensive response, but he also talked about what a Liberal government would do to fight Islamic State. And he said that his mission would clarify the difference between combat and non-combat, but what we've seen with this motion is that the government's plan does not at all clarify this difference between combat and non-combat. The Prime Minister won't even use those terms. He continues to speak about the mission in very vague and imprecise terms. And the government says that we're going to paint targets, we're going to refuel coalition aircraft for airstrikes, but at the same time, we're taking our CF-18s out of the fight. So that would suggest that airstrikes aren't the best strategy for Canada, but yet we're continuing to help our allies with airstrikes. So it's really not clear whether or not the government is for or against airstrikes, even though they're taking our fighter jets out of combat. We also know that our soldiers are going to find themselves in very dangerous circumstances, and even the Chief of the Defense Staff mentioned that the danger will be greater because there is a greater number of Canadians who will be deployed into Iraq and Syria. So we're sending our forces members into a very dangerous situation, and as we saw, unfortunately, with Sergeant Doiron, who lost his life, were sent in under very tragic circumstances. If we increase the Canadian presence, then there's a greater risk of casualties, and our soldiers are going to find themselves, as was the case in the past, in high-risk situations where they will be shot at by the enemy. So those are very dangerous circumstances. So it's because of that that we need to consider very closely this mission. We are putting our forces members into a very dangerous situation, so we cannot take this decision lightly. And I'll go back to what I was saying earlier about foreign fighters who are entering the region, some even from Canada, and of the importance of de-radicalization efforts, which should be a very important prong in Canada's strategy to fight Islamic State. And unfortunately, that's not something that we're hearing from the government for the moment, this fight against radicalization. We need a strategy to prevent these people who are often young people, these young Canadians, from leaving Canada to fight with the Islamic State. But unfortunately, the government isn't talking about de-radicalization very much right now. I would have liked to have seen that in the government strategy, and unfortunately it's not there. We need to note the efforts that are being undertaken in certain communities. In Montreal, for example. Very recently, the Secretary General of the United Nations was in Montreal, and he saluted the efforts that have been undertaken by the community of Montreal to fight radicalization. These are local efforts being undertaken by communities, by municipalities, and by the provinces, but there's no national effort. There's no effort coming from the federal government. And I would have liked to have seen in this strategy a greater emphasis on this part of the fight, which is a very important part of the fight against Islamic State. And I believe that it would also be important in this debate to look at the different conflicts that have happened in this region in the past and the way that Canada and our allies have intervened and the results that those interventions have brought in those conflicts. Our strategy in the past was too often to send our soldiers into missions that weren't clear, that weren't well defined, and that did not have an exit strategy, where it was impossible to define what would make a successful mission before taking our troops out of combat. And here, once again, I hope that this motion won't be passed, but if it's passed, I have the impression that we're heading in a similar direction, that we're going to repeat the errors of the past, and that we're going to make the same mistakes as in the past, because as you well know, if we repeat, when you do something over and over and expect different results, well, that's not how it works. So I think that we need efforts to fight de-radicalization. I see that my time has run out, Madam Speaker, so I'll be happy to answer questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And I'll ask him the same question I asked his previous NDP colleague, which is what, to my mind, is the inherent inconsistency in the NDP position, which is they want the flow of funds cut off, they want the flow of arms cut off, they want the flow, the trafficking in the people cut off, but they want no military involvement whatsoever. And I don't see how that is possible. It'd be all nice if we could all hold hands and link around the world and shut off all the funds through the banking system, the interlocking banking system, but that's not going to happen. It would be nice if somehow or another all the tankers that are coming out of the ISIL-held area of Iraq and going into Turkey could be stopped. It's not as if the military people don't know where the flow is coming from. So could my honourable colleague, on behalf of his party, explain this inherent contradiction between asking for this cutoff of funds and firearms with no military involvement whatsoever?
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't see any contradiction in our party's position on this issue. This is a simple way to fight Islamic State. There are many ways to do it, and the flow of arms is a perfect example, and this is something that we're seeing right now. There are cases of Canadian weapons falling into the wrong hands. So the first thing that we could do is ratify the arms trade treaty, and that will help ensure that our weapons don't fall into the wrong hands. So there are some simple things that the government could do right away to fight Islamic State in this way. So I don't think it's a contradiction to put the emphasis on that. And I think that this is a very effective way to fight Islamic State if we limit the funds and the fighters that are flowing into the region. And I mentioned that during my speech. If we can prevent fighters from entering that region, that would be a major step forward.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You've got the riding name clearly down now, I guess. What I want to ask the member about is the immediate versus the long term, because we've heard proposals from the NDP and the Liberals about things we could do that will hopefully pay dividends over the long term. And yes, certainly, training is important, humanitarian assistance is important. But what we have right now, quite imminently, is serious violence against innocent people, what we on this side of the House have called genocide, and what many other human rights groups and people around the world have called a genocide. So I understand the long term, I understand the value of the things the member is talking about, but what about those that are suffering and dying right now? What can we do for them immediately to stop the violence besides a military response?
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, we continue, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and we can continue to offer a place of refuge for these people who are in danger. Yes, there is the long-term aspect, and we want to eradicate the threat on civilians in that region as quickly as possible. But, of course, it's important that we open our doors so that these people can have a safe haven. And we've seen great examples of people coming to this country from Syria. There are many who have come to my region of Sherbrooke. And it's important that in our refugee welcome strategy, we also put emphasis on those who are the most at risk, religious minorities or visible minorities, or homosexuals. We need to put the emphasis on those who are the most at risk so that they can leave the region as quickly as possible and come to a safe country as quickly as possible.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to get the formalities out of the way, up front, I will be splitting my time with the member for Kitchener-Conestoga. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address this House regarding the government motion tabled on February 11th, 2016. This motion seeks to gain the support of this House to redefine the mission in Syria and Iraq through the removal of our CF-18s from its sorties while increasing our training mission within Iraq. Mr. Speaker, prior to continuing with my remarks, I would like to take the time and thank all of the men and women of the armed forces for their continuing effort to help those who have been made victim of this radical group of terrorists known as the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. Yeah. Furthermore, I would like to thank those who have served in the armed forces from all sides of this House in any capacity. Canada's strategy to date has been one that is engaged in a multifaceted and comprehensive approach ranging from helping refugees gain resettlement, delivering aid to those refugees in camps, training Kurdish troops, airstrikes on key ISIS positions, and even stepping up to help defend Kurdish positions which were under intense attack. My colleagues have clearly and succinctly outlined the benefits that our CF-18s provided on the ground in Mosul to our ground troops, as well as the need to maintain those assets in the region. The most succinct way to describe the government's actions on this motion is this. It is increasing the number of soldiers, training forces for the front lines,
while reducing the capacity of our military to protect those same soldiers. So while the increase in the number of troops would automatically increase the risk for Canadians, the government is further exacerbating that increased risk by removing assets available to support our troops and our allies on the ground. What I find most troubling on this matter is that the government fails to explain, after 1,378 sorties by CF-18s, destroying 399 targets in 251 airstrikes, what benefits our allies, Canadians, and our military gain by stepping back. The track record of the Royal Canadian Air Force speaks for itself. We've been deliberate and unwavering in our commitment to freeing the people of a region from tyranny and injustice. That is until February 17th, when the Prime Minister and his Cabinet instructed the Royal Canadian Air Force to cease airstrikes against ISIS. This government has failed to provide a reason, sensible rationale, or a compelling argument as to the goals or objectives that they're trying to fulfill by stepping back from the fight against ISIS. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we do not need the Prime Minister to stand in this House to tell us why. We already know. The Prime Minister made a campaign promise without military consultation, without discussion with our allies, without understanding the ramifications or consequences, without a single piece of sound planning. This Prime Minister wrote this foreign policy for political gain rather than effective government policy, and then wonders why we aren't invited to planning meetings with our allies in the war on ISIS. Colleagues, when we properly assess the lack of rational arguments provided by the government, it is concerning. The fact this government, led by a Liberal leader, can make structural change to a military mission based purely in political expedience is shameful, to say the least. At what point do members of the Liberal Party stand up and say that this is wrong? It's wrong to abdicate Canada's responsibility to stand up for those without a voice. It's wrong to leave our men and women on the ground with reduced capacity for reinforcements from the air. It's wrong for Canada to step back on the fight against radical terrorism. It is wrong for Canada to abandon the CF-18 mission against ISIL. It is wrong to make decisions that literally determine whether human beings live or die, live free or in bondage, live in or flee in fear, based on a campaign promise. I'm tired of hearing words like irresponsible, naive, well-intentioned to describe the changes in this motion. From the people that I've spoken with, there's only one word to describe this motion, and that is wrong. I understand the Prime Minister wants to keep one of his 200 promises to the people of Canada. That makes sense to me. But why not keep the promise to only go $10 billion in deficit? To have tax changes that are revenue neutral, to be in surplus within 4 years, to run an open and transparent government, to restore the role and respect of parliamentarians in this House. Why does the only promise that this government have to keep be the one that degrades our ability to help people in an utterly devastated region of the world? And in doing so, walks all over another promise that I just mentioned, restoring the role of members of Parliament and operating with respect for parliamentarians. Members of this House are so unimportant to this government that they asked for approval not before ending the airstrike mission, but after. Mr. Speaker, I know that during the campaign and while in opposition, the Liberal leader spoke often regarding respect for Parliament. In fact, the Prime Minister went so far as to outline this in the very speech from the throne that was delivered just months ago. I quote the Prime Minister when I say, "In this Parliament, all members will be honoured, respected, and heard wherever they sit. For here in these chambers, the voices of all Canadians matter." Mr. Speaker, on this motion, our role was not honoured when the Prime Minister took this House for granted. We were not respected when being asked to approve a motion on an order that had already been made. And we were certainly not heard prior to a decision on military conflict. Here in these chambers, only one voice, only one vote, only one perspective mattered. And it wasn't the voice of a Prime Minister, but a leader campaigning to be one.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister silenced this House by giving the order to cease operations in advance of the House speaking to his motion. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm less concerned about the Prime Minister's 337 colleagues in this House than I am the 36 million people across this country who do not have a voice on a motion that literally deals with life and death. I am less concerned by the political gamesmanship practiced by this government to stifle the opposition's ability to give meaningful contributions to government than I am by the government's approach to stifle the voice of its citizens in this House. The throne speech said the following, Mr. Speaker: "Let us not forget, however, that Canadians have been clear and unambiguous in their desire for real change. Canadians want government to do different things and to do things differently." Mr. Speaker, the government is fulfilling this part of the mandate within the throne speech with this motion. Not only are they doing different things by stepping back from the fight against ISIS, but they are doing things differently too. You see, on March 24th, 2015, the member for Calgary Heritage, then the Prime Minister of Canada, announced a government motion regarding the beginning of an airstrike campaign against ISIS in Syria. This was an expansion of an existing air campaign that was solely operating in Iraq. The decision was put to a vote on March 30th, 5 days before the mission was expanded, not 5 days after.
Yes.
The members of this House, therefore, all stood for all Canadians, and they had a say in the expansion of Canada's role prior to its initiation. This is an example of leadership. It's an example of respect for this House, of restoring honour to Parliament, and of giving Canadians a voice. That is a decision of a Prime Minister that I am proud of. I have one last quote from the throne speech, which I believe clearly applies to this debate. The quote is this: "They want to be able to trust their government." And this is true. The people of Canada want to trust the things that its government are telling them are both true and advantageous to its citizens. But to gain trust of Canadians, the government must trust that Canadians and their representatives will make the right choice. This government must allow people to speak through their elected officials and representatives in advance of ending the mission, not as an afterthought. What insight has been neglected in this House? Which citizens' voices did this government ignore? We as Canadians expect better from our government, especially when debating actions that will have a direct impact on the great men and women of our armed forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Well, I want to thank the member opposite for that contribution to the debate today. And the member was pleased to discuss the voices that aren't heard in this House and how all members have to respect their ridings and their voices heard in the ridings. I want to know what this member has to say about the 58% of his riding that didn't vote for him and actually voted for a party that believed in pulling the airstrikes back from ISIL and back from fighting ISIL. What does he say about that?
Well, member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked that we have a member on the other side of the House who didn't come into this chamber to discuss the changes to a mission that are affecting real lives in a devastated portion of the world. Instead, he wants to play politics and relive October 19th. The reality, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the people in this region are living a nightmare every day, and instead he wants to relive a date from over 4 months ago. Shame on you, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to remind the honourable members that they are speaking through the Speaker. Shame on me. I'm not sure that was quite appropriate, but I'll convey it to the other member.
L'honorable député. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albert Einstein had once said that madness was repeating the same thing over again and expecting a different result. And I wonder if my colleague was of the same opinion, which is to say repeating the errors of the past, as he's proposing, to go into a mission that resembles the mission into that same region last year, and it didn't result in it didn't bring the results we expected. So do you think to do it again would be a success? Or will it be the same as last year's mission?
Oro Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for shaming you before. Mr. Speaker, the reality is this. If this member is calling it madness, that a government of Canada would step in and help those who are incredibly vulnerable, try to be part of an answer to get people back in their homes, in their homeland, then call me mad. But I want to see a resolution. I think that the multifaceted approach that we have taken in terms of providing aid, of bringing Iraqi and Syrian refugees here to Canada, in terms of training troops on the ground, and definitely in terms of airstrikes, is the right approach to continue with. Unfortunately, the government made a unilateral decision without coming to this House and applying for the consent, if you will, in order to do so.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sometimes think I'm in some sort of parallel reality here, Mr. Speaker. For goodness sakes, he talks about election and he talks about respect for Parliament. We've been debating this motion since last Wednesday, Mr. Speaker. We had an election, and his party ridiculed the then leader of the Liberal Party from one end of the country to the other about the position that he would take if he became Prime Minister. He then implements the position that he said he would do as a candidate, and the honourable member says, oh, just blow off the people of Canada. We had an election. We had the longest election in history. The position of the Liberal Party was well known. The position of the Conservative Party was well known, Mr. Speaker. It was a change mission. It was a mandate to change the mission, and yet this honourable member says we disrespect Parliament, the members of Parliament, and the people of Canada because we're honouring the election promise that we made. And he carries on with this crazy rhetoric about stepping back when in fact we're stepping up. I don't know how you put more people in theatre rather than less, and that is stepping back. I don't know how you make greater financial commitments and somehow or another that's stepping back. I don't know how you get 25,000 refugees here and that's just stepping back. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask this honourable member to join reality.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the word rhetoric used by my colleague across the aisle here. The reality is this. The government did not respect the House of Commons. They did not respect the people of Canada and their representatives in the House of Commons when they decided to cease the mission in advance of asking this House to give consent. If this member believes that the result of the election gives them carte blanche going forward, then why are we even standing here?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I have the utmost respect and am forever thankful to the men and women who have served, who are serving, and who will serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, and I'm glad to extend that respect and gratitude to many of my colleagues who have served in uniform and now serve here in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, while I personally do not have military experience, I rise in this House today on behalf of the constituents who place their trust in me to share their views and to advocate for their expectations of this government. Let me first say that I was glad to hear that the current government was going to follow the precedent set out by our Conservative government by allowing a fulsome debate on the mission at hand and to hold a vote in Parliament. However, Mr. Speaker, I was extremely disappointed by the lack of transparency and accountability this current government has shown by bringing our CF-18s home and parking them before this debate is finished and before we have even held a vote. Surely this government knows better than to try to deliberately mislead Canadians and parliamentarians, or at least, Mr. Speaker, so I had hoped. My constituents, and indeed all Canadians, deserve better from the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what has not been made clear on the government side is why this Liberal government has unilaterally in opposition to the vast majority of Canadians, decided to pull our CF-18s out of the fight against ISIS. The Liberal government will, in response to my remarks, say that the Conservative Party does not understand that we are part of a coalition. Well, Mr. Speaker, we absolutely do understand that we're part of a coalition. The difference on this side of the House is that we think it is irresponsible to leave the heavy lifting up to our allies. Our pilots are among the most skilled in the world. They are the best of the best. And our allies have specifically requested that they continue. In a radio interview just last month, the Minister of National Defence confirmed quite succinctly exactly how our allies feel about Canada's role when he said, quote, "Of course they want to keep our CF-18s there," end of quote. Since 2014, these pilots have carried out over 1,300 sorties, almost 800 support and aircraft flights, and have destroyed almost 400 ISIS targets. Our brave pilots who carried out these vital missions safeguarded countless innocent and vulnerable people on the ground from the advances of barbarism. That was their contribution, Mr. Speaker. That is the truth. To suggest otherwise undermines these efforts and brings dishonor to our men and women who wear our uniform so proudly. Unfortunately, we have been given a false choice by the Liberal government. We can either have training and humanitarian assistance or airstrikes. But this just isn't reality, Mr. Speaker. This isn't an either-or situation. It's a both-and. Let us not forget, Mr. Speaker, that we have in fact been doing all of these since the mission has begun. We have had humanitarian support on the ground. We have had training for our local military and police forces and our CF-18s in theatre. If this was simply a question of increasing training for local forces and increasing humanitarian and diplomatic initiative without changing our airstrike contributions, I am sure, Mr. Speaker, that you would have unanimous consent from this side of the House. However, the Liberal government has made us choose between either increasing our training mission, humanitarian assistance, and stronger diplomatic ties, or remaining an ally in good standing by remaining in the combat mission through airstrikes. And unfortunately, as I said, Mr. Speaker, they haven't just made us choose, they already actually have decided for us. Why? We don't know. Is it because the Liberal Party of Canada has adopted a non-combat mantra within its top ranks? Is it because they're looking for ways to save money in order to minimize their ballooning deficit and clear economic mismanagement? Does the Prime Minister just personally disagree with airstrikes? We have no idea, Mr. Speaker, because the Liberal government, after a full week of debate, has not given us one single reason as to why we have brought our CF-18s home and taken the greatest pilots in the world out of the fight. Not one reason. We have taken these pilots out of the fight while leaving their brothers in arms on the ground without Canadian aircraft support. Sure, they can now rely on our coalition partners for cover, but Mr. Speaker, Canadians are Canadians are Canadians, and we want what is absolutely best for Canadian men and women on the ground, and the best is our CF-18s overhead. Mr. Speaker, this is Canada's fight. We have an obligation to stand up for the victims of genocide, fight against this evil and destructive ideology, and protect Canadians at home and abroad. If only our current Prime Minister had the same courage that the UK Prime Minister, David Cameron, has shown, he understands how a coalition best works together, and it is definitely not by handing over all the hard work to other countries. Mr. Cameron is quoted as saying, quote, "We should not be content to outsource our security to our allies. If we believe action can help protect us, then with our allies we should be part of that action, not standing aside from it," end quote. Professor Hansen, Director of Center for European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies at the Munk School of Global Affairs, put it best when he said, quote, "There's nothing admirable in letting other countries do the fighting while you hide behind liberal pieties," end quote. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Security Council has determined that the Islamic State constitutes an unprecedented threat to international peace and security, and has called upon member states with the requisite capacity to take all necessary measures to prevent and suppress its terrorist acts on territory under its control in Syria and Iraq." End quote. Mr. Speaker, we are a member state. We have a requisite capacity. Why are we not taking all necessary steps or measures? Canada has a long, proud history of defending innocent and vulnerable populations by taking on those who commit mass atrocities. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not just a war that is being waged overseas, out of sight, out of mind. ISIS has declared war on Canada and on our allies. It is paramount that the government stands shoulder to shoulder with our allies to defend and protect the safety and security of Canadians both here and abroad. Mr. Speaker, every single one of us and our constituents would prefer a world where military and police were not needed. But we don't live in a perfect world. Evil exists, and Canada has an obligation to restrain that evil. I have had the great privilege of visiting the monument historic sites of Juno Beach and Vimy. And I encourage all members of this House to take the time to visit these sites. Mr. Speaker, these sites exist because Canadians did not shy away from combat. They did not rely solely on their allies. But they exist because Canadians rose to the occasion, our brave men and women fought side by side with our allies, and defeated the evil of our time. We need to do the same today. We need to do all that we can to bring peace and stability in the area. We owe it to the refugees we are welcoming here in Canada, and we owe it to their families who are still living under the brutal Islamic State regime back home. Mr. Speaker, public opinion was very important to the Liberal Party during the campaign season. So why now, since it has seized the brass ring, is it deaf to the voices of Canadians? Why is this ill-conceived election promise any more important than the laundry list of election promises already broken? It is with the support of my constituents, Canadian citizens, and our allies that I stand in the House today speaking against the government motion and urging the government to allow our CF-18s back in the fight, reintroduce the greatest pilots in the world back into theatre, and take all necessary measures to degrade and to destroy ISIS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable colleague for his comments, and I'd like to pose to him that there might be another way of looking at this. I attended Royal Military College in Kingston, and one of the key studies that we had to take was military and strategic studies. And as part of that, we had to look at strategy and tactics for all different kinds of engagements to understand when you needed to go in with a certain strategy, but more importantly, when to understand that that strategy needed to change with the changing conditions of the particular conflict. I would like to ask the honourable colleague from the other side of the floor, is this not one of those occasions where we must change strategy, and does that make our contribution any less valuable simply because we may not have fighter pilots? There are 25,000 other men and women in uniform who serve in very meaningful roles each and every day in our Canadian forces, and this new mission will allow us to bring a different level of strength and capacity to this mission, and it will be as effective, if not more so, than we have been in the past.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, but Mr. Speaker, I was very clear in my remarks that if we were voting on simply expanding the humanitarian aspect or the security intelligence aspect of the mission, on this side of the House, I am confident that we would have unanimous support for that kind of a motion. But there is no rationale, and if there is, Mr. Speaker, we haven't heard it. We've been here a week debating this bill. Not one Liberal member has been able to explain how removing CF-18s out of theatre actually enhances our ability to degrade and destroy ISIL. We don't question the aspect of increasing our forces on the ground. But why at a time when you're increasing the number of Canadian men and women on the ground, would you subject them to the potential of not having overhead protection? We know the challenges of communication, Mr. Speaker. We saw it here on October 22nd with the different security forces that we have in the House. The challenges of communicating between different security forces in a time of emergency like this is challenging. And so there's no question in my mind that our men and women on the ground would be much safer if they had the cover of our CF-18s flying overhead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
I enjoyed listening to the member. And of course, as he knows, our position is where Canada should be intervening is to cut off the flow of money, cut off the flow of foreign fighters, and cut off the flow of arms to ISIS. And the new government has done nothing in those three areas, which would actually have a preponderant effect in hurting ISIS. Now, during the campaign, Canadians debated this issue. Canadians seemed to believe, because the Liberals at the time were saying that they would do the same thing as the NDP, that they would scale back the mission and that they would be looking at cutting off fighters, cutting off funds and cutting off arms. Now, the government has come with a completely different message just weeks after the election, and in fact are expanding with hundreds of new soldiers, expanding the combat mission. Now, I've asked this to other Conservative members, and I think Canadians do need a clear answer. There is a motion before us that expands the combat mission and sends hundreds of new soldiers into the combat situation. Does the member support that or not?
Honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we see clearly the difference between the three parties in the House here. And unfortunately, my biggest disagreement is with the party that my colleague represents. I don't know if there's a fight in which we have to defend vulnerable and innocent people. Yes. If there ever was a fight where we needed to be involved, this is it. Mr. Yes. Speaker, as I said in my remarks, I had the privilege of visiting Juno Beach for their 65th anniversary of D-Day. I will never forget how the people of France to this day are grateful that we did not have a government that stood on the sidelines and hoped to just cut off money supply, but actually was willing to send men and women into the field to protect innocent people. When the veterans would stand from their wheelchairs and take a few steps across a little gravel pathway to lay a wreath at the cenotaph, children of parents who had been there on D-Day would run in, pick up a stone that had touched the sole of a foot of one of our soldiers and take it as a memento. They are so grateful for what our men and women in uniform did back then. And I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, if we do the right thing, we will be able to stand tall and be thankful that our men and women stood in support not only of our troops here at home, but in support of men and women who are vulnerable and innocent, who are being treated in unbelievable ways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Salaberry-Surcoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Since 2011, the war in Syria has caused 270,000 deaths. To compare, so people can understand, it would be like eliminating the inhabitants of 4 RMCs from Vaudreuil-Dorion to Hemmingford, including Salaberry de Valleyfield and Orstown. The victims would include men, women, children, old people, seniors, people fleeing the atrocities being committed by the Islamic State. At present, there are some 4.5 million refugees in Jordan and Lebanon, as well as in Turkey and Europe. It's as if everyone south of a line drawn from Mirabel to Lac Mégantic in Quebec were to leave the province to seek out a safe haven in Ontario, New York State, Vermont, New Hampshire, or Maine. This is one of the biggest displacements of people in recent history. The response of the Canadian government for the past 2 years has been to provide limited humanitarian assistance and to step up military means through combat aircraft and trainers. Today, the Liberal government has put forth a motion that talks about withdrawing the CF-18s and about tripling special forces. It's an advise and assist mission along with a mission to identify targets for the Air Force. Humanitarian assistance is increased by $840 million. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the Liberal government, like its Conservative predecessors, believe that military means will help resolve the crisis in the region and deal with the so-called Islamic State. Now, I don't have the impression that we learned anything from our mistakes in the war in Afghanistan. First of all, the parameters of the mission are very vague. The Liberals had denounced it when the Conservatives did the same thing, and now today they're doing exactly the same thing. Neither the Prime Minister nor the Minister of Defence have given any details on the success criteria of the Canadian mission, and there's no exit strategy that's been presented. Will the troops stay in place until the Islamic State is defeated? If yes, is the government aware that an ideology can't be killed off in 2 years? The government is giving itself 2 years before coming back to the House to debate the issue again. I would point out that this is neither a NATO nor a UN mission. It's unacceptable for the Liberals to be seeking out a blank check. Even the Conservatives came back after 6 months to the House for a debate. Now, we're talking about the lives of our Canadian armed forces. Each day, the number of lives being placed in harm's way in the region is increasing. And at the same time, Canada is going to be providing weapons and munitions to the Kurds and maybe even to the Iraqi army. This brings up a number of questions. What Kurdish group will receive them? The Iraqi Kurds or the Syrian Kurds? What happens if Canadian weapons are used against Turkish soldiers? What guarantees do we have that can we have from the government that these weapons won't be violating human rights, used to violate human rights? These are important issues because, as we've seen in the news in recent days, a weapon manufactured by a Manitoban company sold to Saudi Arabia ended up in the hands of a Yemeni combatant. The issue of weapons trafficking is at the heart of this war in Iraq and Syria. Each ally provides weapons and munitions to a group without taking into account paying little heed to civilian casualties. Mr. Speaker, academics have focused on the means of resolving the conflict in Syria. The Observatoire sur la radicalisation et l'extrémisme in Quebec published on its website an article including some potential solutions, and I will briefly quote: tying oil revenues to local development, ending the injection of weapons into the conflict, pushing local actors to impose peace in their area, providing logistic and financial support to countries that have refugee camps. And I don't see, Mr. Speaker, any connection between the Liberal government's approach and people who are very familiar with the geopolitical situation in the Middle East. Something else that's sadly lacking, in my view, is the complete absence at the national level of measures to combat the Islamic State's message in cyberspace. As the youth critic for the NDP, I think it's very irresponsible on behalf of the Liberal government. By putting forth military measures, we're simply reinforcing the terrorist ideology, giving them additional proof or means of recruiting young people who feel excluded from our Western society. I don't see anything in this motion that will help us to understand the causes of terrorism, nor how we can prevent radicalization, the radicalization of young Canadians who leave for Syria or Iraq to join the Islamic State. These young people feel excluded because they don't have a job, they face racism, they're discriminated against. The terrorist group uses this sense of isolation and vulnerability to attract these people by proposing an ideal for society. And slowly but surely, young people disconnect from our societies. They spread the misleading words of the Islamic State. But what does the government do to counter this phenomenon? I don't see any in this motion, Mr. Speaker. Diffusing Islamic State propaganda is dangerous and devastating. In fact, Al-Qaeda committed the tragedy of September 11th and shares the same backward ideology as the Islamic State based on its interpretation of Islam. According to the organization in Quebec I mentioned, the Islamic State is a kind of Al-Qaeda 2.0 that simply knows how to make itself more attractive. It's simply a question of radicalization of young people, and we need to understand how to counter it and counter the communication efforts by the Islamic State. But I haven't heard any action being taken in cyberspace. However, if a young person aged 15 to 35 is someone who more often obtains information from the internet or from social media and websites. Now, it's quite easy to fall into the propaganda trap that way. Now, I'm not talking about attempts to censure the Islamic State because that would be on the internet, because that would be impossible. But we need to provide the means for our young people and children to resist this extremist discourse. Now, if we do have problems with our young people today, imagine what's going through the mind of a young person who's faced bombings from the Syrian army or physical torture, psychological torture. These young Syrians in refugee camps will not have hope if there isn't a political solution to this conflict. Humanitarian assistance isn't the focus of action. By tying humanitarian assistance to military action, the government is tainting its assistance and making it more difficult for humanitarian groups to work. Because we're talking here about young people, children, young adults who are traumatized and who have very little access to basic services like running water, electricity, or a school. To conclude, adding more weapons will simply reinforce the Islamic State's discourse. It's a war of civilization between Muslims and the West, in their view. The best proof that it isn't the case at present is that in Canada, Muslims, Christians, and all people, regardless of their color or origin, are standing side by side. Many experts have said that it's not by stepping up the bombing efforts that we will be in a position to limit the Islamic State. The bombings have succeeded in making the Islamic troops disperse, but they've taken refuge in civilians' homes, and what that does is make it easier for them to proceed with recruitment, to recruit soldiers for the Islamic State. The NDP continues to propose and has always proposed not to get involved in a mission, but instead to try to interrupt the commerce or trade in weapons, money, and foreign combatants in order to improve our efforts to de-radicalize and our efforts to de-radicalize here. As Ban Ki-moon said, in the long run, the greatest threat for terrorists is not the strength of missiles, but political inclusion. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
For West Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank...
I just would like to, comment on one thing that she did indicate. She said that she doesn't see any measures to prevent radicalization in our motion, and I'd like to draw her attention in particular to Clause B of the motion, improving the living conditions of conflict-affected populations and helping to build the foundations for long-term regional stability of host communities, including in Lebanon and Jordan. And I wonder if she wouldn't agree with me that it is important to have regional stability and that this part of the motion in particular will help stop the spread of violent extremism by providing that stabilization to a region that is certainly in conflict, certainly seeing the spread of refugees, and that does feed into radicalization. This motion, in my opinion, will help address that problem, and I wonder if she'll agree with me on that.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, the NDP is looking at the war, but we don't think that it will be stabilized through extending military efforts. They are tripling the number of forces on the ground, but they have no idea, really, what the definition of combat is. And today, in fact, during question period, the Prime Minister talked about a combat mission. Yesterday, they talked about it not being a combat mission. So it's very vague. We have no real idea what the criteria for a successful mission are. So how can we talk about stability when there are several parameters that remain very vague and for which we don't have an answer? We don't know when the mission will wrap up. We don't know how to assess its success. And we don't know what budget will be allocated to this mission, this combat mission, or this advise and assist mission, as the Liberals boast or claim it to be.
Honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate our member opposite's comments, but I am troubled with one factor, that this government has announced that, yes, they are pulling out the CF-18s. That was a campaign promise. They lived up to that. Check. But one thing that was not mentioned was that they're tripling the size of our forces on the ground, of our men and women on the ground, putting them in harm's way. The Prime Minister himself said that, yes, they will be in riskier situations. So I guess my question would be to the honourable member is that how would you handle delivering the message to a mother, to a father, to a sister, a brother, or to the children of one of those men and women, should we lose alive because we've pulled out one of our core strategic military pieces to protect them? How would you handle that message, to deliver that message to those family members? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ravages by the Islamic State have been devastating. There are war crimes that are being committed. And what we're talking about here is the best way of taking action to ensure that we can snuff out the efforts being used by the Islamic State. The NDP has focused for a long time on trying to eliminate the influx of money to fund them, their finances, the trade, for example, in weapons. Canada still hasn't signed the weapons treaty. So we want to work on preventing radicalization or helping radicalized young people recover. So this all means working from a humanitarian perspective. These are avenues or approaches and that academics and specialists, people from the UN as well, are discussing. And they believe that those are the most effective means of wiping out the Islamic State. So that's what the NDP wants to do. We don't want to continue to send soldiers in to the front lines.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues for that wonderful welcome. I am very honoured to rise today in this House to speak to this issue, which is a very complex and troubling issue. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, this is a very complicated geopolitical situation with violence that has existed in different forms for many, many years. But it's very important to note that what we're discussing today is the role that Canada must play. And this is very important because when we talk about the fight against the so-called Islamic State, well, we often think about all of the efforts, but we as parliamentarians have the duty to concentrate on what we can do better, how we can best support the efforts in the region. And so before I get into the details about the question before the government and the solutions proposed by the NDP, I think there's 2 points that are very important to note, Mr. Speaker. First, whatever our party, whatever our region, we are all 100% behind the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. Before, during, and after the different missions, it's very important to note that. And we must also say, Mr. Speaker, that once again, no matter our party or region, we are all disgusted by the atrocities that are being committed by the so-called Islamic State. The videos, that you can see online, the acts, the atrocious acts that are being committed. We all feel horror when faced with that, and that must be noted, Mr. Speaker. Now, where we disagree, Mr. Speaker, is in what is the best way to proceed to fight that. But it's important to note those 2 points at the beginning before getting into the details of the debate. So I will start by discussing the question put forward by the government, the motion put forward by the government. And it shows that history is repeating itself, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be a member of the NDP, a party which over the last 15 years has been there to ask questions, particularly about our intervention in Afghanistan. Difficult questions, and you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, that Jack Layton was called Taliban Jack in the House. Why? Because he asked questions about the length of the mission, the conditions for victory, and what the goals were. And unfortunately, when we ask the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces to go into foreign countries and to carry out a mission, we must have clear objectives. They can't be just fighting for some particular idea. There must be clear objectives, and that question has to be asked. There was an article in La Presse a couple of years ago that showed the lamentable state of a school in Afghanistan, where there was, for example, a staircase that went up to a second floor that no longer existed. These are the schools that we were supposed to be helping build and defending, and yet there was no school there in the end. So after a 10-year mission in Afghanistan that cost many Canadian lives, yes, we accomplished many good things there, but we didn't necessarily achieve even the vague goals that had been set. So we as parliamentarians need to ask questions on behalf of Canadians and behalf of the forces that we're sending into those regions. So that's the question. What is the end goal of the government? What would they consider to be the conditions of victory? How long will this mission last? As my colleague from Salaberry-sur-Roi just mentioned in her speech, the Conservatives, at least with their mission, the last mission that they presented before the House of Commons, they had an end date, a date where the debate would come back before Parliament. And now here, we see that the government has changed the parameters of this mission without consulting Parliament, and they have been giving answers that aren't entirely up to snuff in question period. So far the response we've had from the government is not satisfactory, and so that's part of the, and that's an element that affects how we are looking at this motion. And another question, is this, yes or no, a combat mission? The Liberals here in the House, when they were in this corner of the House, they voted against a Conservative motion and said that it was because they wouldn't support a combat mission. And in the election, they committed to ending the combat mission. And so even though today they're taking the CF-18s out of the fight, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have more Canadian Forces members placed in dangerous situations. And the government is unable to say whether or not this is indeed a combat mission. So, Mr. Speaker, we haven't gotten the answer. But when we asked the question to the Prime Minister today, we heard him say the combat mission, and then all of a sudden he realized what he had said, that maybe he had called it a combat mission, that maybe he said what he really thinks, and so he corrected himself to say the fight against Islamic State. But we know from the answers given by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense that Canada recognizes, the government recognizes, even if they won't say it clearly, that this is indeed a combat mission. So that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. So we have these questions, but what is the NDP proposing? Because if we're not supporting the approach of this government or the previous government, well, obviously we need to propose our own solutions and our own approach. So what could Canada's contribution be to this be in this fight in this dangerous context in Iraq and the Middle East? Well, even before we go outside of Canada, we need to look at the efforts that are being taken here at home, what we're doing to fight radicalization here in Canada. Those efforts are essential. It starts here, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a number of stories. We've seen them in the media, and my colleague mentioned these in her speech. We have Canadians who are going abroad to fight for these terrorist groups. And so it's important that we do work here at home. And unfortunately, this is something that the present government is not doing. And it's not something that the previous government proposed in Bill C-51. So there are some good efforts being undertaken in Montreal, for example, and that's great. But it's not just up to the local authorities to take these efforts. We need leadership from the federal government to work with local authorities and with religious groups to make sure that this work is done so that we ensure that young people aren't being influenced by the propaganda of the Islamic State, so that we can then reduce the number of fighters going abroad to join the fight with Islamic State. And so far, we don't have a concrete plan to fight radicalization here in Canada, and that is something that we believe we need here in the NDP. There's two other elements that are important, and that's the flow of weapons and the flow of money. And what could we do to fight the flow of weapons? Well, we could ratify a treaty that the Conservatives didn't sign, and the Liberals say they want to sign it, but they haven't done that yet. And I heard the Parliamentary Secretary say earlier this week that the Minister of Foreign Affairs was seized with this issue. What does that mean, seized? They don't seem to see that this is an urgent thing to do, and yet it's such a simple solution. The government has said that it intends to sign this treaty, so do it. The government should do it, and then we can start to do the work that needs to be done to reduce the flow of weapons to the region. But it's even more troubling, Mr. Speaker, when we see, as my colleague from Salaberry-sur-Roi mentioned, as have many of my other colleagues, that many of the weapons being used by these fighters come from Canada. So the government needs to take this step to ensure that we reduce the flow of weapons to that region. And this is concrete action that could be taken. And we need to work with our international partners and our Arab partners to ensure that we can reduce this flow of weapons. I see that my time is running out, so I'll come to my final point. And that's the money that is circulating. This is the last point I want to mention. And here again, there's negotiation that could be done. We can work with our partners and our allies and the United Nations and other stakeholders to ensure that these groups are no longer funded. We heard this week that the Islamic State took a big financial hit, and we've seen to what extent that has an impact on their ability to commit atrocities in the region. So it's clear that we need to stop this flow of money. That's the kind of role that Canada can play. That's the role that the NDP wishes Canada would play. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be a vision shared by the Liberal government. And it's for that reason that we are going to oppose this motion. But be assured, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to ask questions and make concrete proposals as to the positive role that Canada could play. Questions and comments?
For Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you very much. And I listened with great concentration to the comments made opposite, and agree that the signing of the treaties that will start to bring even more pressure to bear on this situation needs to be done as soon as possible, and share his sense of urgency on that issue. I also heard him say, however, that the combat mission, which is not a combat mission, that the mission we're debating here, the training and the intelligence mission and the support for stabilizing the region, that mission is being presented as a fait accompli without being debated in Parliament. Is that not what we're doing right now, debating that change and debating the nature of that change? Isn't that not the motion that's on the table in front of Parliament? Is that the decision we're making? And the second question I'd like to address is this. I've heard from the NDP now several times the call for de-radicalization, not just in relation to this mission, but also in relation to C-51 and other issues that seek to provide security for Canadians. We share that commitment to try and bring those programs to bear. What precise programs, beyond talking to religious groups and talking to community centres and talking to mayors, what precise steps on de-radicalization would they see as appropriate and effective, and would they suggest to us so that we could pursue as government policy?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the fact that my colleague shares our feeling that there is an urgent need to sign the treaty, and I hope he will share that point of view with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. When we look at the question of a combat mission, well, I'll go back to what the Defence Minister and the Prime Minister have said. It seems that they're being vague on this, and so that uncertainty is very troubling for us, particularly in a context where we all remember Afghanistan, where without conditions for victory, without clear parameters, it was something we couldn't support. If we're asking Canadian forces to put their lives in danger serving in these regions, in these missions, there need to be clear, specific parameters, and that's what's lacking. In terms of de-radicalization, he's asked a very good question, and Mr. Speaker, I can't say that I have all the answers on specific details of the program, and that's one reason why the government should maybe support a study at the Public Safety Committee, for example, to look at how we can work with local authorities, Montreal, for example, look at the best practices, see what's working and what's not working, so that we can work with young people. That could also be in terms of mental health, for example. My colleague from Salaberry-sur-Loire talked about problems of racism, for example, that can make the problem worse. So we can look at solutions for that, but that's a very good question that my colleague has asked, and we really want to explore that here in Parliament soon.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think the best de-radicalization program we could have would be to get rid of ISIS. That would prevent a lot of radicalization because many people respond to the promise of a supposed imagined caliphate. I want to ask if the member believes, in fact, that genocide is happening in Syria and Iraq. Is he willing to call what is happening a genocide? And does he believe in the principle of a responsibility to protect?
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, when we talk about de-radicalization for the Conservatives, they think that the best way to de-radicalize is to use bombs. But unfortunately, no. What we need to do is work with local authorities, with religious groups, and the Conservatives, when they were in power, offered nothing for that. And we had to wait for the municipalities to begin to act on this file. So there is work that needs to be done here at home, Mr. Speaker, because there are people from Canada who are leaving to fight for Islamic State. So that's one element. The other element of his question, well, listen, Mr. Speaker, I've said since the beginning of my speech, we need to stop debating this issue of the atrocities of Islamic State because we all agree that what we're seeing there, the violence that's being committed by Islamic State, is atrocious, it's disgusting, and it's something that we absolutely want to eradicate. We don't want to see this anymore. We don't want to see these kinds of acts of violence anymore. And that's exactly why we need to do this work. And when he talks about the responsibility to protect, to use the common expression, well, we're talking about the United Nations, Mr. Speaker, and the United Nations seem to agree with what we're proposing in the NDP. So when we talk about the principles of the United Nations, working with them, for example, as a major stakeholder, Canada can ensure that it's playing the best role possibly to end violence. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to speak tonight practically at the end of the debate because I've listened closely to the debate so far. And humbly, I hope through my intervention tonight, I will be able to propose a compromise. In terms of defense and foreign affairs, I would say that prudence is the best way forward. And we need to ensure that we can adapt to complex problems. And this is a very complex problem. So without wishing to criticize the words of our new enthusiastic Prime Minister, enthusiastic after having won the election of October 19th, well, it seems to me that he hasn't been prudent in indicating so early that he was going to take the jet fighters out of the fight, these jet fighters that are ensuring the safety of troops on the ground and that have allowed us to put in place, for example, evacuation corridors. So saying, hey, we're going to take all that out? Well, no, I think that he could have done the honorable thing and considered that there are many things that have happened since. And I'll get to that later. I would like to start by saying that the Bloc Québécois has always been a pacifist party. The Bloc has always considered that humanitarian missions under, for example, NATO or under the UN were always the best idea. We have always wished to focus on multilateralism. And if we look at the situation and this complex conflict, and if we look at it with a pragmatic eye, an appropriate pragmatic eye, the bombing to support the humanitarian actions on the ground is an action that we considered appropriate. Now, that was during the election. What has happened since the election? Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that all of my colleagues who are here tonight will have read the UN Security Council resolution from November. But for those who are following our debate and who are not familiar with this, I think it's important to read a few excerpts from this UN resolution, Security Council resolution from last November. Because we've listened to the call from the UN, which says, reaffirming the goals and the principles of the United Nations Charter and affirming its respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity, independence, and unity of all states, pursuant to the UN Charter, reaffirming that terrorism in all of its forms and all of its manifestations is one of the greatest threats against international peace and security, and that all acts of terrorism are criminal and unjustified, whatever the motivation behind them, and the time and place and where they were committed and by who they were committed. This violent extremism and these attacks that continue to be perpetuated systematically against civilians, the clear and generalized attacks on human rights and humanitarian aid, particularly these attacks based on religious or ethnic groups, the attacks on cultural heritage, and also through the control that they exert on a large territory and on the natural resources of Iraq and Syria, and through its recruitment and the training of foreign terrorist fighters who threaten the entire region and all member states, even those who are far from the conflict zone. The Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant represents a worldwide threat of a level that is unprecedented against a threat to peace and security. We must fight this unprecedented threat to international peace and security with all measures at our disposal, and all members must ensure that all measures taken to fight terrorism respect international law, declaring that the situation will continue to deteriorate in the absence of a political solution to the Syrian crisis. The UN condemns, and I'm coming to the end here, well, what has happened since October 19th and this communique from the UN Security Council.
Unequivocally condemning these acts that have been carried out by Daesh on the 26th of June in Sayous, the 10th of October in Ankara, and the 30th and others in 2015 in Beirut, and the 13th of November in Paris, and all of the other attacks, etc., asks the member states who have the capacity to take all of the necessary steps to redouble their efforts and coordinate their actions with a view to preventing and putting an end to these terrorist acts committed by Daesh. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister thinks he's doing a good thing by making announcements the day after the elections that he's a political promise made during the campaign with all of that he wants to keep, he's painted himself into a corner. He is not careful enough, and then we see the events unfolding in Paris, and only 1 or 2 weekends ago, the bombings of the Kurds, whom we are wanting to send, or where we're wanting to send our soldiers. And we're not adjusting our efforts. And my colleague yesterday was saying that it would be easy to readjust our efforts. And the Bloc is in agreement with many elements or components of the Canadian contribution. The mission statement, there are many things that we agree with. But there's a problem within all of this, Mr. Speaker. First of all, beyond all of the rhetoric in the debate, is it a combat mission? Is it not a combat mission? Beyond all of the semantics, once we have established what we are talking about in this theater of operations, what are we doing? What are we doing to listen to the United Nations call? Well, we are told, being told that on February 11th, the 28 UN countries who are already individually involved in this fight against the Islamic State are going to be joining the coalition. So I think we need to follow that example, but we can't do so by sitting back here at home. We can't say we'll follow the example, but by saying, well, we made a commitment during the election campaign and we have to honor that. We have to say that at some point in time, if we're sending soldiers and we're tripling the numbers in the theater of operations where they are being put at risk, I don't know who would want to go and paint targets on the ground here, but when we do that, I imagine that it's not in the back kitchens that this is done. It's in a theater of operations that is a high-risk area. So when that's done, it's because we are indeed very much at risk. We're close to the dangers. So call it what you will. A combat mission, a support mission. What's not clear in the mission statement, as my colleague repeated, is, are we faced with an enemy? Are we facing training or mentorship? I mean, if we're doing quiet training, in as quiet as it can be in the theater of operations, it's not the same thing as if we are providing advice on the ground to troops who are moving forward and are under threat of attack. And how many will be in the groups and who will ensure that they are safe? That is the big issue here. Who will ensure the safety of our troops? Who will be in this mentorship, playing this mentorship role, this training role? That is why we were telling ourselves that for this component of the mission, asking for a reasonable number of CF-18s to be kept available would seem to me to be an honorable compromise, because we must remember that people Who might imagine in Quebec or elsewhere that this is a defense issue, and the national defense issues are Canadian issues, but a third of the soldiers we're sending are people from Quebec. We will be paying for part of this mission, a quarter of it, and so from the moment that we're sending people to the front lines, the least we can do is to unequivocally ensure that there is increased security and safety. My colleague yesterday let it be known that there might be some private companies or perhaps mercenaries or again perhaps Iraqi forces who already need training, who will ensure the defense of our troops on the ground. It therefore seems to me that no one's answered how this will be coordinated within the coalition to ensure that our troops will really be covered operationally. It seems to me that it would have been the prudent shows to do, as we've done in the Ukraine, where we have 6 CF-18s that are sitting around doing nothing. It seems to me that we might have kept them closer at hand in case they were needed. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the compromise that the Bloc Québécois proposes to this House. It seems to me that when we are faced with a mission statement such as this, that will eventually, I suppose, be readjusted over time, what I am saying is that its flaws should not have a direct effect on the lives of the people that we're sending to the front lines. It seems to me that there must be a way to arrive at this such a consensus, because up until now we have the impression that the government statement is enough in its eyes. It is sufficiently comprehensive, and even though we might propose some amendments, they perhaps don't want them. So I think that that even though they have a minority of Canadians voted for them, and somewhere in a parliamentary democracy such as ours, when we're talking about something as important as this mission, intervening in a high-risk theater of operations, our positions should be heard, and all of the opposition's positions should be heard. It seems to me that for the Conservatives, there might be an opportunity for them to align themselves with the proposal that the Bloc Québécois is putting on the table. And for my colleagues from the NDP, who I like very much, in fact, I think that the Center of De-Radicalization that was set up very quickly in Montreal and that has really impressed Ban Ki-moon is something that is really very important, as the member from the NDP was mentioning in her speech. It was a very eloquent speech. Indeed, for our young people here. So there are things that we can do domestically, and there are things that we can decide upon here to do externally. And I think that where we send our people into the theater of operations, I have the impression that not very many people will be receiving training on human rights. And I don't think it would be inappropriate to receive training on de-radicalization. After having made efforts and having heard a lot of rhetoric, I think we need to be pragmatic. I invite all of the parties here to, in fact, be pragmatic and to ensure that we, all parties together, can work together, indeed, that we can all get behind a mission statement that, in my opinion, should really have the approval of a larger consensus than what we are currently seeing. Because for completely different reasons that sometimes we share from one opposition party to another, but the opposition is going to vote against this mission statement, and the government with its majority will pat itself on the back. So I think, Mr. Speaker, that really we should make an attempt to find at least a modicum of consensus. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I recall and I remind people that it is human lives at risk that we are talking about. That is the reason why I allow myself the privilege of speaking of such a compromise that might be possible in this House. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Johns East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his very eloquent and well-informed comments on this matter. They've obviously put a lot of thought into what is really a very critically important mission, not only for Canada, but indeed for the world. And earlier in his comments, he made mention of a number of factors that were relied upon or investigated and referred to in the notes to United Nations Security Council Resolution 2249 from last year that came out, I guess, around the 20th of November. And in relation to that, the fifth recommendation, or the fifth part of the resolution, I'm just going to read a small amount of it. It calls upon member states that have the capacity to do so to take all necessary measures in compliance with international law, in particular with the United Nations Charter as well as international humanitarian rights, refugee and humanitarian law on the territory under the control of ISIL, also known as Daesh, to redouble and coordinate their efforts to prevent and suppress terrorist acts. And so, in light of this, I believe that the position that the government is putting forward in refocusing our efforts really goes to the heart of what the United Nations Security Council is recommending that nations involved in the coalition fighting Daesh do. And I ask the member that even if he is not going to be supporting the motion at this time for the reasons that he gave, would he at least agree with the government that the plan put forward by the government to focus efforts on intelligence gathering, humanitarian aid, and capacity building for the forces on the ground is far superior to that of the Conservatives, which focus on the CF-18s and a lack of those other aspects which are so critical and were requested by the United Nations Security Council in November. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I thank my colleague for his question. In terms of humanitarian assistance, that's fine, but when my colleague talks about training, there we have a problem in our assessment of the mission statement. I know someone who fought in Afghanistan, who was in a training mission. He was a mentor, and it was recognized within the mission statement, within the very definition of it for mentoring. And what we're saying is that from the moment that we put people that we're sending there at risk, we're tripling the number of people on the front lines. I think we have to be clear. They're going to be training, and there'll be 8 professional mentors, and they'll be split up around the territory, and therefore they're going to be following the Kurds. And if they're attacked, that's where the problems begin. So what we're saying is that there's a problem. It's not just training, it's mentorship, and we have to recognize the difference. If it was the other way around, I don't see why General Vance would have said that it is dangerous, that it was high risk. Training is not high risk. Mentorship, operational mentorship, yes, it is.
The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Montcalm suggested that recent events, such as the terrible terrorist attack in Paris, provide a rationale for continued bombing of Iraq and Syria. I would note that that terrorist attack occurred after a very substantial military campaign had already occurred in the Middle East. I find that the Bloc position, and for that matter the Conservative position, is a little bit like the doctor who sees that the medication isn't working and therefore just wants to increase the dose. My question to the member for Montcalm is, given that years of bombing in Iraq have not led to peace and have not stopped terrorism, why does he think that a little bit more bombing will work?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, Mr. Speaker, contrary to my colleague from the NDP, we heard the voice of the United Nations, and we listened to what they were asking for in its resolution from the Security Council. And I was saying at one point that the events of Paris and the bombings should make the Prime Minister think. But I said that I didn't think that most of the people who voted for him would have been upset or shocked if he had said that the situation is evolving. United Nations wants us to intervene, and we have to do our share. We have to do our part. And as I said, they need to make safe the people that they're sending to the front lines. We believe that at that point in time, they could have left the CF-18s close by, and that was the argument that I was presenting. If we come back to the beginning of the debate and the conflict, we come back to the analyses that were carried out. And if we'd followed that logic, we would never have gone to Iraq. We would never have destabilized the region under false pretexts. But that's another whole issue. I think today we need to be pragmatic. Today we're faced with a situation, and that situation implies that we need to react responsibly. Questions and comments?
Vu qu'il n'y a pas de questions ou commentaires,
There being no questions and comments, we'll
debate. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in the House and will inform the House right off the bat that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Edmonton West. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start off by saying thank you to the men and women of our armed forces who put their lives in danger each and every day, protecting the principles that allow Canadians to continue living in a free and democratic society, one where individuals do not fear for their lives based on religious values, color of their skin, their sexuality, or their gender. Values that our previous Conservative government thought should be protected against all odds. And Canadians agree with our position, Mr. Speaker. It seems this Liberal government fundamentally misunderstands the nature of terrorism and the threat that ISIS poses to the Western civilization. It's not simple thuggery or even organized criminality, as stated by the Minister of Defence. And contrary to his belief, it's not caused by climate change either. Terror, the likes of which we saw in Paris last fall, is designed to undermine civilization and legitimate systems of government. At its core, its aim is the destruction of democracy and equal treatment of citizens, promoting instead a brutal hierarchical system of control, including the sexual enslavement of women and children and the murder of religious minorities, of gays and lesbians. Mr. Speaker, this is an ideology worth fighting against with every tool at our disposal. And that is why it is simply unacceptable that while our coalition partners are ramping up their efforts to degrade and defeat ISIS, this government has pulled out a key strategic tool in our military arsenal. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister frequently stands in the House and says his government is committed to openly consulting and engaging Canadians. Yet, why is it then that this government, this Liberal government, has chosen to ignore the Canadian public when it comes to the fight against ISIS and the brutality they're waging around the world? A fight that has resulted in the deaths of multiple Canadians. A fight that has threatened the core principles of Western democracies. A fight that has seen Canadians recruited and radicalized to join ISIS, many of them just teenagers. A fight that has been brought to the steps and the halls of this very House. Now, I know the Prime Minister and his Liberal government are intent on ignoring the facts and the voices of Canadians in order to blindly fulfill a purely partisan election promise. But Mr. Speaker, 63% of Canadians say they'd either like to see Canada continue bombing ISIS at its current rate or go further and increase the number of bombing missions it conducts. Let me repeat that once more for my Liberal colleagues across the floor checking their Blackberries or sleeping, who are hard of hearing, Mr. Speaker. That's 63% of Canadians, and that's not all. 47% of Canadians believe that withdrawing our CF-18s from the mission will have a negative effect on Canada's international reputation, while fewer than 18% say it will have a positive one. Mr. Speaker, the facts are facts. It is difficult for me to comprehend how the Liberals can be so ignorant to the threat that ISIS poses. Canada's withdrawal from the combat mission against ISIS is a step backwards for Canada from our country's traditional role as fighters for human rights and international security. Our men and women in uniform have always fought bravely against those who violate human rights and those who threaten and terrorize the innocent and most vulnerable. So I ask this of the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. When constituents come up to me in the riding or write to my office and ask why we're not doing everything in our power to wipe out ISIS, what am I to tell them? Yes, we are. Mr. Speaker, the truth is this Liberal government is not only downplaying Canada's contribution, but whittling it down, and all for partisan purposes. They've said our fighters and our fighter jets and our pilots have been ineffective. Perhaps there's another plan this government isn't telling us about. It wouldn't be the first time a Liberal government has systematically dismantled our military. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal plan for Canada's mission against ISIS has been indecisive, incoherent, and frankly speaking, confusing for our allies and for Canadians. However, pulling out our CF-18s is just one of the factors being debated here in this House. Not only has this Prime Minister left our coalition partners high and dry, he's increasing our troops' exposure to risk. They're tripling the numbers of men and women on the front line. Again, tripling the numbers of our men and women on the front line. Where was that factor in their campaign promise? I wonder how Canadians would feel about that. Regardless of what this Liberal government calls their mission, more men and women will be put in high-risk positions, deemed high-risk personnel. Simply put, the likelihood of injury, death, or capture is high. Again, without a key piece of our military arsenal, is the Prime Minister willing to personally deliver the message to families of our men and women should something terrible happen? Will he stand before those families and say we did everything we could to protect their mother, their father, their brother, their sister, or their son or daughter? Mr. Speaker, I will repeat once more. The military plan that the Liberal government has proposed increases the risk to members of the Canadian Armed Forces while reducing security via air support. And we will be 100% reliant on our allies to provide air support to our ground troops. The Liberal government's plan neglects Canada's obligations to stand up for the vulnerable populations and protect Canadians at home and abroad. And it is a step backwards from Canada's traditional role, despite what this government says. Mr. Speaker, Canada has the capacity to contribute to airstrikes along with training and humanitarian support. The Canadian Armed Forces have been doing so very effectively for over a year. And at the very least, Mr. Speaker, I ask, as my friend from the bloc, who's not here now, I ask that the Liberals leave our aircraft and our world-class men and women.
Point of order well taken. I shall...
Members of Parliament are not to refer to the presence or absence of others in the House. I was offended earlier when this gentleman suggested people were asleep across the way. No one is asleep. We are all listening to the honourable member.
Thank you. That is a very good point. I'd like to remind all the members that you're not to refer to anyone who is not in the room or whether... In any case, that's a good point of order. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw my comments, and I do apologize to the House for both comments that I made. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, at the very least, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the Liberals have our aircraft and our world-class men and women of the Royal Canadian Air Force in a forward position to provide support and safety for our troops and those of our allies. Mr. Speaker, the true test of a leader is when he can stand up and face the people who elected him and admit that he's made an error or misjudged a situation. It's okay to say, I was wrong. It means standing tall, using the information now at his disposal to make the right decision, even if it isn't always the right one or the easy choice. Mr. Speaker, It is truly unfortunate that I cannot identify one single leader across the floor at this moment that will stand up for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, not a single person has been able to explain why our CF-18s must be removed from the AIR campaign. And while we're putting more boots on the ground, we're also putting more of our men and women in harm's way without necessary support to ensure their safety. That's a novel word that we haven't been talking about a lot in this debate, safety. Isn't that what we should be focusing on? The safety of our men and women who are serving their country and the safety of Canadians here at home. I have a quote from General Rick Hillier that I'd like to read, and it's pretty powerful. Every single ISIS leader should never have a single moment in their life when they're not worried about looking to the sky and having a missile come out and end their life, or go to bed and that door blown in and have some commandos come in and capture them. Mr. Speaker, this is Canada's fight. They've taken it to our country. ISIS is committing brutal genocide. They've called for and inspired attacks against Canada, including the murder of 2 Canadian Armed Forces members. As I said earlier, they're recruiting Canadians, many of whom are just kids. We have an obligation to stand up for the victims of genocide, fight against twisted ideology, and protect Canadians at home and abroad. We should never have to rely on our allies to protect our Canadian soldiers. If we're going to send more boots on the ground, then we need to ensure that the proper force protection is in place. So I offer this in closing, Mr. Speaker. The men and women of our armed forces need to know, just as they stand on guard for our nation and put their lives on the line every single day, that we here are fighting for them. Mr. Speaker, it is our job to ensure that when decisions are made that impact Canadian lives, be it during secret cabinet meetings or on a cocktail napkin on a Liberal campaign bus, that we will continue to stand and fight for those who put their lives in danger, those who risk their lives every single day so that we can sleep soundly and that the Maple Leaf stands tall. Because simply put, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the honourable gentleman's speech, and I just had a comment. He accused us of sleeping, of being incoherent, of being ignorant towards our policy. So I'm going to read the honourable gentleman a quote, and it says, "It's very clear to us that this is an absolutely correct moment for us to be ceasing the direct airstrikes. I'm intensely proud of the fact that Canada is staying committed and in fact intensifying its efforts. We're growing our commitment and we're putting the trainers directly on the ground that will absolutely achieve that critical path that's necessary beyond the striking of ISIL, to support those whose country it is to deal with the security threat and ultimately lead to greater stability." My question to the honourable member is that he said that our policy was incoherent. He said that we were ignorant. He accused us of sleeping. The person who made this comment was Chief of Defence Staff, General Jonathan Vance. Is he accusing him of being ignorant? Is he accusing him of being incoherent? And does he believe that he's sleeping on the job? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from across the floor for his question. Look, the bottom line is, the Prime Minister has stood in the House, the Minister of Defence has stood in this House, and has told Canadians that they are tripling the forces, tripling our men and women on the ground. And they've also admitted that they are putting them in riskier situations. Our CF-18s are a key piece of our military arsenal that can provide safety and support. And I don't understand, and neither do my members on this side, understand why we need to rely on the generosity of others to provide safety and support for our own men and women when you're tripling the size of those boots on the ground. Why would we not leave our CF-18s there where they're effective, where they're there to support our troops? And I don't know the General Vance, but my question to you, through you, Mr. Speaker, is that would it not make sense that we keep our key military piece of arsenal there to support our troops?
In comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I'm having trouble understanding where the Conservatives stand on the issue. with respect to Canada's mission against ISIL, because they're criticizing the government, because they want to increase Canada's presence and the number of Canadians on the ground. But in his remarks, he also criticized the fact that the Prime Minister is ultimately responsible if there's a loss of Canadian lives. So perhaps he would want them to go back to the previous mission where there were airstrikes, the mission as under the Conservatives. Sergeant Doiron died under that mission. Is his idea to revert back to the mission as it stood under the Conservatives, when in fact there was a member of the Canadian Forces died? Is that the solution, to go back to the version of the mission as it existed under the Conservatives?
Member for Prince George, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member from Sherbrooke. I had a great opportunity to be in Sherbrooke, Lac Magog during the 2013 Canada Summer Games, and I had a very enjoyable time, and I hope to come back and visit his riding. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defence, and other colleagues across the floor have echoed that they're tripling the numbers of men and women that will be in riskier situations on forward lines. So our message is clear. We are confused, as the honourable member on this side as well, too, about the Liberals' plan. They're putting more members, men and women, armed forces, in the harm's way, but they're taking a key piece of our military arsenal out of it. Our stance is very clear. Leave it there where it is. Leave the CF-18s where they're effective, where they can provide safety and support for our military support, and not pull back when our allies are ramping up.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak on our government, or the government's motion pertaining to Canada's anti-ISIS mission. But first, I, like several others, wish to thank the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces for their service. I also would like to note that I know that my colleagues, both on this side and the other side of the House, also support our forces unequivocally. And I know that we all wish the best for Canada and its interests. We just think it should be going about a different way. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a long and proud tradition of helping our allies when it comes to stopping evil and terror from spreading throughout the world. And make no mistake, ISIS's main goal is to do just that, spread terror and its evil ideology around the globe. I support the notion of stopping ISIS dead in its tracks, but Mr. Speaker, the motion brought forward to this House here today does not do that. Instead, it weakens our abilities in this fight while sending a contradictory message to our men and women who are in the trenches fighting this fight to keep us safe. I'd like to dispel some of the misconceptions being spread by certain members on a certain side of the House, which claims that the actions put forth in this motion are taking the fight directly to ISIS. Mr. Speaker, let us begin with the fact that this government wants to end airstrikes against ISIS targets. The decision to do so is simply an uninformed one. I know how much this government loves to say their policies are evidence-based, but the evidence against them, or the evidence is against them on this one. It is the fact that airstrikes have been the safest and most effective form of eradicating the enemy, especially one like ISIS, a group that is dispersed across a vast amount of land and pockets of population. Unlike ISIS, which has a ground game and no modern technology or technological capabilities, we're able to hugely degrade ISIS through our airstrikes, keeping our men and women safe and out of harm's reach. The Americans are doing it, the British are doing it, the French are doing it. Mr. Speaker, what's even stranger than the fact that all these countries, except for Canada, are contributing to an airstrike mission against ISIS is the fact that none of our allies have asked us to pull our fighters out. In fact, just the other day, the American general leading the coalition air campaign against ISIS jihadists called out our government's decision to pull the jets out. Lieutenant General Charles Brown said just yesterday, quote, "It's kind of sad to see them go. Ideally, I'd like the Canadians to come back at some point, but I know there are local decisions that have to be made in Canada for that to happen." Mr. Speaker, those local decisions are merely partisan, political decisions being made by this government as a result of a campaign promise during a previous election. Now, this government has broken its campaign promise on their tax hikes being revenue neutral. It's broken its campaign promises on settling Syrian refugees. It's broken its campaign promise on how large the deficit is going to be. Mr. Speaker, pulling out our CF-18s is one campaign promise I would dearly love to see our Liberal government break. Sad to see that this government is taking direction not from defense and intelligence officials, but from political backroom staff and campaign war rooms. Strangely enough, while this government plans on pulling out our fighter jets, they're sending more Canadian men and women out into the field. This is simply dangerous for men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces and potentially deadly. Sending more Canadian boots on the ground to assist with training and humanitarian support while depleting air power capability leaves our men and women in uniform vulnerable. This move sets a very dangerous precedent. When we deploy Canadians in a mission, we back them up with all of our capabilities. We do not handicap them, nor put them in further danger because of campaign promises. The Liberal government, however, is deploying more Canadians while significantly scaling back our capabilities that would ensure the safety of our men and women. Let me say that again. They're putting our ground forces at risk not because of a coherent plan, but because of a campaign promise. We've heard again and again, why are you pulling out our jets? A campaign promise. Not because it's best for our forces or our allies, but as a campaign promise. Canada has the capacity to continue to contribute to airstrikes alongside training and humanitarian support. Canadian Armed Forces personnel have been doing so very effectively for the past 6 months. This party has said repeatedly, we don't oppose the increased ground forces, we oppose the decision to pull out our CF-18s. Mr. Speaker, this motion makes it clear the Liberals remain incoherent on the air combat mission. They have not provided any explanation on how the withdrawal of their CF-18s will help the coalition more effectively be able to defeat ISIS. Despite the Liberal government's supposed opposition to bombing, Canadian aircraft will continue to refuel planes that conduct airstrikes and continue to provide planes to identify targets for our allies to strike at. To add to the confusion, while this government pulls out our CF-18s, there's talk about deploying 4 of our Griffin helicopters. We do not know why this is being done and how the helicopters will be used in furthering our objective of eradicating ISIS. However, I can say this much, the Conservative caucus has several questions for this government. Why are these helicopters being deployed? Will they be used for combat? And if so, how? And what precautions will be taken to protect our helicopter pilots and crews from enemy ground fire given the removal of our air capabilities? Mr. Speaker, I realize this isn't question period, so I'll stop my questions. But it highlights a multitude of problems and a lack of clarity with this government's decision to whip out our helicopters and throw them into an active war zone. Not to mention the fact that deploying our helicopters while simultaneously removing our CF-18 highlights the incoherent, ill-conceived plan put forward by this government. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say this. Not one of our allies supports this decision by this Liberal government to pull out of the airstrike missions against ISIS. No one has asked the Prime Minister to pull out, and no one is cheering on this move except for the Prime Minister and his caucus. While our Prime Minister is pulling back and hiding behind the shadows of our allies are leading the charge against ISIS. This couldn't be made more clear than Canada being snubbed by our allies at a recent anti-ISIS meeting. Just 6 months ago, our Foreign Affairs Minister hosted an international meeting in Quebec City to discuss the military and political aspects of the mission against ISIS. Today, we're not even welcome to have a seat at the table. While our coalition partners are stepping up their efforts to degrade and defeat ISIS, this government is stepping back. The decision to withdraw Canada's CF-18s is seen by our allies as stepping back rather than standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Mr. Speaker, it's also quite clear that this move has absolutely nothing to do with Canada's long-term strategy for fighting ISIS. Rather, it's nothing more than a political stunt being orchestrated by this government and its PR team. This motion is a disgrace to our military, a disgrace to our allies, and weakens our standing in this world. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought we should do a kind of, as we're winding this debate down, kind of a compare and contrast. So on the On the advise and assist mission, the Liberal Party is proposing a mission 3 times the size of the Conservative mission. The Liberal Party is proposing a mission for intelligence on intelligence twice the size of, actually the Conservatives aren't proposing any intelligence mission whatsoever. We're proposing a medical capability. The Conservatives are not proposing any capability whatsoever. We're proposing using 4 helicopters. The Conservatives are not proposing use of any helicopters. We're proposing enhanced diplomatic engagement. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the previous government pretty well burned every diplomatic bridge in that region, so anything is an improvement over what the Conservative position has been. Humanitarian assistance, to the credit of the previous government, they did engage in humanitarian assistance. We've actually upped the humanitarian assistance. And, Mr. Speaker, we have this week brought into this country something in the order of 24,000 refugees. Under the Conservative plan, there will be no refugees that will be here. So, Mr. Speaker, well, you know, these guys, I went through this election, Mr. Speaker, along with you and everyone else. It was the Prime Minister that drove the commitment to receiving refugees in this country, and it was opposed by this party, and it was opposed by this party who sowed the seeds of the fear of terrorism in and amongst all of the refugees. So, Mr. Speaker, who is stepping up here and who is stepping back?
I just want to remind the honourable members that if they'd like to sing, they could step outside in the lobby, but it's not very nice to sing while somebody else is there. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from for his question. I used to live in his riding. It's a beautiful area. Did you vote for him? Many years ago. Many years ago. First of all, I'm happy to address his comment about burning bridges. We on this site are very happy to burn bridges with despotic regimes like Syria, and we're happy not to have any bridges to burn with people like ISIS. So thank you for that. We appreciate the added support that we are giving to our allies with the ground force. What we are saying, and I've said all along, we do not oppose that. What we oppose is the nonsensical decision to withdraw our CF-18s, which are supporting those people. There's no one on that side of the House has once answered why we can't do both. We can do all of that, and we can leave our CF-18s in there helping our allies and protecting our troops. Right. Without those CF-18s, a month ago, when our troops were under fire, they would have been left without air cover. It was our CF-18s that went and supported our ground troops helping out there. You are going to strip those soldiers of that support. So we are very happy to not oppose the added support for allies, but we say leave the CF-18s in there. Thank you.
Questions? I want to remind the honourable member that the honourable members to speak through the chair. I don't think I'll be stripping anyone of anything. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise at the closing hours of this debate to raise with the member for Edmonton West some fundamental questions about where we stand as a country and why, while I vote against this resolution, I do applaud the removal of the CF-18s. I don't think we have any evidence that the CF-18s had any hope whatsoever of eradicating the force called Daesh. And if we were to continue on the mission of the previous government, we run the very large risk of propping up another government that you described earlier as despotic. How does the current official opposition imagine that we can eradicate the terrorist threat of Daesh while ignoring that there are multiple factions in a civil war on the ground in Syria and that the matter cannot be solved by Canadian jets?
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I also used to live in Saanich. It's a beautiful area. Having lived from Victoria to Newfoundland, I'll be getting to each of you eventually. We are not saying that jets alone are going to do it. We've never said that. We believe in a complete mission. What we are saying is if we're going to have our Canadian forces there, we should have our jets there supporting them, protecting them, and helping our allies. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise in this House and debate important issues to all Canadians, and I believe our responsibility and our commitment in the fight against ISIL is one of those extremely important issues facing Canadians and those of us in Parliament. I'd also like to say, Mr. Speaker, that I would be splitting my time with the honourable member from Perth, Wellington. I would first of all like to begin by thanking the brave men and women who wear our nation's uniform in the Canadian Armed Forces and their professionalism and their dedication to service. I believe I'm speaking on behalf of all members in this House when I say we are tremendously proud of what they've achieved, and because of their world-renowned reputation, we are honoured to call ourselves Canadians. Our men and women of the Royal Canadian Air Force are some of the best pilots, the best air crew, and the best technicians anywhere in the world. We have an incredible history, from the early days of World War I and Billy Bishop to the accomplishments we've made through World War II, Korea, Afghanistan, and even today. They are made, like I said, they've made a reputation for being some of the best fighting men and women anywhere in the world. And the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces are always willing to do the heavy lifting, which includes degrading and defeating ISIS, a terrorist group committing mass atrocities, inspiring terrorist attacks around the world, and who have declared war not only on the Middle East, but Canada and our allies. Our contribution to the fight against ISIS has been absolutely incredible. Our men and women in uniform have protected our soldiers, helped stave off advance of terrorism, and they have played an integral role in the coalition. I would just like to say at this time, thank you very much for everything they have done. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I get into the nuts and bolts of my speech and my debate, the one thing that I really feel is important to mention here is really the disingenuous debate that we're having on this topic at all, and the fact that the Prime Minister has announced that he has already halted the CF-18 mission before this debate has even started. The Prime Minister, I would like to say, has disrespected this House. He has disrespected every member of Parliament. And most important, he has disrespected every Canadian who wanted a fulsome, open debate on an issue of this magnitude. They want a debate within the House of Commons, and they are not getting a real debate because they know the decision has already been made. Now, I would ask the government, the Prime Minister, if he doesn't think that Canadians care about due process, I would encourage him to speak to the Alberta NDP government. They made a similar mistake in December when they put forward a farm bill and put all these consultations and debates, meetings, after third reading was already scheduled. What happened? Every farmer and rancher in Alberta became extremely upset and made a huge difference and rallied for their friends and their neighbours. And I think they should take a real lesson on the Canadians will not stand by and let these disingenuous decisions be made without having a fulsome and legitimate debate within the House of Commons. Of course, I find it somewhat ironic that this government is making such a decision because last year when we made the votes in this House to proceed to put our military in Syria and Iraq, I heard from the other side of the floor at that time lots of calls and disconsternation that we were not having enough debate on taking military action in the fight against ISIS. But we had a real debate and we had a real vote on taking that action. Each and every member of this House had the opportunity to speak before a decision was made, something this government has not given us the benefit of the doubt to do, and I think they should be ashamed of taking that action. Now, Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity earlier this week to speak to several military families in my riding, and I really wanted to ask them what they felt about what was going on in Syria and Iraq and how they felt about this motion being put forward by the Liberal government. And, you know, their message was really crystal clear, and I can't stress this enough. Their message was, if ever there was a time for them to get in the fight, this is it. This is what they have trained for, to fight against something, the atrocity that is ISIS. If there was ever a time where they felt that it was the moment to put their life on the line, this was it. They understand that ISIL is a threat not only to the Middle East, but it's a threat to Canadians home and abroad. And they want to do everything they possibly can to protect Canadians. And to do that, they need to be part of the fight. They need to be in the action. That is what they've trained for. That is what they want to do. And they have not spoken to one single member of the military who does not believe that we should be there, we should be in this fight against ISIL. Now, yesterday it became really quite clear what the Liberal government's position on this is. I would like to paraphrase a member of the Liberal Party who said, our military contribution in the fight against ISIL is just a token gesture. A token gesture. I cannot believe the disrespect that this member would show to our men and women in uniform who are putting their lives on the line to fight one of the most disgusting things that we've ever seen in a generation. They call that a token gesture. I find that completely disrespectful to the men and women of our military. And our job is supposed to support our allies with whatever contributions we can do. For example, Belgium has 2 fighter jets as part of the coalition, just 2. They're not pulling out their jets, nor do I believe that our allies are calling Belgium's contribution a token effort. If the Liberals truly believe that our commitment and our contributions to the coalition is a token effort, why doesn't this motion they put forward include an increase in our air support? Why does it not have 12 CF-18s if they believe this is really a token effort, instead of pulling the 6 that we have out? This member also questioned if ISIL was even a terrorist group at all. I find it quite astonishing that this government would be this out of touch with what ISIL really, what it really represents. And I find it incredible that they'd be this out of touch, understanding the magnitude of our CF-18s and the impact that they have had on the fight against ISIS. Just for an example, our CF-18s have conducted more than 250 bombing missions. And since, as of February, 249 missions against ISIS fighting positions, 83 against ISIS equipment and vehicles, 24 against ISIS improvised explosive factories and storage facilities. Despite this success, we are taking our dogs out of the fight. And not only we are taking a major asset out of the fight, we are putting our men and women on the ground at further risk. Now, the Liberals will argue that pulling our CF-18s will not mean further risk to our men and women on the ground. This is simply not the case. I, for one, do not want to rely on someone else to protect our men and women in uniform. I think that's our job. Our Canadian Air Forces and our Royal Canadian Armed Forces and the Royal Canadian Air Force, they train together. They communicate with one another. They know they can depend on one another. Without our CF-18s there's a significant safety risk, and they're reducing the capabilities of our armed forces. First, 6 CF-18s have the same impact on a fight as 400 to 600 boots on the ground. What is safer, 600 boots on the ground or 6 in the air? My argument would be we would be much safer and less risk if we kept our CF-18s in the fight. Second, our CF-18s are absolutely the most technologically advanced among our allies in the coalition. They absolutely have capabilities that some of our allies do not. This means that they can take on tasks other air forces in the coalition will not be able to do. Third, we are losing our influence in the planning. When we take a major asset out of the fight, we are losing a spot at the big kids' table. We are going to be, on the bench. And I don't think that's where Canadians expect us to be in a fight of this magnitude, to be sitting on the bench. Also, our military may be handicapped. There are difference in rules and engagement between our allies, differences in communication, and definitely differences in priority. But I think one of the things that I'm really concerned about with this decision is the communication with our CF-18s and our ground forces, plus the fact we will not be a priority for allied air forces. For example, we saw this in Afghanistan when our Air Force, we did not have our CF-18s there. Many missions that we put forward were delayed because we were waiting for ally air assets. God forbid that something would happen with our men and women, they'd be in danger, that they didn't have air support. Knowing that our CF-18s are there, they'll have that reassurance they're always the #1 priority for our CF-18s. Our Royal Canadian Air Force will be there to back them up. They've trained together, they communicate with one another, and there's a huge morale booster for our men and women on the ground knowing our CF-18s are there. So really, in conclusion, what I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is our men and women in military, they want our CF-18s there. Our allies want our CF-18s there. And most importantly, the vast majority of Canadians want our CF-18s there. Of all the broken promises that this Liberal government's had in the last 100 days, why is this the one they're so adamant to keep when the rest of Canadians do not agree with it? I implore the Prime Minister and I implore the members of this House to vote against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been listening to the speeches from the Conservative members opposite and reiterating again and again that this is an unpopular, that our new reformed mission is unpopular with our allies. But perhaps I could read to them what the Pentagon had to say, and that's that the Canadian announcement is just the kind of response the U.S. Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter has been looking for from coalition members as the United States and coalition partners push to accelerate the campaign against ISIL. So the selective quoting that the members opposite are doing, I think, does not add to a robust debate on the situation. And I would say that rather than, as the member is accusing the Liberal government of sitting on the bench, in fact, what the government is doing is standing with our coalition partners. We're standing with the people of Lebanon and Jordan who are overwhelmed with refugees by investing in helping them fund the necessities of life there. We're standing with the Iraqi soldiers in helping to train so that they can actually take the fight on the ground. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member when a campaign promise is actually consistent with this government stand as in opposition in every debate on this issue, why would the member be counseling the government to break a campaign promise that's exactly consistent with our stand on this for the last year and a half?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's you know, I appreciate your speech, but there's a lot of mistakes in the fact that you're saying, well, why would you want us to break a promise? Well, you've broken many of them in the first 100 days. So to say that you don't want to break this one is really interesting. And the fact that we are picking and choosing quotes. Well, a quote from Lieutenant General Charles Brown in the Globe and Mail yesterday was quite a different stance, saying that he would rather have our CF-18s there, and if the political view of this government would change at some point in the future, they would welcome our CF-18s back. So, you know, you can pick and choose all you want, but there's two sides to that story. And what it comes down to, Mr. Speaker, is they're standing on the sidelines. And as I said today, this isn't necessarily even what our allies want. This is what Canadians want. The majority of Canadians believe that our CF-18s should be there. The majority of Canadians believe that we have a very significant role to play in the fight against ISIS. To ignore the wishes of Canadians and our men and women in military just to keep that one campaign promise, I think is the wrong decision.
Comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Foothills made the suggestion that we need to deploy military assets in order to have a seat at the table. And I would ask whether the member for Foothills acknowledges the fact that there is often a need in international affairs for honest brokers, and that one of the ways to have influence is not necessarily to be involved in the fighting, but to be perceived as a neutral party that other countries can trust and can talk to in diplomatic terms. Thank you.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Regina Louvain for his question. I almost lived in his riding. I'm trying to keep with the theme tonight. Appreciate that. You know, and he brings up a good question, but you cannot, in an issue of this magnitude, just stand back and say, you know what, we're going to let the others do the fighting, and then when you need us to come in and be a referee, you know, maybe we'll be there. If you really want to be a part of the solution, then step in and be a part of the solution. You can't expect everyone else to do the dirty work for you and then just come in at the end when everything's rosy and to say, okay, now we're ready to be a part of the discussion process. You need to be there, boots on the ground, getting your hands dirty, working with your allies, shoulder to shoulder, and be part of that solution, not sitting back and letting others do the dirty work for you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a great honour to rise in this House today at this late hour to be one of the final speakers on what I think is a very important motion about a very important issue. But I think it's important to begin by acknowledging the brave men and women of the Canadian Forces, and especially the Royal Canadian Air Force, for all that they've done in the mission to this point. But I think it's also important to recognize the families and the loved ones of those members of the Canadian Forces. You know, when our brave men and women are deployed, so often it's their loved ones, their families who are back at home, manning things at home and keeping the support there for their loved ones when they're overseas. So their families and their loved ones are owed a great deal of respect and thanks as well. Canada's men and women in uniform are called upon to travel to some of the most hostile and uninhabitable places in this world to protect the most vulnerable, to fight terrorism, and to promote Canadian values. The Canada we have today would not be this great country if it wasn't for the past sacrifice of the brave men and women who've worn our uniform. You know, I wanted to say how pleased I was that the government was actually bringing this debate to the House, because I believe it is important that we have a fulsome debate on a military deployment. And I believe that was the convention that was ingrained in this great parliament by our previous government. When important military issues were to be undertaken, they were brought to parliament. They were brought to parliament to be debated and to be voted upon. And so I was initially pleased that the government was bringing this to the House, only to find out that as they were presenting this motion, they had already ended the CF-18 mission.
Shameful.
It's disingenuous at best, Mr. Speaker, and it's disappointing that they would break this convention that this great parliament has set. Canada must not be a passive player on the world stage. We must and we should be a global leader in the protection of human rights and in the fight against terrorism. We must stand up for the rights of people suffering around the world and stand against those who would commit horrendous and heinous acts against the most innocent in our societies. Canadians are frankly disappointed with their government and the steps they've taken away from the important mission against ISIS. In fact, last July, the member from Niagara Falls, previously the Minister of Foreign Affairs, hosted an international meeting here in Canada of those nations who are contributing to the fight against ISIS. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs hosted that meeting. Fast forward to this recently in Paris, there was another such meeting of our allies who are undertaking the mission against ISIS. Canada wasn't even invited. We went from hosting the meeting to not even being invited. This, Mr. Speaker, seems to be an emerging trend with this Liberal government when it comes to their foreign policy. I find it interesting that the Prime Minister and the Liberals often claim that their first act of coming to office was to propose a middle-class tax cut. But the fact of the matter is that wasn't their first act. Their first act was for the Prime Minister to call up President Obama and say that he was withdrawing our CF-18s from the fight against ISIS. That was his first foray into international relations and international politics, was to withdraw from the fight. Canada must continue to play an important role in Iraq and Syria against ISIS. You know, Mr. Speaker, upon hearing the news of our withdrawal of the CF-18s, Jabbar Yawar, Chief of Staff for the Kurdish Regional Government's Peshmerga Ministry, said, and I quote, "It is bad news for us. Canada was a major partner in the coalition, and it was a great help to us in Kurdistan." Mr. Speaker, Canada is abandoning our allies in the region. The decision to withdraw Canada's CF-18s is nothing more than the fulfillment of an ill-conceived campaign promise. But what's most troubling is that neither the Prime Minister nor the Minister of National Defence, nor, frankly, any member opposite, has really provided an explanation as to why or how withdrawing our CF-18s is actually helpful to our international allies. The government's new course is not the best strategy to combat ISIS, and it is hurting Canada's reputation on the world stage. What is more confusing, Mr. Speaker, about this position the government has taken is that while they oppose the CF-18s actually carrying out any actual bombing, under the plan being put forward, Canadians and Canadian aircraft will still participate in refueling of planes and identifying targets for the international coalition. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want the benefits of appearing to withdraw but still want to be in the fight as well. You can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. When historians look back at how Canada and how our forces contribute to the fight, I think they will find this particular point of us wanting. I think withdrawing the CF-18s will serve to be a major point of contention and a disappointment going forward. In November 2015, the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum released a report that ISIS had committed genocide against Iraq's Yazidis population. It found that ISIS fighters had carried out crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and war crimes against other minorities. Why is this government choosing to turn its back on the face of such evil? And while some members across the way are hesitant to use the word genocide, that's exactly what it is. And that's exactly why Canada and our CF-18s should be part of the fight. In fact, Canadians continue to support this viewpoint. Recently, on February 6, 2016, an Angus Reid poll found that 63% of Canadians would like to see Canada continue the bombing mission. In fact, some would like to see it even further and further enhance our bombing mission. The Canadian public understands the importance of the fight against ISIS and being actively involved in the CF-18 mission. We can also be extremely proud of the men and women of the Air Force. In fact, recently, Colonel Sean Boyle, who commanded the Air Force Task Force for Iraq between April and October 2015, recently confirmed that Canadian bombing missions did not lead to any civilian casualties. Mr. Speaker, this speaks volumes to the skill and professionalism of our brave men and women in uniform. Why would the Liberal government want to withdraw our most effective fighter pilots instead of actually commending them and giving them a vote of confidence for the hard work and the skill with which they have participated in this mission thus far?
Good point.
Taking our CF-18s out of this mission is a further step in reducing our standing, Canada's presence on the world stage. Much like they are doing in an effort to seek to normalize relations with Iran, this government is damaging our reputation abroad. If we are not willing to take a firm stand against nations and terrorist groups who commit horrendous acts like ISIS, we will no longer be respected to the degree we are on the world stage. Further, Mr. Speaker, since 2012, our previous Conservative government committed $1 billion in humanitarian development and stabilization aid in the region. This is part of a multifaceted approach to fighting ISIS. Not only the military effort with CF-18s, but also humanitarian and development assistance for those on the ground. But we cannot deliver humanitarian aid if we are not providing the military support. We cannot build for peace we are not willing to fight for peace. Canada must show that we are willing to stand up for our values and our freedoms. Our freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly and association, the equality of women, and the rule of law. Canadians understand the importance and the responsibility of the responsibility to protect. It is not enough to simply talk about rights and freedoms. We must be willing to defend the defenseless when called upon, not just in words, but with force when necessary. Mr. Speaker, when dealing with a group as evil as ISIS, force is necessary. I'm proud to stand in this House and oppose the motion put forward by the Liberal government. Withdrawing our CF-18s at this time shows a lack of confidence of that side of the House in our brave men and women of the Canadian Forces. I am proud to stand with the men and women of the Royal Canadian Air Force and commend them on all they have done thus far in the fight, and I would encourage the government to reevaluate the proposal and leave our CF-18s in the fight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I know that Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives is having a difficult time understanding and appreciating the fact that the Liberal government, through a campaign period that lasted quite a number of days, talked a lot about withdrawing the F-18s, refocusing the mission. And then on October the 19th, the Canadians voted overwhelming to give a majority government to the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. We are fulfilling an election commitment. There is no surprise to the a global coalition that's there. Mr. Speaker, they're very much aware. We are refocusing and we're putting in efforts in areas that I think are very responsible. We have an incredible Canadian forces, and we pay a great deal of gratitude and appreciation. We have some of the very best in the world. We're going to have some of the best training missions that are going to be out there. We're going to have great humanitarian aid that's going to be going. There's a lot of things in which the government has actually committed. The world and the coalition is quite happy with Canada's role, as it has been quoted. The question I have for the member, why won't the Conservative Party recognize that there's more than just the F-18s? And if the World Coalition has accepted it, why won't the Conservatives accept what the Canadians voted for on October the 19th and what the rest of the World Coalition has already said, that they're quite content with Canada's role?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Winnipeg North for his question. It's nice to hear him speak in this House from time to time. But I would just go back to the fact that recently Angus Reid polling found a survey that found that 63% of Canadians actually support our continued bombing mission. But more to the point of the question, we can do both. We can provide humanitarian assistance, and we can continue the CF-18 mission in the region. We can do both, and in fact, it's almost incumbent upon us to do both. Absolutely. We cannot deliver the humanitarian assistance, the humanitarian aid, and the stabilization in the region, and the diplomatic assistance, if we're not providing the military assistance as well. I'm proud of our government's past associations with our international allies, and our allies are relying on us. I've yet to know of any of our allies who've said, you know what, we don't need your CF-18s. Pull them out completely. Right. Fact of the matter is, they would prefer that they're there. For sure. And the U.S. task force commander in the region for the Air Force has said as much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Questions? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And earlier the member for Scarborough-Guildford suggested at this late hour in the debate, maybe we need a little comparison. And for New Democrats who think we'd be more effective in cutting off the flow of funds and arms and foreign fighters to ISIS, I look at the core of this motion, and it's a military mission that looks very much like the old Conservative military mission. In terms of the bombing, we're doing everything except using F-18s to do it. We're using our refueling, we're using our surveillance planes, we're painting targets on the ground. And in terms of the training mission, it's an expansion of what the Conservatives already started. So my question to the Conservatives is, do they actually support the other part of this military mission? Do they support the expansion of the training on the ground, which will put more Canadians at risk of direct combat with ISIS? So apart from what we've all heard from you, that you're opposed to taking out the F-18s, do you support the part of this mission that expands the training?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from the NDP for his question. We don't oppose expansion in training missions, for example, or development aid in the region. What we do oppose is cutting and running from the CF-18 side of the mission. We believe that we are best served and that our allies are best served by leaving our CF-18s in the fight, by providing the assistance that our brave men and women in the Canadian Forces and those on the ground require. That's why our government, or our former government, undertook that mission, and that's what we would like to see continued. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, I would like to remind the honourable member that his time will be cut off at 8 o'clock. It seems to me that a member can rise and continue to speak until he's finished saying. I understood that a member can't get up after 8 o'clock, but I could finish what I have to say. No, I'm sorry, well, you'll finish at 8 o'clock. The House has determined that the session will be over at 8 o'clock, so I will let you finish your thought, but then we will end. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't like war. I don't like conflicts. I don't like to fight. And I've heard over the last few days several of my colleagues who spoke to say what they thought of this war against ISIL. This enemy has no country, and that's really what speaks to me the most with what's going on in Syria and Africa and elsewhere. The new enemy of the modern world has no country. And what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that this new enemy has nothing to lose. If we push back, we've just made them take one step back in a country that in any case is not his. Regardless of where this enemy is found, that this enemy is not at home. Whether he kills or whatever damage he causes, he is not on his own territory, and happily he does not. Mr. Speaker, I don't like wars, I don't like conflicts, I don't like to fight. The question that we have to answer as representatives of the Canadian people is, how can we face this new enemy who doesn't recruit soldiers in the traditional ways, but over the internet, where unfortunately they find people who are easily influenced and who are not happy in this world. They have no country, they have no land, they only have enemies that they've learned to hate, and they only have enemies that they must destroy and kill and rape. And that's why I say they have nothing to lose but their illusions. They are convinced that whatever happens, they will be closer to their goals. The so-called Islamic State is a threat to the entire world. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, this war has nothing in common with the other big wars and the fights we've been in over the centuries. This enemy can choose any battleground. No one is safe, and we've seen that even here at home in Canada. Happily for us, Mr. Speaker, our enemy has chosen to concentrate on a very specific area by calling all of the sympathizers to arms, hoping to take advantage of a population that was already completely disorganized to give themselves credibility and a territory. This is one they want to take away from the local people. We have a unique opportunity to live in a country where it's still possible to live without war. I'm very grateful for that. But if everything was going well, Mr. Speaker, Canada is not safe from this. People have died in Canada because of this war that I don't like. We have to fight it. We can't turn a blind eye. This doesn't keep us safe. As long as a country has some opportunity, as long as these people have any opportunity to win, they'll continue to fight. Recently, the so-called Islamic State was victorious because of our own weakness. A member of the coalition decided to withdraw from the fight. Without having dropped a single bomb on their country, the so-called Islamic State has brought us to our knees. And this is the kind of victory that they will continue to win. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this government's decision to withdraw the CF-18s from the mission is exactly the kind of victory that the Islamic State is seeking. The government gave it to them. They gave them this moral victory. There is still time, Mr. Speaker, for the Liberal government to change things and to withdraw this moral victory from them that they have handed over to the Islamic State. This, by leaving those CF-18s there, will send the right message to the Islamic State. It being 8 p.m. pursuant to order made Tuesday, February 23rd, 2016, I must now interrupt the proceedings. All questions necessary to dispose of government business number 2 are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, March 8th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Order,
please. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to have an opportunity to go back to the question that I asked on January 26th with respect to Canada Post. Now, if we put things into perspective, in December 2013, Canada Post announced its 5-point plan for employment, but also for the home mail delivery system. And there had been no consultations. It simply appeared out of nowhere, even though there was a budget. they were running a surplus. Now, with the accelerated process because of the elections, many cities lost their home mail delivery. And what did that lead to? Well, in fact, the cities weren't consulted. Canada Post set up shop. There were boxes sprouting up like weeds in the spring everywhere. And it's dangerous. There are some community boxes at the entrances to schools, daycares. Some of these community mailboxes have been set up on hills. People have to try and park, and seniors are having trouble getting to their community mailboxes because of the location it was put in. Now, there were trees that were cut down, the roots were removed, and the boxes were set up. So in some neighborhoods, thousands of trees were cut down as well to put in place these boxes. Now, the boxes themselves were built in the United States, and they're not designed for our climate here. In the winter, there were several complaints from Canadians who didn't have access to their mail. And this is deplorable because in addition to having lost their home mail delivery service, well, these people don't even have access to their mail. Some people spent a month unable to open the lock because it was frozen solid. Now, we did an investigation, tried to see what was happening. The boxes were made in the U.S. Is it because the locks weren't oiled properly? But at any rate, the equipment isn't adapted, the material isn't adapted for our climate. And once again, it's Canadian citizens who are bearing the brunt of this. Canada Post offers a service that must be provided to all Canadians. It belongs to Canadians. And the service is making a profit, Mr. Speaker. There are many ways that, in fact, we can take steps to help Canada Post be more profitable, such as creating a bank inside Canada Post, and by focusing more on packages. Now, of course, in the winter, many people found that Canada Post didn't adapt to their snow removal services, and people couldn't get to the mailbox physically. They couldn't get into the box, but they had to lie down in the snow to get the mailbox open, if it opened at all. So all of these measures are clear indication that we should have maintained the system as it was in the past, because this problem didn't exist. The mail delivery person went right to the door and delivered the mail. It was a lot easier. The service was better. So my question this evening for the Minister, Mr. Speaker, is will the government honor its commitment, honor the commitment it made to ensure home mail delivery service for all citizens of Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to take part this evening in this debate on the future of Canada Post. I would like to use this time I've been allotted to recap what we've said we would do about Canada Post and what we have done. During the election, we committed to end the further installation of community mailboxes that began under the previous government. We also committed to conducting a review of Canada Post to make sure that it provides high-quality service at a reasonable price to Canadians, no matter where they live. This is what we're doing. 1 week after the election, Canada Post announced it was suspending the conversion to community mailboxes pending the review. Voilà qui nous amène à...
And that has led us now to the examination, Mr. Speaker. We made a clear commitment to examine Canada Post to ensure that high-quality services are being provided in accordance with Canadians' expectations at a reasonable cost. That was contained in the letter, the mandate letter, to the Minister of Public Works and Procurement. The details are contained there. However, this evening, I can announce 3 aspects with respect to this review.
Gather together all the pertinent facts around Canada Post in line with our government's commitment to evidence-based decision-making. 2, these facts will be shared with Canadians because our government has set a higher bar for openness and transparency. And 3, through this review, the opinions and views of stakeholder groups and everyday Canadians right across the country will be sought. This is in line with our government's commitment to consult widely and to pursue goals collaboratively. In other words, Canadians will have a say in the future of their postal service. Their concerns will be heard through what will be a thorough, evidence-based process. I hope all parliamentarians will encourage and be part of this national dialogue. Les Canadiens accordent un grand
Canadians attach a great deal of value to Canada Post. For a long time, from a practical perspective, the organization has enabled us to be connected across our large country. The government believes that to hold a useful discussion on the future of Canada Post, Canadians should, as consumers, have a better understanding of the facts surrounding Canada Post services, current pressure facing the Crown Corporation, and the financial situation. The reality. This review will make it possible to ensure that the information on Canada Post is provided to Canadians. Canadians will have a say as part of an informed discussion. Canadians and the government will together make decisions with respect to the future of Canada Post. Thank you.
Honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. I'm happy to hear that Canada Post will be reviewed. I'd like to offer my assistance to my colleague if she needs additional information or assistance. I'm more than prepared to help work on this review of Canada Post. The question I have for my colleague is this: can she confirm and ensure that the mayors of our cities, as well as people in large municipalities and small municipalities, will be consulted and that their views will be taken into account? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, Canada Post's plan to convert door-to-door delivery has been suspended since last fall, pending the outcome of a review of the corporation. This government is committed to an open, transparent, and evidence-based review that allow Canadians to have a say in the choices that are made concerning Canada Post. L'examen permettra.
The review will make it possible to ensure that Canada Post provides high-quality service that Canadians expect at a reasonable cost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to the Standing Order 24-1.